Good evening, all. How are we doing? Good to see everybody. One of many Reform UK policies is a reform social housing law. I mean, reforming the laws around social housing is pretty pointless when they have no plans to build any social housing. They have no plans to get rid of right to buy, so we'll continue losing social housing. So, yeah, the only reason why you want to prioritize social housing is because you think that somehow it's not being prioritized in that way, as if somehow people who are from other countries getting prioritized when they have no recourse for public funds regardless anyway. And again, like, or we could just actually build some social housing. If there's a shortage of social housing, rather than, have arbitrary restrictions, why don't we just build some new ones? Just build some more social housing. Surely that be a better thing to do. Right, chat, how are we doing? Good to see everyone. Yeah, there's some like hack statistics about certain places where people of foreign nationality are being prioritized for social housing, but the only statistics they ever pull is from communities that already have a higher proportion of people who are foreign born in those communities anyway, and that's just what the social housing represents. Just 'cause it's just an average. But broadly across the country, the percentage of people in social housing who come from foreign born backgrounds is the same as the percentage across the country. Have you seen the news agent's video about Ahmed Yacoub? We kind of regret voting for him. I mean, I think that he's a bell end too. I made this point on Twitter actually about Ahmed Yacoub. I think that he's a bell end, and I wouldn't personally vote for him. But if he wins and Shabana Mahmood loses, right? Like, Shabana Mahmood is already anti-LGBT, and she also has like the problem of actually being a high up member of the Labour Party who's going to be helping set policy. Sure, Ahmed Yacoub is like an Andrew Tate fan. He's like a misogynist and all that kind of shit. Like, I'm not a fan of the guy in the slightest, but what's he going to do as an independent MP for 5 years? Just post some TikTok videos and then get kicked out when people realise he does nothing for the community. Like, whereas what he will do is unseat someone really deep inside Labour Together, someone very kind of close to like the Starmer Politburo, who is also anti-LGBT anyway. So the idea that you're going to elect an anti-LGBT independent instead of her, so the net number of queerphobes in Parliament is basically the same. And on top of that, Shabana Mahmood and the Gang of Four get ousted. Keep picking and targeting like the internal Labour Together Gang of Four, right? Got to get rid of Reeves, Streeting, Reid, Phillipson, Mahmood, all of those lot. But I wouldn't regret voting for Yacoub if I was you, Priyesh. Again, he seems like a bell end, but you know, you're not giving him that much power by letting him be an independent MP. These like independents who use a general election for like personal gain never really like sit in select committees, for example, or have their hands on any legislation, whereas Shabana Mahmood will be essential to the Politburo in setting policy. So I don't think it's not that much of a problem that you voted for Yacoub. I wouldn't. I would just vote Green, but I think that if he replaces Shabana Mahmood, like the net negative utility, I don't think it's there. I don't think it's necessarily that bad. Actually voted for him in the mayoral election without doing basic research. But at least he didn't win, so it didn't really make any difference. Just like I think there's going to be a bunch of problems with independent candidates having vote splits with the Green Party, for example. I mean, I don't think that Sharman was likely to beat or had like a realistic chance of beating Jonathan Ashworth and Leicester South. But now that there's a vote split between the Green Party and a shock at Adam. Like, I don't think there's any chance of Jonathan Ashworth getting unseated at all. Which minister is it, Ewok? We've seen Thangham has privately admitted that she's lost. Yes, I read the Bloomberg article, yeah. Although the Bloomberg article seemed to suggest that Chris Ward might not win Brighton Kemp Town. I'm like, nah, mate, that's nailed on. That Labour for Brighton Kemp Town and Peacehaven, that shit's nailed on. Yeah. But what we need to do is point out that Chris Ward is a disgusting piece of shit and that everybody should vote Green. And we've got 5 years to try and plan how we can maximise trying to get Chris Ward as little time in office as possible. You're in Jenrick's seat. Jenrick's not losing his seat. Jenrick's and like, if Jenrick goes, that's like a crazy Portello moment. Like if Jenrick goes, then like the Tories are dead forever. So I think you can probably, and I think that they're probably pretty much.
Because I'm literally a communist.
On the way out, regardless. Anyway, in terms of like their political legitimacy as a party, I think they're cooked completely. But if anybody is sticking around, like Jenrick is probably sticking around, like that would be even crazier than Portello in '97 if Jenrick gets ousted, even on current polling. Even on current polling, Jenrick is. It would be It would be crazy. It would be crazier than Portello if Jenrick goes, even on current polling, because his majority is that massive and the demographics in the area are so good. You met Jenrick in person. He basically said exactly the same as Starmer on trans stuff. Kind of mad that there's zero difference. A lot of these people don't fucking care. Like, a lot of these people really just don't care about the trans stuff. There's just like some real blowhards in the media and within the halls of power who take this shit super seriously. Now, that's the real thing is there's a couple of headbangers who really care about this stuff. Most people are completely checked out. Most people are completely checked out of trans stuff because they just can't give a shit. What about Suella? I would tactically vote for the Liberal Democrats against Suella Braverman, yeah. I would also tactically vote for Labour against Kemi Badenoch. I have set out, yeah, my three recommended tactical votes for this next election. Right? My 3 recommended tactical votes are for Labour against Kemi Badenoch, for the Liberal Democrats against Suella Braverman, and for the Tories against Rosie Duffield. Starmer was getting screamed at by a TERF earlier and got polarised into becoming more trans. I kind of want Annalise Dodds and all of that lot to meet with J.K. Rowling, just so that they know how batshit she is. I don't think these people really know that these concerns aren't real concerns. I think part of the reason why they're kowtowing to the TERFoids is because they don't realise how batshit insane these people are. They don't realise, again, that they cannot appease these people without removing literally every single protection trans people have. Like, the ability to transition medically would have to be removed from society for these people to be happy. Also, did anyone else remember that when Jenrick seriously attempted to float the policy that the elderly should go and pick vegetables in exchange for their state pensions? Extremely, infinitesimally rare Jenrick W. I joke. Have them meet Glinner too as well. Yeah, well, exactly, right? Just play these people the clips. And you've got to remember as well, Duffield believes the same shit as these people do. And you can imagine all of her kind of, her friends in the party have similar views as well. Like the, like Tonya Antionazzi and people like that. Who's the Bristol South MP as well. Like, she's not publicly said TERFoid stuff, but she follows, like, all of the classic TERF accounts on Twitter.
Fucking neoliberalism.
What about East Riding? They changed the boundaries? I've not looked. Even current MRPs still have Jenrick 10 points up. Like, I think he's keeping his seat. But if he does lose his seat, it'll be, again, like I said, a real Portello moment. Knowing people inside the tent, it's a belief that they can just mediate the debate and it will detoxify everything. I mean, I don't think, again, like, what happens is, right, they marginalize, I mean, the problem is that marginalizing the crazies is impossible because it's the crazies who set the tones of the debate because they control the media. Like, the real crazies. Did you see Kate Meltby? Did you see Kate Meltby in The Independent saying that Labour don't understand why women feel like they've been silenced? You're writing it in a national fucking newspaper. If you're getting column inches in a national newspaper, Kate Meltby, to write about how silenced you think you are. You have not been fucking silenced. I'm sorry. Like, this is bullshit. It's insane there's this dichotomy of conservatives where they can be completely batshit crazy about 90% of things and act like normal human beings outside of that. Like, remember when Grant Shapps, during the leadership election, during the first leadership election after Boris Johnson got ousted, remember Grant Shapps saying, this trans stuff is awful, I support trans people to be able to do, to be able to transition and stuff. I think that the way they've been treated is bad and we need to take this out of being part of the national discourse. And it's just like, again, infinitesimally rare Grant Shapps W. I mean, Grant Shapps is basically the reason why the Labour Party have their plan for Great British Railways, because this was part of the Shapps-Williams Rail Review. Thank you for the 10 gifted, Kayla. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Neoliberalism.
Thank you for the support in the stream today. Starmer's initial response was talk about his plans for women's spaces, and the woman just started shouting about GRCs and transes. Well, that's the problem, right? Is that Channel 4 did an interview that I watched on TikTok with Angela Rayner, and she tried to claim, right, that J.K. Rowling agrees with her on the idea that we need to protect women's spaces but also be nice to trans people. I'm like, no, she really doesn't agree with you, Angela. Like, she really doesn't agree with you on this. She wants you to revoke the Gender Recognition Act and remove protections from sex-based discrimination for transgender people. Like, that's what they want. Question for Greens here. Why are we attacking North Herefordshire over Sheffield Central and Royal Metropolitan Sea? I don't know, sock them, George. I guess to try and appease, like, the rural, like, Tory-on bike wing of the party. I don't know.
Because I'm literally a communist.
If it was me, I would be targeting Sheffield Central and Birkenhead. We have the plurality of councillors in both seats. JKR wants a world where it's illegal to be trans. I mean, she wants a world where it's legal to call yourself trans, right? But she wants there to be no legal protections. The real legal recognition of trans people is something that these people clearly want to get rid of. I mean, I'm not seeing J.K. Rowling has been kind of coy about the kind of things she wants to see in law. I don't think she's speaking explicitly, but a lot of the groups she supports wants the Gender Recognition Act revoked, for example. It's like Women's Place UK. The Labour J.K. Rowling relationship is built on naivety. I mean, if the Keir Starmer staffer who spoke to Lonerbox last year is anything to go by, actually the reality is that Keir Starmer and his central team are fucking terrified of Rosie Duffield. She absolutely, you remember how when the Twitter files came out and we found that within Twitter, there was a specific marker on the Libs of TikTok account saying, stop banning this person. This person has special privileges to be bigoted outside of our rules because it's bad optics for us if we oust them. Rosie Duffield has that same power over Keir Starmer and the leadership team and the Politburo as Libs of TikTok had over the people at Twitter before Elon Musk took over. Birkenhead would be a blow. McGovern would be in a big cabinet position within the next 2 years. I am desperate for McGovern to be fucking eating out of bins. Jesus Christ. I mean, she's just awful. Actually, I say Hershey's batch. Everybody from Progress. I just hate them. Just hate all of these people, all of these careerist fucks. You think Keir is just personally transphobic too, to be honest? The problem is, Jordan, is you've taken the noble but incorrect decision, or intuition, sorry. You've intuited nobly but incorrectly that Starmer believes in literally anything. The man believes in nothing. Keir Starmer believes in literal nothing. She just will do and say whatever it takes to get elected. Or whatever he gets told by the Labour right Politburo that tells him what to do. From what I remember, from what Owen Jones was saying in his interview with Curtis, it was essentially that after they lost Hartlepool and Keir Starmer thought that he wanted to resign as leader after the Hartlepool by-election loss, and there was a soft coup and rearing in the background, Rayner was trying to oust Starmer after they lost in Hartlepool. and the Labour right convinced Starmer not to step down on the condition that he essentially did whatever the Labour right said for the rest of his time as leader. They hate Duffield for being noisy and distracting from the message, not being pro-trans. Well, exactly. Like they think they hate her for being a wrecker. They hate that she's a wrecker rather than for anything that she believes in. Oh yeah, I've seen her review of Lolita. Just like the most famous author in the whole fucking country has like the media literacy of a child. Do you think the rumored capital gains tax and inheritance tax changes will happen? I think they will. Yeah, I think they will. Inheritance tax probably will happen. Capital gains tax, I'm less sure of. I think that the inheritance tax changes will happen because they know that the inheritance tax people aren't voting for Labour anyway, whereas the capital gains tax people are the kind of people who bankroll them. Like people from the financial services sector, they rely on making money off of financial instruments. So they would really be affected by CGT, so they would get nobbled in the background by donors if they try to change capital gains tax rules. But inheritance tax rules basically applies to just like posh aristocratic people who are never voting Labour in a blue moon, so they can give a shit. They can get away with inheritance tax changes without any problems whatsoever, but CGT is harder in the background. I hope they end fiscal drag, but they've already promised 3 more years of fiscal drag. They've promised to keep corporation tax capped at 25%, I think. And that's West Streeting. Remember West Streeting saying in an interview that we're going to keep corporation tax fixed at max 25%. So they might cut it, they might not. I don't think they will cut it, but I think that what they should do with corporation tax is they should raise the rate for the higher set of corporation tax rather than from being discretionary up to 250k. They should just have it 250k, right? If you have 250k in gross profit, right, you pay the 25%.
Fucking neoliberalism.
If you're under 250k in gross profit, you pay the 16 or 19% or whatever it is. Like, that's what you should do as far as I'm concerned. That
Fucking
gives smaller
neoliberalism.
businesses much more leeway versus big business. They should also stratify business rates as well. I do think Labour's trying to win people over who will never vote Labour, though. But they're going for, like, middle-class, backbone conservative types, right? They're not going for aristocrats. I mean, if you've watched the stream from your regular account, Popey, it will just have you as somebody who's been watching previously. What is fiscal drag? So fiscal drag, right? Usually, when with the tax bands, they will increase with inflation. So essentially, people have the same real terms tax burden over time. So the thresholds will increase based upon the consumer price index every financial year, so that people aren't paying a bigger percentage of their income in tax. If you have what fiscal drag is if you freeze those tax bands, right? So if your money is worth 20% less because of inflation, but and so you get paid 20% more because you've been able to bargain for it, because wages go up roughly around about the kind of level of inflation usually in a healthy economy, but the tax band stays the same, you're paying a bigger percentage of your income in tax, right? That's why the tax burden is set to increase over the next 5 years if the Conservative Party win the election, even though they have done two separate national insurance cuts because of because they've frozen income tax thresholds. People are getting pulled into paying higher rates of tax as their wages increase relative to inflation. Which independent did you vote for, John? We see a mansion tax, if at all. I think they've ruled out changing council tax bands, which is stupid because council tax is fucked. It's completely fucked to a 3-bed semi in Bradford pays more council tax than Buckingham Palace. They've also not increased the personal allowance in line with inflation either. Yep, exactly. You know the reason why they've done this as well? So this is the fiscal orthodoxy of monetarism. Essentially, they think that if they keep less money in the hands of consumers, it will help inflation go down. That's why they've taxed working people extra, because they are the people who consume. But part of the extra spending that's gone into the economy recently anyway has come from people withdrawing money from their savings. But we don't have a normal savings in this country. Savings rates are low because interest rates haven't been passed on to savers like they have been inflicted upon mortgage holders. So people aren't getting an incentive to save from commercial banks anyway. And on top of that, they can't afford to save like they used to be able to do so, because you have to spend that money on consumption because there's a cost of living crisis. Like during the cost of living crisis, we had the biggest withdrawal of savings ever in the history of the UK. Like a gigantic like drop in terms of the amount of money saved in commercial savings accounts in the country, because people were withdrawing it to be able to pay their bills, right? If we had a normal economy where people were taxed a little bit less because there wasn't fiscal drag, or if wages increased ahead of inflation, for example, right? No, but it's happening at the moment, and conservatives aren't talking about a wage price spiral, are they? Weird how that changes as soon as the unions go off strike. And so what's happening now is that people are more likely to be able to save if they get more money and if they have lower if they have less if there's less taxation on people who consume. But conservative fiscal orthodoxy it's just extra money supply equals bad. We have to destroy the money supply through taxation, right? In Shipley, well, yeah, I think Labour got Shipley nailed on, right? I've not seen Goodall interviewing Yakub, but it'll be awful. I guarantee it. That'll be why then Pope EM. The money that the tax changes would make seems to be enough to plug the spending cuts. Or are we really going to see the no return to austerity actually happen? I mean, thanks to Ben pointing out on Twitter, if Labour get the growth that they say that they want, this black hole of public sector cuts in unprotected departments wouldn't actually happen. But of course, will those budgets still be sufficient in terms of dealing with the size of the economy by the end of the next financial year, for example, after a year in government? If they've got that growth after that year, is that growth going to be enough to then deal with how much the budgets are going to have to be in future? I don't know, but it depends on whether or not they get that growth, how big the economy grows, how big the population grows, what the demand for public services changes over that period. Like, it's all really up in the air currently. Because you remember, it was worth pointing out as well, the IFS's prediction of £18 billion of public sector cuts is the assumption that growth will stay low, because it has tended to in recent years stay low. And I tend to agree with them. I don't think Labour are going to get the growth that they say they're going to get. But Labour saying we will grow the economy to plug the spending gap isn't an answer that is. It's not a lie that they're telling. I just don't believe that they're going to get the growth they say they want to get. The local Greens here made only one of their 3 deposits. I'm not surprised. Ironically, if they were still doing the full green prosperity plan, it probably would work. I agree, right? If we had some proper expansionary fiscal policy, they could guarantee the extra growth and it wouldn't be a problem, yeah. It's also not a policy. Well, exactly, right? Their growth plan is basically just a tiny amount of new money plus planning deregulation, plus working with business and with a bunch of PFI stuff. Like, that's their plan for growth. Like, I don't think it's going to be successful. Hey, 500 quid on a scratch card. Love to see it. Aaron Bastani described their growth plan as Quangos, pennies, and inshallah. I mean, basically. I mean, it literally is. I agree. I do believe their growth plan is essentially just inshallah. That's all I believe that their growth plan is. Thank you for the 5 gifted, Katie. Appreciate the support. Basically true, sock them, George.
Fucking neoliberalism.
Fucking neoliberalism, eh? What was weird about that when they were discussing the manifestos, Ben, right? When they were discussing the Green
Fucking
Manifesto.
neoliberalism.
And Aaron Bastani said, well, the thing about the Green Party is they don't have a growth plan. I'm like, they do have a growth plan. It's called fiscal expansion, right? They are doing Keynesian stimulus. That's what borrowing to invest is for. It's for Keynesian stimulus. That's how they grow the economy, right? It may not be this kind of macroeconomic industrial strategy that Labour have got going, right? That's their big plan, is this all baked into this kind of this industrial strategy, which is different, I guess, from the kind of Blairite, kind of much more free market era economics, I guess. While I broadly think the macroeconomic policy-wise, Starmer's slightly to the left of Blair on this. Like, they may not have like this grand, like, overarching like vision for like a route for growth specifically, but what they are doing is doing Keynesian stimulus, right? Interest rates are coming down. Inflation is basically at Bank of England target levels now. There is no reason to close the purse strings. There is no reason to close the purse strings whatsoever. Bond yields are basically at kind of historically normal levels. So we can't go like super mega crazy, even from like a liberal perspective, not even an MMT perspective. Like, we don't even need to necessarily go too crazy on new money for investment, right? But it's clear that the room that we have for a large amount of expansionary policy for investment as a Keynesian stimulus, right? We have low growth, we have low inflation now. There is literally no reason at all to not borrow to invest. Just go full Keynesian. But the problem is that these people aren't demand-side politicians. They're like, we literally have Rachel Reeves doing supply-side economics. Like, even Tom Harwood in his Substack was praising Rachel Reeves for being the supply-side Liz Truss that the Conservatives should have wanted. They have a growth model that they don't present as a growth model. Well, exactly. I think what's interesting about the Green Party manifesto is that there's been all of this hammering and also rhetorical decisions to, act like growth isn't the only thing that matters. And it's true. I mean, and Adrian Ramsay was right in his interview with Laura Kuenssberg. The GDP per cap or GDP growth is a blunt instrument that doesn't tell you the full story. And Zach Polanski was saying things that, an economy based only on growth. This was something that George Monbiot was saying, is something that we can't really have. So it's got kind of this degrowther type narrative. But all of their fiscal policy laid out in the manifesto is all just pro-growth, classical Keynesian policy. Like, they are not a degrowth party in the slightest. And in fact, as far as I'm concerned, apart from their planning stuff, which I think is, it's fine, it's better than I expected. I think JDM has a good opinion of it. Who's my planner in chat, appraised it like it had been talked about with planning people properly. So it's not like as NIMBY as you would expect, which is, I guess, better than than literal nothing that I expected from them. Like, apart from like not being good enough on like planning changes, but the Greens have the most pro-growth manifesto in like the entirety of the election, right? That's what's so crazy, Ben. So when Janet Yellen uses the term modern supply-side economics, she means MMT, right? When Janet Yellen was saying modern supply-side economics, like, Stephanie Kelton explicitly said, I've been advising the Biden administration. When Janet Yellen says modern supply-side economics, she means MMT. The Biden administration is the MMT administration. They're just doing MMT. That's all they're doing, right? They're being advised by people who the progenitors of MMT, and they're essentially kind of soft landing the idea of MMT in terms of monetary policy. That's what Janet Yellen is saying. And this was even acknowledged by Rachel Reeves in her May's lecture. It was even acknowledged, Janet Yellen talking about modern supply-side economics as MMT-style economics in her May's lecture. And I was just like, but you're not doing it. You're not doing MMT. You are not doing what Janet Yellen was referring to as modern supply-side economics. Even Jim Chalmers, the treasurer over in Australia, is looking at expansionary policy to be able to, grow the size of the state or whatever, because it's clearly working in America to be able to get economic growth and to be able to increase expenditure on discretionary expenditure, for example, right? These are all things that are increasing. Like, America is like, it's the Biden administration basically proven that MMT works. And they've used this term, modern supply-side economics. At least their people from the Federal Reserve have used modern supply-side economics as this kind of this underlying term for the way in which that they're doing MMT-style policy. Rachel Reeves says, "I like that, we'll do it," and it's just not reflected in any of her policy platforms. Just not there. It's just not there. What's going on? It's so strange to me. Thank you for the 5 gifted, Baz. Appreciate it. It's just crazy. It's honestly crazy that Rachel Reeves just keeps saying like you don't know what she believes. She just says different things at different times. Sometimes sometimes she's MMT, sometimes she's a monetarist, sometimes she's a Keynesian, sometimes she's like literally like a fucking neoclassical. Like she's a fucking weird. I guess because she's not the one setting policy. It's Pat McFadden. Rachel Reeves doesn't believe in anything at all. I mean, that's basically it, I guess, right? But the thing, she's written so much stuff, right? Like she remember, you got to remember, right? The Rachel Reeves was originally like a proper social democrat, right? Again, I'm clearly to her left, but I managed to find plenty of writing of hers. Remember when I brought up the quote of hers from Prospect in 2010, and she clearly said, "We need to tax banks, we need to tax the rich." And I was like, "Yeah, based, Rachel, you tell them, you tell the Condemn Coalition we need to tax the rich." And that's why I brought it up to her, because it's just a fucking about face on what she said before. Were Truss and Kwarteng Friedman acolytes? Friedman would never borrow for tax cuts. Like, Truss and Kwarteng were similar to Anthony Barber than they were to Milton Friedman. I did, Alex. I've seen clips, Alex, yeah, but yeah, he's lost. It's over. It's over already. The 2010 essay about why austerity will fail. She actually believes in modern supply-side economics like productivism and supply chains, I guess, which is kind of the right, which is like actual kind of right-wing supply-side econ rather than, MMT. I know, right? It's really silly, isn't it, Mithril? Do you think any of the shadows won't be a minister in the first cabinet? Yes, Thangam Debonair, because she's losing her seat. The Greens' rationale for having 2 co-leaders? They like having a man and a woman, so they have gender parity in the leadership. And also, they like having 2 people who speak to different sectors of the electorate. Carla Denyer clearly speaks to the leftist, urban, millennial, ex-Corbynite demographic, and Adrian Ramsay clearly is there to appeal to their rural voter, NIMBY, Tory on bike demographic. Even though I think that Adrian Ramsay's rhetoric is pretty good, it's clear in terms of the optics with the kind of thing that the kind of way he carries himself is he's there to appeal to the Tories on bikes rather than the leftists. I think we'll have record low turnout. Not as low as 2005, but still pretty low. Truss and Kwarteng are the true MMTers in chat for real. I mean, actually, really and truly, Truss and Kwarteng weren't the MMTers, but Matey Boy, Chair of the Bank of Andrew Bailey was the real MMTer. Like during the Truss and Kwarteng period, just like, yeah, just here's all this new money to buy all of these bonds off of the pension funds. Yeah, economy's good now, guys. Apparently, Reform UK keeps sending leaflets to the wrong constituency. Just shows you how good these people are going to be at running the country. Your Tory granny found herself agreeing with a lot of Adrian. I'm not surprised. Like, again, I think he carries himself well. I've been pretty impressed with Adrian Ramsay over the course of the campaign. I think, right, so this is labelled, right? It's labelled as question time. But Novara Media streamed it to YouTube without getting copyright cucked. So I think we should be okay watching the Adrian Ramsay and Nigel Farage questioning on YouTube without getting screwed over. So we'll watch some Adrian Ramsay and see if it works. I'll keep an eye on my stream, make sure things don't get copyright cucked, but we should be okay to watch Adrian Ramsay on stream. She liked his thing about the carbon border tax protecting British manufacturers. Like, what's crazy is that when we're banging on about public ownership, the left have really missed a trick by talking about just how many foreigners own our stuff, right? Because even if you're just a civic nationalist, right, even if you're not somebody who believes in the nation state of Britain, you can still say it's stupid that people who don't pay taxes here, who don't live here, who are not domiciled here, own all of the stuff that's part of our critical infrastructure. The Canadians own our national grid, the Germans own our trains, French supply us with our energy, South Koreans own our rolling stock. It's stupid. We've had leaflets from everybody in Broxtowe, but I've not had my door knocked on once. Yeah, I do try and try and do it in that kind of, again, in a kind of protectionist way, I guess, because I think most UK people are sympathetic to protectionist arguments on this stuff. And again, if you just say, these people don't pay their taxes here, they don't live here, they're not part of our community, they're not part of our society, why do they get to reap the rewards, from our critical infrastructure that our taxes paid for? Right? That's how I usually say to these people, like, all of the water pipes, all of the railways, all of the grid, all of this stuff was all built with the hard work of British people, of people who live in our communities, right? With taxes that we paid for to our state. Why should South Korean investment firms and private equity firms own and operate and take all of the benefits off of it? Why should Australian private equity firms and venture capital firms who own our water systems, why should they take the money from the water bills for things that they never actually built themselves? Sky News is showing Starmer speaking at a bigger Labour event right now. I mean, we could watch it, but I imagine it's just fucking bunch of tool makers and smashing the gangs and laser focused and Director of Public Prosecutions. In the words of Mark Cuban, the most patriotic thing you can do is stay in the country that made you successful and pay all of your taxes. I mean, literally, that's what Henning Wehn said when Henning Wehn was asked why aren't Germans patriotic because they don't fly German flags outside their houses. First of all, for obvious reasons, but second of all, they do believe in patriotism. They believe in patriotism by paying their fucking taxes. Yeah. I had an excellent time leafing for Joe Bird today, so heartening. Mentioned you to her, and she said that I was boss, which is the highest honour a Merseyside can bestow. Well, I think she's boss as well. I appreciate you, Lewis. Thank you for the £10 super chat. Royal Mail being bought by a Czech billionaire too. Yeah, it's fucking stupid. Like, just from a basic economic standpoint. Deborah Meaden was there. I fucking despise Deborah Meaden. Like, I used to get really mad about, like, the sexism against Deborah Meaden. Remember when Harry and Paul just got Harry Enfield in, like, a blonde Rachel Weaves wig and had him labelled as the grumpy woman on Dragon's Den? I thought it was a bit misogynist. I'm just like, yeah, I just don't give a shit about this anymore. Like, Deborah, like, I just don't care about people being rude to you anymore because you're just so infuriating. Like, her getting mad at us because we said, well, why have you've only changed your mind because they're not taxing you anymore. Yeah, the reason why you think Jeremy Corbyn was dangerous and Keir Starmer is a safe pair of hands is because he's promising to make you loads of fucking money. Oh my god, yeah. It's just, clearly I've been radicalised into class reductionism. I mean, for all of her faults, right, there was a really great point that Jermaine Greer made on You've Been Watching with Charlie Brooker, right? When Jermaine Greer was on this like a decade ago before the trans stuff kicked off. She made this point when they were reviewing Dragon's Den. Like, people are going onto Dragon's Den thinking, oh, look, I'm going to be really rich. I'm going to get all of these extra stuff because of these rich people are investing. I was like, no, these people are rich. These people are rich because they're good at taking money away from people. Not giving money to people. Your chance of getting a fair deal in Dragon's Den is fucking nothing. It's literally nothing. And I was like, yeah, Jermaine Greer is right. Like, she's not wrong. I do love Dragon's Den though. I think it's funny. My favorite point was, and even on that same show, Frankie Boyle was on the panel as well, and he was just like Evan Davis was like a senior economics correspondent at the BBC, and he took a sabbatical during an economic crisis to present a show about fucking hang gliders for cats. And I was just like, yeah, it's true, Frankie. I didn't think of that. Many people on Dragon's Den that were rejected went on to be very successful. Absolutely, the best strategy for Dragon's Den is be somebody memorable, and they just turn down every dragon, just use it for publicity. Like, I'm pretty sure Levi Roots would still be famous today without Peter Jones's money. Let's have a look at this. Exactly, pitch to the audience, not the dragons. Yeah, just use it as a clout. Yeah, literally, just use Dragon's Den for clout farming. Fair enough, John. What's this about? Tony Blair in Singapore.
If you were advising Lee Kuan Yew in the 60s with the advice you would likely give to a developing country now, would Singapore have been even more successful than it ended up? Would it have been less successful?
With Lee Kuan Yew in Singapore, I mean, it's the wrong way around. I mean, I learned so much from him.
Mm.
The fascinating thing about Lee Kuan Yew is he took three decisions, really three important decisions right at the beginning for Singapore. Each one of them now seems obvious. Each one at the time was deeply contested. Number one, he said, everyone's going to speak English. Now, there were lots of people who said to him at the time, no, we've been thrown out of Malaysia effectively. We're now a fledgling country, a city-state country. We need to have our own local language. You know, we need to be true to our roots and everything. He said, no, English is the language of the world, and we're all going to speak English. Secondly, he said, we're going to get the best intellectual capital and management capital from wherever it exists in the world, and we're going to bring it to Singapore. And again, people said, no, we should stand on our own 2 feet. And you're also bringing in the British, who we just, who we've got all these disputes with. And he said, no, I'm going to bring in the best from wherever they are, and they're going to come to Singapore. Today, Singapore exports intellectual capital, right? And the third thing he did was he said there's going to be no corruption. And one of the ways we're going to do that is we're going to make sure our political leaders are well paid, which the Singapore leaders are the best paid in the world by a factor of about 10. And there's going to be zero tolerance of corruption, zero tolerance of corruption. And those are the three decisions that were.
I mean, I actually agree with the main point, I think, there, the intellectual capital point. I actually agree. Like, I actually agree that one thing that Tony Blair wanted to do by liberalizing education is to ensure that we had the best education in the world because it had so much money in it. Because we were, by changing the model to want to maximize the number of students rather than scores on league tables. That was his plan for liberalizing education. And that attracts people from around the world. It's that's, like, when I get mad at the Conservative government and the incoming Labour government for trying to keep this rule on education visas, saying you can't have dependents come with you, essentially to reduce number of foreign students coming here to study. I'm like, this is just the worst. It is economic vandalism. Not only do we need, as I mentioned on stream the other day, not only do we need the productive capacity in the economy by having a bigger working age population, on top of that, we're also losing all of like the smartest people in the world that could be studying at our incredible universities. I would be handing out student visas like they were fucking candy. I would hand out student visas to literally anybody who wanted to come here and give us foreign capital to come here and study. I would be opening up the doors like Boris Johnson did. Global Britain, powerhouse of the the educational centre of the world, right? I would throw open the doors to everybody who wanted to come here and study. As they're bringing foreign capital and they're building, an intellectual future in the UK with all of these skills they're gaining from university. Absolutely, you come here straight away. Absolutely, throwing visas out of the window like that scene in The Simpsons where they start throwing the pretzels, like that moment, but with student visas. Absolutely. I mean, thing is, I think Erasmus is good, but I think that Erasmus would incentivize people to go to university from the UK in Europe, and I'm just like, no, just throw open the doors wide for people to come from, the Commonwealth, for example, to come here and study, and tell young people nowadays, if you want to study, it can't be in France, it has to be in the UK. I disagree. We should go back into Erasmus, but economically, trying to get as many people to study here as possible is really important, I think. Would I pay MPs more? I would pay MPs more, but ban them. You should increase the MP salary, but then you should reduce the salary for every single penny that they make in private money elsewhere, right? So that you only get the high MP salary if your single job is being an MP. If you get paid elsewhere because you've gotten some freebie or you've got some job on LBC, or if you're a property developer or whatever you're doing, you take that off your MP salary. It's money you don't need. 45% offset like universal credit. Yeah, exactly. I think that's reasonable. Because, I think the point that Blair is making here is that because of the corruption, because if they got paid more, they'll be less incentivized to be corrupt. And I don't think that's necessarily true. But I think that, wanting to stop people having second jobs is what's more important than whether or not they're getting paid higher or lower. Oh, absolutely. It should be illegal to be an MP and a landlord, 100%. But it is very funny watching Tony Blair talking about zero corruption. I'm just like, what you were the most corrupt guy ever. Incredibly corrupt. And it also should be illegal to be a landlord, but baby steps. The issue, of course, though, is that if we were getting MPs from working class backgrounds, if we were getting normal people to be MPs rather than lobbyists and, friends of industry or aristocrats or whatever it is, people from the political class, right? If we got rid of those fucking griftoids, those career politicians, regular working people in this country, if they started earning £91,000 a year, which is what an MP salary is, they would be far more likely to be good statespeople in comparison to earning the average wage, which is what, £33,000 a year, the median wage in this country. If we had normal people getting into politics, it wouldn't be a problem. But now Labour isn't even a vehicle for that anymore. It's a vehicle for lobbyists and people, career politicians, people with connections to industry. Am I ready for the Hayekian technocracy though, Helena? Are you ready for our appointed technocrat in your sector? Looking forward to it. Corruption is a part of political culture. I don't think it's necessarily a function of how much MPs get paid. But I think that if we want to increase MP salaries, I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea, but it would have to come with people getting their money taken away if they earn it elsewhere. What's the plan for election night? I'm doing a 24-hour stream on election night. We're doing 24-hour stream. We're starting at 6 p.m. on the Thursday. We finish at 6 p.m. on the Friday. I've never done a 24-hour stream before. I thought this would be a good time to do it. I'd say maybe I should do a subathon. You're an observer at the count, so you'll be able to join the stream. Well, luckily, I'm streaming for 24 hours, so I'll be there at 6 p.m. the next day. So you can watch on the afternoon on Friday. And in fact, you'll also be able to watch the afternoon on Thursday as well, because I'm going to be starting before polls close. So you'll you'll get able to watch at some point. Yeah, we'll be doing call-ins all night, Katie. Won't the results be in by early Friday morning? They will be in, yeah. We'll probably know the result by, at least kind of 5 a.m. or whatever it is. We'll know the size of the victory mostly by 5 a.m. But there's all of the fallout of what happens, right? All of the discussion about the fallout the next day. We've got to be there for that as well. Remind me, the best way to donate is gifting memberships on YouTube. Oh, you're prompting me to shill, are you? I get it now. Sorry, slow up here. But yeah, if you're enjoying the content and you want to support the stream, you can subscribe on Twitch for $4.99 or for free with Twitch Prime by linking your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, which gets you a free subscription every single month, courtesy of Jeff Bezos. You also drop bits. 100 bits gets you text to speech. You can also, if you want to message it out, you can super chat over on YouTube. I read out all super chats live on stream as long as they're not rude, regardless of value. Memberships on YouTube at 99p gets you access to my emotes and YouTube chat and YouTube comment section of archive live streams, which is only 99p, which is cheaper than a can of Red Stripe. However, as has been prompted to me, the best way to support the stream, as always, is to gift memberships over on YouTube. That helps boost the stream and the algorithm. Share the love around if you would like to do that. It would be funny, Jordan.
Fucking neoliberalism.
And I might have a nap at 6 a.m. or something, like when people have stopped watching, but thank you for the 10 gifted. I appreciate it, Paul. But I will be most likely to just be able to stay up for 24 hours, 24/7 Helena brought by Red Stripe mixed with Red Bull.
Fucking neoliberalism.
Fucking neoliberalism, eh? Pipe, pipe, pipe. Do you get the same cut from a Bezos buck subs a paid for one? I believe so, yes, yeah. You used to get a better cut from regular subs, but I think they changed that.
Fucking neoliberalism.
You think we'll stop watching at 6 a.m.? I think people will stay up. I think people are happy to stay up and watch. But I think that people will start drifting off at 6 a.m. specifically. And that's the time people are likely to start drifting off.
Fucking neoliberalism.
The thing is, there'll be people who will have gone to bed at midnight or at 11, who'll have gone to bed at the usual time and just saying, oh, well, I'll be able to wake up and see what the result is. And they'll all be waking up at 9 a.m. So I'll want to be streaming to be able to catch the people in the morning, waking up to find out what the results are. A socialist independent standing in your constituency in Wigan. Not sure whether you should vote for them or the Green Party. Let me check MRP polls.
Fucking neoliberalism.
And thank you, Sergey, for the 10 gifted memberships. Appreciate your support.
Fucking neoliberalism.
Thank you again for the support. Really much appreciated. Is Broxton a nice place? Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. I live in Beeston specifically, if you want to have a look and see the kind of area that I live in. They've started taking bets again, John, at 14-1. The predicted vote share for the Greens in Wigan is 6%. So you can vote for. I don't think either of them will win. In Wigan, specifically Splushua. But I would recommend, if you're going to vote for somebody who can't win, you should vote for the Greens for short money. Alicia Kearn's leadership bid likely. She's fucking gone, mate. Like, Rutland and Melton as a swing constituency. She's a 2019 intake. Alicia Kearns is gone. She's gone already. Like, there's no chance, surely. I mean, we can have a look. Oh no, actually no. Oh no, it is actually. She was a new MP in 2019, but it's actually not a swing seat. So maybe she will keep her seat. Well, that'd be nice, actually. I got the seat. I was thinking of a different seat. Ignore me. I played like I knew what I was talking about, and I clearly didn't. I mean, if she does keep her seat and she runs for leadership, that would be ideal. What was my favourite meal in Greece? Oh, that's a good question. What was my favourite meal in Greece? I had a really great Mediterranean pasta dish one night. The meatballs, the keftedekia were really great. The chips are always really good. Because in Greece, they deep fry their chips in olive oil, which makes them incredible. Like, the Greeks do chips the best. Like, the Greek chips are better than chips anywhere else. The Greeks do chips better than Brits do chips. H2SO4. I recommend the channels Money and Macro, Unlearning Economics. Those are the two, and Economics Help UK. The three best YouTube channels to start getting involved in economics is Economics Help UK, Money and Macro, and Unlearning Economics. They're all really good. The video got corrupted, Harry. Sorry. I'm trying to think what my overall favourite meal was in Greece, though. Oh, I tell you what. I had pork tenderloin in a mustard and feta sauce with veg and mash. Oh my god, it was so good. Like, mustard and feta as a combination. Oh my god, it was perfect. It was incredible. It was so good, so good. The pork was nice and tender. Well, it was just pork tenderloin, like it is what it is. But like the mustard and feta sauce was just so good, so good. And we had really good meatballs to start as well. I had a really good chicken gyros on the third night. On the third night, a really good plate of chicken gyros, which was really great, nice and crispy. They absolutely incinerated like the chicken gyros that I had, and it's exactly how I like it. All the little crispy bits that you get with like really, really well cooked chicken gyros was exactly what I needed. It really was what the doctor ordered. The Channel 4 thing is being painted like a hit job. It's all upside down world. I mean, yeah, it is. It's funny though. It's funny watching him what Nigel Farage cope about it. Tell Greeks their food is identical to Turkey, and they love that. I mean, it literally is, right? Like chicken gyros is the same as shawarma, just with a different name, so that it's not Turkish, which is quite funny. I mean, they're slightly different in terms of the spice mix, but the cooking method is identical. Noticed on Britain Elects that Greens are also predicted to come second in Manchester, Rusholme, Dulwich and Hackney North. Have they won in councils there? I don't think they've won in councils there. These are just all seats with high student and or Muslim populations. And also for starter, we had a lot increase. For what we had for a starter, you have a feta wrapped in phyllo pastry with honey and sesame seeds, and then baked. And oh my god, it's so good, so good. Just having every time we got that as a starter, we had a Greek salad as a starter. Oh, that's perfect, perfect. Greek fresh veg, beautiful, loved it. Anyway, let's actually watch the thing I said that we were going to watch like 45 minutes ago. Will there be any seats where the Tory vote share increases? Hopefully Canterbury. It's one of my tactical votes. Is voting Tory in Canterbury. Although thankfully somebody pointed out to vote Labour against Joanna Cherry as well. So I have 4 recommended tactical votes for people, which is Liberal Democrats against Suella Braverman, Labour against Kemi Badenoch, Labour against Joanna Cherry, and the Tories against Rosie Duffield. Those are my 4 recommendations for tactical voting. Otherwise, just vote Green. Kevs will stay red. That's basically what my plan was, Jordan. Like, policy-wise, I think they're basically where I would like them to be, apart from a bunch of other things, because I think broadly their overall policy goals in terms of a cooperative economy is something that I agree with. They just need more class politics. Like, the Greens need to talk far more about how class politics works to get people on board, because at the moment it's all a bit middle class, right? The policy is fine. The policy is exactly what I want, but the vibes of the party is very middle class, right? I mean, like getting the Bank of England to have climate policy as part of its mandate, so that investing green bonds is important, right? Exactly, grounding their rhetoric is important. The problem is they want to try and play the rural game and the urban game, and it's difficult to win on a single ticket. Gyros is more salty and savoury, that's true. Yeah, exactly, Jordan, I agree, yeah. Maybe do more gaming streams after the election. There's more AMAs and stuff like that. I don't want to cover the fucking American election. That sounds so miserable. Actually, the UK reaction to the American election could be pretty interesting. I mean, their homelessness strategy is building council houses. Let's see if we get copyright cuts, chat. Let's see how it goes. That's it. Well, exactly, yeah. I mean, the real culture appropriators were the Turks, right?
Good evening. Last week, the leaders of the country's 4 largest parties got the question time treatment. Tonight, with our audience here in Birmingham, it's time to test the ideas of Adrian Ramsay of the Green Party of England and Wales and Nigel Farage of Reform UK. two guests will face 30 minutes of questions from our audience, who represent a mix of political sentiment, including many who are still making up their mind, and supporters of both the Greens and Reform. First up is the co-leader of the Green Party, Adrian Ramsay, and after half an hour it will be the turn of Nigel Farage, the leader of Reform UK. And as always, you can join in what will no doubt be lively conversations on social media. So, let's get going, shall we? Please welcome our first guest, Adrian Ramsay.
The BBC YouTube piece gave Ramsay less than 30 seconds out of the whole video. I mean, they had an article which had a bit more in it, but we'll see, we'll see. We look like we're okay for not getting copyright cucked on this one. But I think during the election period, I mean, Novara streamed it, so if I get copyright cucked and Novara didn't, then that is whole favoritism from YouTube for the big channels.
Thank you, Davey. Good to see you again. Thank you.
So, Adrian Ramsay, the rules for you, as they will be for Nigel Farage, of course, quite simple. You won't be interrupted if you keep your answers reasonably brief, to the point, and actually answer the question. That's what you're here for. Obviously, my job is to make sure that you do. OK, let's take our first question, please, from Graham Wallin.
Good evening. What would we have to sacrifice to meet your pledges?
Hello, Graham, and good evening, everybody. I think this is a great question, Graham, because we need to achieve big changes in our society. We have an NHS which is severely overstretched, a social care system where people can't get access to the personal care they need. Our schools are crumbling, and we have a climate crisis and a nature crisis where we've got sewage in our rivers and climate going unchecked. So the Green Party is putting forward an ambitious manifesto for this election where we can offer real hope and real change on the biggest issues of our time. And that's about offering a vision for a different type of society. So in terms of what would people be sacrificing, well, I think it's about what people would be gaining, because at the moment, people can't get access to an NHS dentist. Where I am in East Anglia, there's not a single NHS dentist in Norfolk and Waveney taking new patients. People can't get access to a GP when they need one. The hospitals are full of patients in corridors, and we have a climate and nature crisis that we're not getting to grips with. So what we're arguing is that we should put in the investment and ask the very richest in society, multimillionaires and billionaires, to put in modestly more so that we can have a society where people can get the services they need when they need one. We can have a clean environment, because people say to me all the time they're thinking about what the future is going to be like for their children and for their grandchildren. And I think we all know that we need to step up action on the climate crisis, both to adapt to the changes that are already happening, but to avoid the runaway climate change that will affect us all dreadfully if we don't get to grips with this.
Well, should we talk about some of the specifics?
How old is Adrian Ramsay? He's 42. They are quite nerdy. It is quite endearing how nerdy they are. I think it's really important that he did. First of all, he started answering this question by saying, that's a great question, but this is about opportunities rather than sacrifices. And then he comes round at the end to say, well, the richest in society will pay a modest amount to be able to do this. Now, I think that I've seen some reasonable criticism. First of all, that in an MMC framework it's not the same, but even so under a Keynesian framework, the idea that you can try and get people to put the burden of ending austerity on getting rich people to accept taxation, I think that's the wrong lens that you do things. I think if you want to say we need to tax the rich, you need to say things like, we have a problem with wealth inequality in our society. You can't buy houses because rich people are buying assets. We need to make our economy more equal so regular people, rather than just the very luckiest few, have access to be able to survive and thrive in our economy. And that will involve things like taxing the rich so that assets are available for other people. It will involve things like restricting CEO pay so that there isn't this disparity between the haves and the have-nots, and increasing the basic level of pay in this country through minimum wages, through collective bargaining, through demand-side labour market reform, so that even the people on the very bottom have more money in their pockets to be able to spend to deal with the cost of living crisis. That's the better framing of tax increases on the rich. I think is better through an equality lens rather than a paying for public services lens. But I guess this is what you have to do to win elections.
Because Graham's question is, what would we have to sacrifice to meet your pledges? So let's talk about cars, for example. Because obviously you would like us all to drive, all of us here to drive electric cars. And what you're suggesting is that everyone has to scrap their petrol and diesel cars by 2035. That's tens of millions of cars. That's potentially the cars of lots of the people sitting here. How are you going to recompense people for doing that?
Well, that's a good question, Fiona, and there does need
Well,
to be...
I'm sure you'd like an
there
answer.
needs to be a scrappage scheme as part of any plan to move away from fossil fuel vehicles. And, of course...
And have you costed for that? And how much would people expect to get?
Our manifesto is fully costed, and what I would say is that as part of a plan to say we have a date where no new fossil fuel vehicles come onto the road, of course, from then on, there'll still be lots of second-hand fossil fuel vehicles that people may buy. But what it will do is it will support the electric vehicle manufacturers
So just to
install the infrastructure and make it easier for people to use.
Just to be clear, in terms of scrapping cars, so what exactly are you suggesting? That we all have to scrap?
He needs to be talking to the audience and not talking to the moderator here. But it's a good answer, though. It's a good answer by saying, well, we're not banning everybody from having petrol cars. It's just that new sales of cars will not be petrol after a certain date. That's the issue that he's analysing here. And I think that's a good answer. Just look at the audience member, look at the people who you're speaking to. Fiona Bruce is one voter, you're speaking to the voters at home.
Petrol and diesel cars by 2035. I think that's what you're saying.
We want to have no petrol and diesel cars on the road by then.
Okay, so given that you're saying it's
in place as well, Fiona.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. So given that it's fully costed, you there in your black and white shirt, let's say you've got a petrol and diesel car. How much would you? What's your name? Ryan. How much would you pay him for his petrol and diesel car?
I'm not sure I have that specific figure.
But then how do you know it's fully costed?
Well, because I can tell you about what the figures for our manifesto as a whole are seeking to achieve in terms of the transition to net zero. And one of the big parts of that is we've got to invest in our public transport system because we have some of the most expensive trains and public transport in the UK. If you can get onto public transport at all, there are so many villages where I am in East Anglia where people no longer have a bus at all. So you've got to put the investment into improving the public transport before you start bringing in the measures around helping people move away from their cars or other measures that would eventually help with that transition. And
so should we talk about the public
positive
transport
plan?
Wow, she's interrupting a lot for somebody who said that she wouldn't be interrupting. But again, he's absolutely right. Adrian really hammering the point home here. It's like, well, actually, you know, we're not going to just get rid of your options, right? This is also about opportunities. And it's really important that in a car-brained world, you can't just talk about banning things. You have to talk about alternatives and say, well, you know, we may have to deal with how people buy cars in future, but until we do that, we have to have all of these other things in place as well. All those alternatives have to be there to be able to induce demand into public transport. And that's a good answer too.
So let's talk about the public transport. So you want to introduce a frequent flyer ban, a levy, and ban domestic flights that would take less than 3 hours by train. So say, for example, you're coming from Manchester to London by train. It's actually more expensive on certain flights, quite a lot more expensive, to come by train than it is to fly. So again, I mean, just coming back to Mark's question in terms of what it might cost people, what would you do about that?
I think that's a really good question, Fiona, because it absolutely shouldn't be the case that it's more expensive to get the train, often substantially more expensive, isn't it, to get the train within the UK than it is to get a flight. And the flight is several times more environmentally damaging. And I think most people want to do the greener option, but the greener option's got to be the cheaper and more convenient option as well.
So how would you make it cheaper?
Well, at the moment, there are huge subsidies that go into the aviation industry, whilst we have some of the most expensive rail prices in Europe. And so one of the things we would do is to bring the railways back into public ownership, which I think people would really like to see, to ensure that they are run for public benefit, not for the huge profits of the rail companies.
So, Mark, you had your hand up again. What would you like to say? Are you convinced?
A smattering of claps for rail nationalisation. I mean, again, that's right. Again, nationalising the Roscoes. I mean, I don't think you necessarily need to nationalise the Roscoes, but we need to just make sure that we have rolling stock only ever coming from the state. Like, you don't need to necessarily nationalise the Roscoes themselves, but what you need to do is ensure that we are not relying on the Roscoes in future. But what we actually do is that we create a national Roscoe to compete and then use that to be able to buy new rolling stock to replace the existing ones. Maybe nationalise a couple of them, but I think that spending money to replace rather than nationalising existing pretty crappy old rolling stock is a waste of money. But we do need to create a bunch of new state-owned companies to be able to compete and undermine the existing private infrastructure. I think in this current situation, that's probably better in a lot of places than just nationalising things that already exist that aren't infrastructure-based. Because the Roscoe stuff, the rolling stock, isn't infrastructure. These are commodities, right? We can have a state-owned infrastructure that produces more commodities in the same way that we could have a state-owned consultancy, so the consultants in the private sector don't rinse our state and we are doing it in-house. We could have a state-owned pharmaceutical manufacturer so that we aren't getting ripped off by the cartel of pharmaceutical companies that sell us our generics at 100% markup over the last 3 years. That's my preferred method, is just create a new state-owned company that undermines the private sector, because we're not really bound by competition laws anymore post-Brexit.
By what you're hearing? Are you convinced by what you're hearing?
I don't understand. I thought the Green Party were against HS2 and schemes like that, which is improving high-speed rail, so why were they against it?
So we want to see far more investment in public transport, and in particular in improving regional and local connections here in the Midlands, in the north, in all parts of the country. We did have concerns about the huge cost and also the local environmental impact along the London to Birmingham route of the particular proposal for HS2. But that route's happening now, and what the government said is it's going to scrap the perhaps more helpful leg of HS2, which was going to be in the Midlands and in the north, and it said it'll put that money into regional and local transport networks for the Midlands, for the north, for the whole of the country, all of our regions. I'm in a region in East Anglia which is underinvested. I think probably you in the Midlands and in the north, Phil, your public transport's not been invested in, and my question to the government would be, it said it was going to invest that HS2 second leg money in local transport. Where's that happening? Have you seen the improvements to public transport where you are? I know I haven't. So we need to get that investment into local and regional rail services, into improving bus services, so that people do have that option for public transport wherever that's practical.
There's quite a few hands.
That is a good answer, but it's kind of not answering the question, because the original question was framed under banning short-haul flights internally in the UK. If you want to replace those short-haul flights, which are usually from London to Scotland in the north, you're going to need to replace it with high-speed rail so that it's quicker and cheaper and more environmentally friendly. And their opposition to HS2, like, there are reasonable criticisms of how it worked, the privatisation, the gigantic inefficiencies of all the different contracts for the different bits, them scrapping the wrong bit rather than, you know, keeping the Birmingham to Manchester line, which is super important to be able to keep that. There are loads of things that were problems with it, but I think that most of their problems were just kind of based upon environmental concerns. Ones which I think I understand, but should be outweighed by the fact that high-speed rail is literally going to be 100% necessary to be able to get net zero and deal with the climate crisis. You know, you can save as many bat enclaves in mid-Buckinghamshire as you want, but those bats are going to die if the planet burns to a crisp. And I think that the climate catastrophe that's coming is far more important than certain individual conservationist needs specifically on the route of HS2.
Let's get around to you. The woman there in the...
Hello.
Hi there.
Just going back to your comments about us all scrapping our petrol and diesel cars and having electric vehicles, what are you going to do to actually put in place the infrastructure across the whole of the UK to support that?
Yeah, absolutely. What's your name, sorry?
Dee Williams.
Dee, thank you for your question, Dee. I think that's an absolutely crucial question. You know, I've sometimes been asked a gotcha question from interviewers in this election about, you know, do I have a car? And I do own a car, which I use when I need to. It's a hybrid car. I would have got an electric car, but the house that I lived in when I got it was a terraced house where there was no charging points. And I'm sure lots of people will face barriers like that, or financial barriers. You might want to get an electric car, but it's too expensive, or you're worried about the infrastructure. So that's got to have the investment, both from government, but also the reason why I think we do need to have a clear timeline for moving all of our vehicles to electric and away from fossil fuels is that gives the private sector a clear timescale to work to for putting that investment in. And when the government changed the goalpost that the Conservative government actually had itself in place for moving away from fossil fuel vehicles, they pulled the rug away from the electric vehicle sector, as they did from the renewable energy sector, when they were all geared up for putting that investment in. So if we're going to get the business opportunities and work closely with business to make these changes, we have to give them the confidence that they have on the timescales that are there. And it's really odd to me that a Conservative government would be so anti-business as to pull the rug away and also be talking down the UK so much when we could be playing a lead in this green transition to a greener future. People say to me all the time, you know, what can the UK do on climate change given what China's emitting? Well, what we can do is what we've done in the past. We can be patriotic. We can say we are going to lead the world into the green industrial revolution of the future with all the jobs that will bring, the bills it will bring down.
Before she interrupts, I guess, again, although this was a bit of a long-winded answer, I think it's really important to understand the ways of approaching these answers is really good. As somebody who's worked in sales, right? When people have an objection, you acknowledge it straight away. He started this question, obviously, with this kind of preempting the gotcha about owning a hybrid rather than a fully electric car. I think that's a good move. And then on top of that, said, well, actually, there was a reason why I couldn't do it. And I understand that all of you will have these concerns about what's going on, right? I understand people are looking at what we're proposing and they have concerns here. And I appreciate that these are all well-founded. But here is our plan to deal with your concerns, overcome that objection with your solution to their problem that you have by thinking about things in the round. That's actually a really good way of answering questions from somebody who has a sales background.
And it will create a better society as well.
Adrian, let's take another question, because that sort of leads into another. Derek Chapman, whereabouts are you sitting? Yeah. There you go.
Good evening. It's lovely to have your green vision, but what I would like to know is how are you going to get countries like China and India to go green?
So just to put that in context,
I hate this question so much. Again, first of all, lots of this has been offshored. Manufacturing from the West has been offshored to China. Like, we still have the kind of latent emissions because we are the consumers of the things that they produce, right? But even then, like, China is still, they're on track to exceed their decarbonisation targets in China. I shared it on Twitter. Let me find what it was. Let me have a look. If I can find it. Like, Chinese manufacturers of electric vehicles can sell them for like $30,000 American. And they look pretty good. I know Aaron bangs on about it all the bloody time. He did a whole segment, which was going to be on one of my shows, but then it got moved over to a later date. But I can't find the tweet now, but literally, like, China is set to exceed their green power investments. Like, it's set to exceed their decarbonisation targets. Like, China built more solar arrays, more photovoltaic power in 2023 than America has ever built ever in its entirety of its existence. India, of course, is a problem, though. India is a problem in terms of trying to get these people to decarbonise. But hopefully, with Modi losing his majority, he might be on the way. Because I know the INC don't have a terrible, like, green energy plan. 1,700 miles of high-speed rail in the same time it took us to argue and cancel HS2. Exactly, like, China, they are speeding ahead of governments in the West that are dragging their feet on this stuff.
So China accounts for something like 30% of global emissions. India's about...
Yes, because China is accountable for like a quarter of the world's population.
About 7%. And we're about 1%.
Well, what an important question, and you preempted what I was just starting to talk about, because it is a question that's often raised. And of course, climate is a global issue, and the UK government needs to play a global role in advocating for the changes that are needed, but also in leading by example, because what we do here in the UK does still have an impact internationally. We shouldn't talk ourselves down in that respect. And also, the changes that we need to make for the UK will benefit us regardless of what other countries do.
But specifically, the question is about how we're going to persuade China.
It reminds me of when I did that reaction to Konstantin Kisin, talking about how, well, Xi Jinping would never care about being environmentally friendly. All he cares about is leading the Chinese Communist Party to bring them prosperity. When, like, 0.6 of Xi Jinping thought is literally just, we will deal with the climate emergency. It was about making a greener future. I forget. Let me bring up the Wikipedia article for Xi Jinping thought. I forget if it's. I think it's 0.6. The 10 affirmations. Yeah, 0.9, sorry. Coexist well with nature with energy conservation and environmental protection policies to contribute to global ecological safety. Like, they already... This is what Xi Jinping believes in. They're already decarbonising. It's so dumb.
China and India, given that they...
Well, I'll tell you one specific thing I would do.
In terms of our global influence, do you think China is watching us and thinking, OK, they're thinking twice about gas licenses, for example, which actually is, and the current government is not the case, but say under Labour it would be the case. Do you think that would... Do you genuinely think that that would affect whether China would open new oil wells or drill for gas or new coal mines. They'd watch what we're doing and think, oh, if they're not doing it, we won't do it either.
It's not just about what the UK does. It's about our role on the international stage. And contrary to what you might hear from someone else coming out a little bit later, I feel the UK has a huge role to play on the international stage, working with other partners, working with European and countries around the world in pressing for a better future, whether that's for the environment or for global security or for human rights and justice around the world. And we can play that leadership role by working with other countries. What we could also do is introduce a carbon tax on carbon-intensive imports, because it actually undermines British manufacturing if we're importing goods that are high carbon when British manufacturing can be supported to be low carbon. And I think that would be a really positive thing to do, because our government doesn't count the carbon impact of imported goods. Wouldn't it be great if we did far more to produce more goods, more of our food locally, support our farmers, support our manufacturers? Then we're more resilient for the future, and we're really leading the world in tackling what are the biggest issues of our time.
All right,
Excellent answer. Yeah. More things in the UK. Literally everybody get on board with that. Apart from like the EU flag waving FUBP globalisation enjoyers, right? The pride flag Thatcherites of the Blair years, who got to be little landlords but very hyper progressive about it in the early 2000s. Apart from them, right, people on the right and the left, we love a bit of protectionism. They love a bit of protectionism. Yeah, like this is a really good answer.
Let's take a point at the back there, yeah.
I think one of the things is that we are 1% of the emitters of these
greenhouse gases.
Greenhouse gases.
Yeah.
30% does come from China, but maybe what should happen is we buy a lot of products from China, and maybe some of the 30% should be attributed to the countries that buy from them, that then we may stop buying products from China and produce them in this country a bit on a greener level.
Okay,
well, could I just add one point to that, which is that we are talking about this in a global context, and of course it's a global issue. But every action that we take to make ourselves more resilient as a country is good for Britain and is good for the people who live there. If we insulate our homes to bring bills down, keep our homes warm, if we invest in public transport to reduce the cost of that, make it more convenient to get about by public transport, if we support our farmers to produce more food locally by putting proper subsidies in place, if we invest in renewable energy, which is the cheapest way to generate electricity, these things will tackle the root causes of the cost of living crisis, and they'll create a more resilient future for people in this country. Wouldn't that be a good thing for Britain, regardless of the global leadership role that we have to play?
All right, let's take a question now from Keshia Bailey.
With such a broad migration policy, how will you ensure that public services will cope?
So let's talk about your migration policy.
Because they will pay taxes and will spend on public services. Next question. This is such a dumb question. I understand why people say it, and I understand why it makes intuitive sense to people, but no. Like, the money you have to spend on public services, even under a liberal model, is a function of the number of taxpayers that you have. If you have more taxpayers, which require more infrastructure, you have more tax to spend on infrastructure. It's super, super simple. Super simple. In fact, we'll have less money to spend on infrastructure if we have an ageing population and a smaller workforce, which is what we're having right now. Like, this idea that somehow the problem with public services is immigration and not austerity, 14 years of it, asinine, really asinine.
As the Green Party of England and Wales, on your website, you talk about having a world without borders, and you also talk of migrants who come here will be able to bring dependents. There'll be no limit on that.
So, Keshia, thank you for the question. And yes, we do talk about people who gain a work permit being able to bring their spouses with them. I think that's absolutely right and humane that people should be able to do that. And I think we need to have a calm discussion in this country about how we approach the issue of migration, because we have always benefited from people coming to the UK, benefited economically.
An unlikely applause from a country that really hates migration. Again, like, I argue for being pro-immigration all the time because I know that it's economically good for this country, but I know that people disagree with me. That's why I make those arguments. I'm not trying to preach the converted here. I'm trying to convert people.
We benefit economically, we benefit socially. I'm sure we all know people who come to the UK to support us, and we only have to listen to the horrific comments that were exposed on Channel 4 last night of people immediately around Nigel Farage to remind ourselves of just what a stark future we could be heading in if people back him and reform in this election.
So what does a world without borders look like?
Well,
let's talk specifically about that, because that's quite a statement. It's not one that any other party, any mainstream party is making. So does that mean that anyone who wants to come can come? Irrespective of numbers, if you want to come, you can come.
So you're quoting something that people sometimes talk about as a long-term vision.
Well, it
in a
is.
very
I'm only
different
quoting
type
it's on your
of world.
website.
Well, what I'm here to talk about tonight is our manifesto for this election for the next 5 years.
So are you distancing yourself from
I'm saying it's not something that we think is realistic in this next 5 years of this next Parliament.
But maybe
what we think is needed. Well, there are a number of things that need to happen. The first thing we need to do is to recognise that in terms of people coming here to work, you're more likely to be treated by someone who's a migrant from another country in the NHS than you are to have a migrant in front of you in the queue. And I've been spending the last few months supporting a close family...
No, talk about austerity. Adrian, talk about austerity. Talk about the working age population. Please, please, I'm desperate for you to talk about the economics of this rather than just wishy-washy liberal nonsense. It's so important because the economics is in our favour. All the economic arguments make sense from our perspective on this. Please, please, just make an economic argument.
Member of mine who's been in the hospital, in Norfolk and Norwich Hospital, now in the care system, and has had fantastic support from staff who are severely overstretched in the NHS, and I hope we get to talk about NHS funding later on. But the point I'd make is our health system, our care system are dependent on skills, people coming from other countries to run them, just as so many other sectors are, and so many sectors that have struggled in the last few years as employment and migration policies have changed since Brexit. So I think we need to recognise and value the skills that people bring. And the people that have supported my family, and I'm sure support yours in the NHS, we need to welcome the skills that they bring to this country.
Yeah, skills is one thing, but we need more taxpayers. We need more working age people. And you haven't actually combated the issue that you were asked in the question, Adrian. The question was about how do public services cope? And the answer is very, very simple, which is that they pay taxes. The people that come here pay taxes. We spend that tax money on infrastructure. Super simple. Question done. It's over, right? Oh, well, what about all the houses? Well, we should build houses. Spend the tax money building council houses, right? Super, super simple. Really easy way of getting rid of this question. These people who are coming here are paying taxes. If they're coming here to study, they're bringing foreign capital. That's money that's not even, that's from another economy. That's money that's coming here to be able to spend on infrastructure. The issue is that the government has not been spending money on infrastructure. If you're worried about immigration putting a strain on infrastructure, blame the Conservative government for 14 years of austerity. They could have invested throughout all of that period, and they did not deliberately, explicitly refuse to invest.
And they're in the glasses.
It's all well and good to say immigration is great, and I think most people know that. But for 12 years in a row, we voted in a mandate that would reduce immigration, and it never happened. So is it now your opinion that we should just forget that and go with, forget?
I mean, they didn't run on that. The Green Party ran on increasing migration every single time, or keeping migration levels the same, right? You voted for people who wanted to reduce migration, and that's fine. If that's your single issue vote, don't vote for the Green Party. I think it's silly of you to say no, but that's fine. That's your opinion. But just don't vote for us. If you don't want more immigration, don't vote for us. And you didn't vote for us before, but we're asking you to change your mind because we believe that it's a good thing.
That's not happened. Leave it be.
Well, there are a number of issues that we need to address. We've talked about people coming here to work. If we look at why people are coming to seek asylum, which is actually a much smaller proportion of the migration, but the one that often gets the attention, well, first of all, I don't think anyone wants to see the horrific scenes where people are risking their lives coming across the channel on small boats, and people often dying, being exploited by the horrific people smugglers who take advantage of people in very vulnerable situations. We have a proud record in this country of welcoming people...
You're still ignoring the economic argument, though, Adrian.
...people who are fleeing war or persecution, or increasingly poverty or changes in the climate, which is particularly affecting poorer countries around the world. And we need to play our role internationally, working with all countries in the world in supporting a fair number of people who are seeking asylum. But we also need to look at what are the reasons why people are fleeing their homes. It is about poverty around the world. It is about war. It is about changes in the climate. And that's why the Green Party is alone in this election in saying we would not only restore the international aid budget that this government so dreadfully cut, which so many Conservative voters, let alone Green and other voters, were angry with, we would increase that budget and we would put more money into climate finance to support poorer countries in the world with adapting to the changes in the climate. And the man you might hear from later on will talk down changes in the climate. But if he's really serious about making sure that people around the world don't need to leave their homes and that we can actually address the real security challenges this country faces, then the big issue that people care about that I hear on the doorstep is that people know we need far stronger action to protect and defend our environment for future generations. And it's only the Green Party that's willing to stand in this election, and every vote the Green Party gets across this country, every Green MP that's elected will be a strong voice in Parliament, pushing that new government to be bolder in the way that's needed for defending our environment and for putting in the funding that's needed for restoring our public services.
All right. There are quite a few things in your manifesto which a number of people
That was a pretty good answer, apart from he didn't actually impact the economic question originally asked by somebody about what happens to public services. But the answer on asylum, the answer on irregular migration and asylum, that was a really good answer. You just can't ignore the economic argument, because the economics is on our side, and if you don't, it looks like you're avoiding it because we're wrong, but we're not wrong.
I've asked questions about some of which not everyone may be aware of. So, Hannah Carroll. Hannah, there you go.
Hello. My question is, your manifesto mentions scrapping the PREVENT programme. How are you planning to tackle hate crime, misogyny, anti-Semitism and Islamophobia?
And for those who aren't necessarily up to speed on the PREVENT programme aims to stop individuals becoming terrorists. That's its overall.
What it is Islamophobia. Like, you say, well, if you're going to get rid of PREVENT, how are you going to get rid of Islamophobia? I'm like, done. It has been done. Those are the same thing.
All aim using local authorities, community organisations, and obviously police play a major role in that. And your plan is to scrap it.
Well, thank you for that question. And of course, all of the issues that you raised need to be taken incredibly seriously. Misogyny, hate crimes are growing, are a major issue in this country. Violence against women and girls is a major issue. Islamophobia is clearly a major issue. And sadly, the divisiveness we've seen in this election, I fear, can only play to extra divisions in society. And we all have a role to play, whether that's politicians, whether it's any of us in society, to promote a more harmonious approach.
And it's a bit of an issue in your own party, isn't it? I mean, let's just talk about some of your candidates. Adam Pugh, who's a candidate for Deptford and Lewisham North, he tweeted about Royal Navy vessels sailing to the Mediterranean to support Israel, obviously, as we all know, there's a war going on there in Gaza. He said, "I hope they sink." You've got Natalie Anderson, she's a candidate for work.
Based Adam Pugh. Love it. Don't defend people committing war crimes.
King. She said online that this is a report anyway, that the 7/10 attacks, the October 7th attacks on Israel were orchestrated. You've got Simon Anthony, he's again a candidate of yours for Barking, compared Hamas to the French resistance. They're still candidates, so I assume you support their views.
I don't support any of those views that you've just outlined, Fiona, but I'll tell you what...
So why are they still candidates, then?
Well, if there have been concerns raised about particular candidates, as there have been with some of our candidates...
I mean, these concerns have been around.
I mean, these concerns were aired after the candidates were finalised, so all you can do is withdraw support anyway. But Adam Pugh is right on the money. Not a good look, though.
Parties, then those concerns are properly investigated through the right channels inside the party. Those channels are separate from the party leadership, which is a matter of good governance, according to bodies like the EHRC.
So, but the elections, hang on, the election's only a week away.
There have been instances where there have been Green Party candidates who were selected, who are no longer going forward. 5 out of the 574 candidates across England and Wales. We have heard that, sadly, all parties have had candidates who were selected in this election that have no longer gone forward.
But so you're saying, hang on, just to be clear for all of us, you've got a system in place. It's just under a week now to the election. These 3 people, with the views that they have expressed, reportedly online, hoping the Royal Navy vessels sink, comparing Hamas to the French resistance, whatever your process is, I mean, I've been reading about these people.
Well, yeah, like, even then, they're a party who have no mega donors, who are funded entirely by grassroots funding. It's going to be difficult to have, like, an entire vetting procedure for 574 candidates for everything they've ever said on social media ever. It's how you react to these things. You know, at least with Labour, right, they're a gigantic, very rich party with millions of pounds of private donors. You'd think they would be able to not have people like Azhar Ali, but regardless, that was stuff said in the background they didn't even know about at the time. And Reform UK, obviously they're a small party, but they're bankrolled by massive amounts of finance. This idea that somehow it's a damning indictment on the Green Party that some people tweeted something sometime. Like, come on, who cares? Remember when it was bad when the leader got involved in the process? Now it's the other way around. Suddenly it's good for the leadership to get involved. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? I want to excise left-wing people from the party. That's something the leadership absolutely should be doing. But Jeremy Corbyn wanting to ensure that people who have views completely antithetical to the Labour movement aren't representing Labour, that's Stalinism.
For some time. They are going to go ahead on next Thursday in your name, and you're happy with that?
Well, I can't comment on what all 574 candidates across the country are standing, and I'm not familiar with those 3. What I can say is that if issues have been raised, they're being investigated internally. There have been a number of occasions where candidates have been asked to take down posts and have done so, and there have been other cases where candidates have been asked to withdraw or have been withdrawn. But the general point that I'd make is that we live at a time when internationally we're seeing absolutely horrific scenes in Gaza with there's now well over 35,000 people who have lost their lives, aid not getting through, their homes being blown apart, just horrific scenes that we were seeing, just as the absolutely horrific attacks on Israel on the 7th of October and the resulting taking of hostages is completely unjustified, and I say that unequivocally. So what we need to be very aware of in talking about this is that there are Jewish communities and Muslim communities in the UK and around the world who are feeling very vulnerable at the moment, and all of us, and I'd say this to candidates of any party, need to be very aware of that when we're talking about this issue. But that won't stop me standing up and saying that the UK needs to play its role internationally in putting pressure for there to be a ceasefire from both sides, and in saying that it's absolutely unacceptable for the UK to continue selling arms to Israel when the International Criminal Court has been very clear that Israel, as well as Hamas, has broken international law.
That was a good way of avoiding the question. But good, yeah.
Because we are in an election period, and I mentioned from candidates, that a full list of candidates for those constituencies is available on the BBC website. Let's take a question now from Adam Norwood. Adam, whereabouts? Hi. Hang on, we'll just get the mic to you. There you go.
With the second Trump government looking likely from the west and war inching closer from the east, how will green defence policies keep us safe?
And just for those of you who might not be as familiar with the Green Manifestos, perhaps you are, and certainly you are suggesting we scrap Trident, which is obviously our nuclear deterrent.
What's really funny about this, right? This got shared around Twitter. I have seen this. I've pre-watched. But this guy literally responded to the clip that was going viral, saying, I don't know why Fiona Bruce immediately steered it towards Trident. I specifically avoided mentioning Trident on purpose. So very funny to me that they try and reframe the question to being what they think people want to hear rather than what the question actually mentioned.
Adam, the first thing you talked about was the prospect of a second Trump term, and watching the highlights from the debate last night, my heart sank, because clearly I want to see Biden elected instead of Trump. But there are clearly big questions now over whether people are going to get behind him, and big questions for the Democrat Party.
But how would green defence policies keep us safe? That's the question. And you're suggesting scrapping Trident.
So in relation to Trident, I think we should listen to what a number of retired army generals have said and what former defence secretaries have said, which is that Trident no longer addresses the security challenges that we face today. It was for a different era. It doesn't address the global security challenges that we face either militarily or in terms of cyber security or other issues. Now, of course, I support retaining the rest of the defence budget and supporting our armed forces with the great work they do both to defend this country and humanitarian work around the world. And there's going to be more and more, sadly, humanitarian work around the world for our armed forces to do. But supporting them directly is the way that we need to put in that funding.
So your co-leader, Carla Denyer, was talking on the radio very recently, and she said she expressed a view that having Trident makes us more of a target for attack rather than deterrent. Is that a view you share?
Well, I think that the UK has long supported the idea that all countries that have a nuclear deterrent should work towards disarmament. But interestingly, this government hasn't actually taken any positive steps towards that.
No, but that's not the question I asked you. In fairness, I asked you, do you support your co-leader's view that for the UK to have Trident makes us more of a target?
Well, what I would say is that having nuclear weapons...
It doesn't make any difference because it's controlled by America. We don't have an independent nuclear deterrent. That's not what we've got.
...in the world clearly makes the world less safe than not having nuclear weapons.
But does it make the UK more of a target? That's why she is your co-leader. I'm just asking if you share her view.
Well, the Green Party, as you say, is in favour of moving away from having a Trident nuclear weapons
Because you think
system.
in part because you think it makes us more of a target?
For two reasons. Because we don't think it reflects the international security challenges of today, and because a world with nuclear weapons is inherently less safe than a world without. But we need to work internationally to address this, and we need to put the funding and focus on the armed forces that's actually going to address the security challenges we face.
We've got just about a minute and a half left. Let's very quickly take a question from Sonia Foxall. So hang on, we'll just get a microphone over your head. There you go.
I'm self-employed. I've seen increases in corporation tax, in dividend tax and a frozen personal allowance. And now you want to tax me even more. Why?
So you're suggesting raising tax for higher earners, but also removing the cap on national insurance, which obviously means an increase in what people will pay, for those earning more than $50,270.
So thank you for your question, Sonia. And just to clarify one point, we're not proposing any changes to income tax. We are proposing asking those earning over $50,000 to pay a little bit more in national insurance, because people who earn under $50,000 currently pay a higher proportion of their salary on national insurance than people who earn over 50,000. And so we're talking about £5 extra a week for someone earning 55,000. Now, what would that get you? At the moment, people can't access an NHS dentist. And if you can afford to do so, you might be forking out for a private dentist. Well, how much does that cost you over a year? How much does it cost you over a year to pay extortionate train ticket prices because we're not investing in our railways, or to have to heat your home and see your bills going up and up every month because we've got the leakiest homes in Europe and we haven't insulated them? So we're setting out a different vision, Sonia, for where, yes, we ask those earning a little bit more to pay a little bit more, including the multimillionaires and billionaires. But it's about a different type of society, because we're the only party that's willing to say we should be willing to invest more in restoring our NHS and defending our environment. And if we have a group of Green MPs in Parliament after the election, we can push the new government to be bolder on the issues that we really need to address.
I'm so sorry. I'm afraid
That's a really good answer. I like that a lot. Yeah, just turn it around and say, no, we have to have a different type of society. We can't have American taxes and European public services. We have to make a choice, but it'll only ever be put on the people who can afford to pay for it. Higher earners and those who have lots of wealth. That was a pretty good ending point for Adrian Ramsay. I think he did well there. So we're going to pause that before moving on to Nigel Farage, because I've just had a DM from Lonerbox who wants to talk about the UK election. So I'm going to jump into his Discord and we're going to have a little bit of a chatterino about Jenny Legs. Do you want to notice how Sweden, which has no nuclear deterrent, has spent the past 70 years being nuclear bombed and invaded? I know, right? Kind of open borders because big corporations will exploit them for cheap labour. It's not how labour markets work, unfortunately. Labour markets are more complex than just one in, one out. Like, the number of jobs is proportional to the number of people that you have consuming in your society. If your population goes up, the number of jobs increases. Like, the market for wages is set by supply and demand. It's like people saying I will work for less than you do is not how wages are set. Wages are set by the inflection point of the supply and demand curve within a free market, of course. If you have a trade union bargaining agreement, then I have a different model of wage setting rather than supply and demand. If you let consortiums of unions and collective bargaining agreements set your wages, you don't ever have to worry about cheap labour diluting the workforce, because they're going to have to pay it. They're going to have to join into the same collective bargaining agreement. That's why I always say, and people say, oh, well, you know, we might have lower wages if we have immigration. Well, say, well, no, you have collective bargaining agreements, people won't care, right? But it turns out a lot of the economic arguments against migration is just cover for cultural arguments. And like, you can have those cultural arguments if you want. I'm happy to have them. But don't lie to me that you care about the economic arguments when it's just not true. So look, in Sweden, right, where migrants haven't lowered wages. They haven't lowered wages in Germany either. In fact, during the mass immigration period, the purchasing power of German workers went up, in line with the increase in migration during the high immigration period in the 2000s, for example, in Germany, like they didn't here post-2010. That's where the difference is in terms of investment and labour market dynamics. But even with wages going up in Germany and purchasing power increasing in line with the number of immigrants coming into Germany, they still had an anti-immigration movement in the AfD, but mostly because it wasn't about the money. It wasn't about the money. It wasn't about the economy. It was about the cultural things. And we can have that discussion. I'm happy to have it, but that's not the same as the economic discussion. Yes, crime is the problem in Sweden, yeah. What about the brain drain argument? I mean, I think there are. I mean, again, I think there's people have reasonable concerns on this stuff, but
Hello.
Hello. How are you doing? You all right? Been a long time since we've spoken.
Yeah, I was expecting a DM. I didn't realize you were in my my Discord. Sorry.
It's all right. No worries. It's no worries. What you been up to today?
I've been watching. Do you know Dave Smith, the libertarian guy?
I don't know, but Dave Smith sounds like a very libertarian name to me. So
It is the most. Yeah, he was just he was debating Vosh and all his and just trying to push forward this really stupid like brain rot Trump takes on Ukraine and how like America should just leave NATO and hopefully that'll somehow help Ukrainians. I don't know. It's been a difficult hour.
the libertarian takes on the Russia-Ukrainian war have been very strange.
Well, they have to. I mean, they have to tag on to something, I guess, because they're like libertarianism. It's kind of like I thought with I had a friend who was an anarchist, and I asked them their opinion on Russia, Ukraine in terms of like what should a state do to defend itself, and like when it comes to military organizations and things like that. Like what's an anarchist approach to that? I was just interested, and then I think they just told me like anarchist theory works for some things. It doesn't work for like countries defending themselves in war. Like that you just need something else to approach that. Like that's why. Whereas you have like a libertarian, like when they try to kind of shoehorn somehow like libertarian theory into one state invading another, it just like they just have to latch on to something that like that already exists, which in his case is just like Russia apologist narratives. Yeah.
What's weird is how like the kind of the institution of the nation state is so kind of important to libertarians creating the world they want to live in, yet completely antithetical to the values they claim to hold.
Pretty much. Anyway, what have you been doing?
So we were just watching the deputy leader, also the co-leader, Adrian Ramsay of the Green Party, getting grilled by the public on Question Time. I thought he did pretty well. Like he used to be pretty kind of awkward. I thought Adrian Ramsay is the name, but in the interview he was pretty good. My biggest criticism of him though was he was asked about what happens, they have a plan for more immigration, so what's that going to do to public services? And he basically didn't answer the question, even though the correct answer is of course these people pay taxes. You spend those taxes on public services. Super simple, right? In fact, we have a declining working age population in this country. If we have more retired people, because the boomers are going to retire soon, and we don't have more working age people, either through an increased birth rate or through immigration, right? Taxes are going to go up, the productive capacity of the economy is going to go down, and we will have less money to spend on the NHS. We will have less money to be able to invest in infrastructure. So in fact, the real problem here is a declining working age population, not too many immigrants here wanting houses.
Yeah, I wonder why. Is this the same debate as the Nigel Farage one, the Question Time leaders one?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was the one before Nigel Farage. Yeah.
So is Ramsay? Is he the leader of the Greens now?
He's the co-leader. So there's Adrian Ramsay and Carla Denyer. So essentially, because their politics is kind of straddling between appealing to left-wing, kind of progressive metropolitan urban types in constituencies that are kind of Labour strongholds, but they're trying to win over. And they're also trying to be appealing to kind of NIMBY Tory conservationist types in the rural constituencies. They have to straddle that narrative by having two leaders essentially speaking to two different electorates. So Adrian Ramsay is their kind of he's standing in like rural Norfolk, and Carla Denyer is standing in Bristol Central. You can see how they appeal to different sectors of the electorate.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the problem is that in the UK we're not like Scandinavia in the sense that like the argument for social democracy just like it hasn't really ever been won properly. We'll get it eventually. Sometimes we'll have it for like the NHS or 1945, and then it like Attlee gets kicked out in 6 years' time, and then yeah, I feel like that's just we're still fighting uphill to get the country to move in that direction. So yeah.
Well, it's funny how like the kind of people who we used to have in leadership positions during the post-war consensus period, like Harold Macmillan was like a very kind of backbone conservative figure, and that guy was building hundreds of thousands of council houses a year, right? Believed in strong trade unions. This man is too left-wing to be in Keir Starmer's Labour Party.
Yeah, that's there's a bit of a change. I think I used to hear like socialists say that Labour have basically been moving to the right ever since they were formed. But actually like looking through and I feel like broad statements like that, I don't really always trust them, but looking through the history of even just from Keir Hardie all the way to like even Attlee was considered, he was the right wing of the Labour Party. That's what he was. But that was still like, he was based on the Beveridge Report and like housing and expanding national insurance and nationalizing like several different industries and the NHS and everything. But yeah, that was the right wing of the Labour Party. So
exactly.
Compared to now, it's
I mean, even Gateskill, right? Even Gateskill, when he lost the election, had a manifesto to ban landlords. That's the right wing of the Labour Party used to want to ban landlords. Which is a very funny little tidbit of information there.
Yeah, well, Cold War times, a bit different.
Mm.
Yeah, so
True,
fuck,
true.
I haven't really paid attention to any British politics for the last year and a half or something, maybe even longer. I guess I was like a Corbyn burnout, but
Yeah, true.
I've tried to read the manifesto. Well, I've read the manifestos from all the parties for this election, and I just like, I don't know, compared to American politics, like UK is just so fucking boring. Like the candidates are boring, the manifestos are boring, the current situation's kind of boring. I don't know what the fuck. What do you do with this? What happens?
I mean,
how do you deal with it?
What's mostly been happening, because as you say, the manifestos basically have very little in them. There's nothing to choose from, especially between the main parties, really and truly. Between Tories, between Labour, between Lib Dems. Like, you can vote Tories for some tax cuts and national service for 18-year-olds. Lib Dems have their skills wallets plan to give £5,000 of adult education, which I think is quite a good policy, but it's tinkering around the edges. Like, Labour probably have the biggest kind of direction change, which is this idea that they want to move to more kind of industrial strategy focused economic model, to nationalize the rail franchises when they expire, but not nationalize the rolling stock. And they've got this kind of sleight of hand they're doing with this GB energy policy, which they tell people publicly that it's a publicly owned energy company. It's not. It's just a venture capital fund owned by the state that will give like share equity in private energy companies. So it's not going to produce or sell or supply or transmit any of its own energy. It's just going to have a share stake in other private energy firms. And I'm not saying this is a bad policy. It's fine. It's certainly better than the Conservative government giving £500,000 or whatever it was in subsidy to Tata Steel for them to cut jobs anyway. And it allows there to be some control over the direction. This is a Mazzucato style policy. This idea of having, the whole economy working towards national missions. Not that I think it's going to be successful, but I can see where they're going in by. But it's a lie. Like, to tell people it's a publicly owned energy company is a lie. If you're going to have this policy, at least campaign on what it is rather than what it isn't. There's not nationalisation. Like, all of the actual infrastructure is still all going to be privately owned. There's going to be a very, 25% stake, I think, is the maximum the government's going to get, because they're expecting £3 of private investment for every £1 of public investment, and they're selling the country this idea that it's a publicly owned energy company, and that's not it, right? It's just a bit of it's a bit of state funding to go into the private energy sector to fund a green transition or to de-risk capital for the private sector. And they also do like this massive PFI plan, like BlackRock funding Britain, whatever it's called, for national infrastructure projects as well. So in terms of how we're going to be changing the structure of the economy, it's the Labour Party are not promising anything remotely close to a large-scale change at all.
Oh yeah, no, it's I wonder why they don't. I wonder what other countries call it, because I know that the Great British Energy thing is fairly similar to what a lot of people are doing in like even America and the rest of Europe now, especially because of the I guess because of the shock of the Russian invasion, right? Like no one wants to get hit by 10% inflation again because we depend on Russian energy, right? So yeah, like it makes sense, but I wonder like if they could have just called it anything else, because yeah, it's not nationalization in the slightest. It's also
they also strip back the funding too. It used to be £28 billion per year of public investment. It's now 4.7 billion extra. It's like it's really, really scaled back in terms of scale. And they're trying to tell people this is going to be their way of being able to create these new jobs. And Stiglitz is right by criticising the Labour Party policies on scale, but saying the idea of investment in industry to create new jobs through industrial strategy is going to increase wages. I'm like, yeah, it would, but it will only increases wages if you're using Keynesian stimulus to get the growth that you need to see wage growth, right? That's the big problem here, is this idea that we can't spend money, we can't fiscally expand, right? Interest rates are coming down, predicted to come down. They're not that high anyway, but they're predicted to come down. Bond yields are at historic kind of normal levels, not like the low that Clement Attlee had, but not as high as they were during like the 80s during the winter of discontent. And inflation is now back down at the Bank of England target because the cost push has gone through the economy. We're not living in a world where we have to deal with inflation forever. It was indeed transitory because you had to deal with the cost push inflation because of these shocks, as you say. And the fact that in the wake of all of this, they're not doing the investment they need to create the good jobs and the good wages. They're not actually nationalising or having a project for more national ownership of all of this critical infrastructure, which, as you say, in a more kind of fractured world post Russian invasion of Ukraine, is necessary. I don't see how they're going to protect us, get the growth that we need, or indeed sell the country on their vision for the future when Nigel Farage is waiting in the wings when they fail in 5 years' time.
I guess that's what they've really. I feel like that's what they've done is they've put forward a few things that I think as a concept, like that Great British Energy, even though it's not nationalization, I still think it's I think it's a good thing compared to what we have now.
Yeah,
like
exactly,
they've done it in America. I think the National Wealth Fund sounds like a good idea. I think the Breakfast Club sound like a good idea. I think what was the other one? Oh, even the railways. Like I understand, like it's probably going to be it would be insanely expensive to nationalize the rolling stock companies as well. But it's all just like it's even less than. Biden's been doing similar stuff to this with the infrastructure bills, but that's like the difference is that that's massively deficit financed, whereas it feels like Keir just wants to, he doesn't want to raise taxes, he doesn't want to do more cuts, and he doesn't want to borrow more. So it's like, if he's saying all those three things, like the problem is you can't do any cool things. Like you have to do one of those things to do something good. So it's just like, I don't know, I really feel like there could have been something, especially with the advantage he has. And it's like it's not as if these things are unpopular, but I think one of the things I heard from Mick Lynch was that he was saying that, I don't know if this is true, but it feels true, is that the idea of taxing or borrowing to fund big projects is generally quite popular in polls, but not at the ballot box. So people will spend 4 years saying that it's a really good idea to raise taxes to introduce these new services and new innovations. But if it's in a manifesto or if a party says they're going to do it like 2 weeks to the polls, they just vote against it. But that means that like he's going to have to do something, right? When he's in office, to make this manifesto make sense, he's either going to cut or continue cuts, or he's going to borrow, or he's going to tax. I'm like, we just have to guess, I suppose.
So their plan for not doing cuts, so forget any of the expansionary policies or any kind of brand new things that they want to fund, just on current budgets, right? The Institute for Fiscal Studies has been looking at the plans for the Labour government and the Labour manifesto and saying, well, look, you've promised all of these increases in funding for protected departments in the public sector, but you've promised very few, if any, tax rises. They've got the taxation on private schools and a one-off windfall tax on the energy companies, and then there's the non-dom tax status that the Tories have already stolen from them and they've already implemented in a budget. I think it was 2 budgets ago. So the IFS have said, okay, we want this extra funding for protected departments, but unprotected departments are going to have an increased burden in terms of public spending over the next, however many few years. If you do not raise taxes because you're protecting other protected departments, these unprotected departments will see cuts of £18 billion. And so their plan would say is, we're going to get growth, right? If we have 2.5% growth, that's an extra £47 billion worth of public coffers money, which we can then use to spend in this household budget algorithm they've got going on, rather than treating it more kind of holistically. And I'm like, okay, you want 2.5% growth. You keep saying you want the biggest growth in the G7. It's one of Keir Starmer's clear missions, one of the 5 missions he set out. But if you don't do Keynesian stimulus, like, how are you going to get this growth? There seems to be their entire growth plan is just deregulate the planning sector, hope the private sector invests. That's it. That's all they've got going for them at the moment.
Yeah, this is that's the conspiracy of silence they're talking about, right?
Yeah.
The IFS. Yeah. Because it's like, because I think right now, because they said that they're going to stick to the current fiscal plan, right? The fiscal limits, which means no more borrowing than what the current government allows. And then just a complete silence on the unprotected services, which are set to be cut anyway. So you'd actually have to do like a proactive move to not cut them. Fuck. It's like, I can't believe it took me this long, but now I know whenever you hear someone say a fully costed manifesto, that means nothing. Like, fully costed is like, because you can have a goal and then cost it and say how you're going to pay for it, but the amount you're going to pay for it, you're going to spend on the goal is not going to be anywhere near enough to achieve that goal. And then for things that are going to that might get hurt, you just don't mention them. Just leave them out of your manifesto, and it's a fully costed. Oh God, I can't believe that scam has lasted for a fully costed manifesto. It means nothing.
Corbyn was the first to do it. Like, literally, John McDonnell was obsessed with the idea that they could win the election. Or as we saw in 2017, they promised all this stuff and they massively increased their vote share. In fact, they're probably going to get more votes than Keir Starmer did, both in percentage and in nominal terms in 2017 than they are going to do now. There's just a vote split on the right, and the demographics of vote Labour has changed. But that's a story for probably later on. But even so, like, this costed manifesto stuff was John McDonnell's way of saying, well, look, we need to show the country that left-wing economics are credible. He invented the fiscal rules. The fiscal rules that Rachel Reeves is now adhering to is like this important part of their party policy. It's more important to them. It was less down the... There was other key things that John McDonnell wanted to be able to see before the fiscal rules became so important, and also interest rates and bond yields were lower, so it was less important. But either way, right? All of these things came from the Corbyn era of we have to promise people that we can be trusted in government. People didn't cost manifestos. Ken Clarke, during the election debates in 2017, said that manifestos should never be costed because, as you say, it's all just like nonsense numbers. Like Reform UK have a fully costed manifesto off of cutting all government departments by 5% and also changing the QE interest payments for the Bank of England. And also, on top of that, they're just going to be able to find government efficiency savings somewhere as well. It's nonsense. It means nothing. This means
it's all waste. They've been doing that since UKIP as well. Like every cut they're going to make is actually just waste. Like we've just found all this waste that no one else can see. That's like 50 billion worth. Yeah, that's a good scam. I like that.
If David Cameron couldn't find them, because Darren Jones, the shadow chief secretary of the Treasury for the Labour Party, has said that they want to reform public services to be able to save money and make them more efficient. I'm sorry, if George Osborne and David Cameron, during like the austerity blitz of the coalition government, couldn't find the efficiency savings they said they were going to get, what makes you think that Labour and Reform are going to find them? It's the most asinine electoral talking points, and they never get called out for it by our journalists, in the same way that Wes Streeting essentially says we'll be able to find private sector capacity to help the NHS waiting list. It doesn't exist. That's all NHS services and doctors on doing extra overtime for the private sector from the NHS in their own time. And on top of that, do you really think if the private sector had spare capacity to bring down waiting lists, the Tories wouldn't have done it already? The people who love the private sector and hate the NHS, and he never gets questioned on it, ever.
Did this ever? I never watched the Question Time thing. Was he not brought up to task on any of those things? Because it was like because the Reform Manifesto is insane, right? Like it's like we're just going to find 50 billion of waste and then cut all these things, which are again apparently all just wasteful. And then the promise for the NHS, which would that would be impossible. And the vouchers for private care, who's going to pay for that? You're going to force? They're not going to force private healthcare workers to treat you for free.
No, exactly.
Is that like a discount or I don't know. So there's someone has to pay for it, which is just like the NHS. That's the state paying for your healthcare. Yeah,
and that's after they've cut the healthcare budget by 5% under their cost cutting measures. Right? It's completely nonsensical. And again, that's the private sector capacity doesn't exist. If you give somebody a voucher to go private, that just pushes an NHS patient one person back in the queue because it's the same brick and mortar infrastructure and it's the same staff broadly. There's a very, very tiny sector of the healthcare service that is done privately because they don't have A&E. They don't have anything that costs things that have any services that aren't profitable. That's all the NHS doing the unprofitable stuff. The private sector does profitable things. And the NHS already sends you to private care for the profitable things anyway, because that's where the infrastructure is, and that's already being used for the NHS. So that this spare capacity, it literally does not exist. And this is another thing that the media... there's one thing that I would say has been terrible throughout the entirety of the election campaign is that our media, our journalists are terrible. They haven't got a clue what they're talking about. They don't know how economics works. They haven't read the manifestos. They haven't scrutinised any of the plans at all. Yet all we're talking about is, does a woman have a penis? Like, it drives me insane. It really does.
What? So this didn't come up in the Question Time thing with Farage?
I've not watched the Farage one. We just finished watching Adrian Ramsay when I jumped in. So
because I know was he on a show not long ago where he was getting a little bit blown out, but that wasn't BBC. What was that? I don't know. Fuck.
Forget which one, but I've not seen Nigel Farage like properly questioned on the intricacies of these things. Just somebody saying the numbers don't add up, and I'm like, well. At the end of the day, I think mostly manifestos need to be mood music for the kind of vision they want to see for the country. And as you say, this fully costed stuff is kind of nonsensical, really. Just give us a rough idea of what you want to do, and then we'll see where it gets to. Like, if the Greens don't raise their £70 billion from their wealth taxes and capital gains tax changes, they're not going to crash the economy and spend more money than they've got. They're just going to reduce the amount of extra investment that they're doing. Like, that's what's going to happen, really and truly. If your fully costed plans don't raise as much money as you expect, it's not going to lead to this kind of hellhole world of like doom loop economic crisis that people seem to say that it will do. But even so, like, the plans fail even on their own terms, just because reform would lead to terrible outcomes. Like, they would. The kind of tax cuts they want to do are going to make rich people richer because they're giving a small amount of tax cut to poor people, but these these sweeping tax cuts to high earners and also to businesses and also to corporations. So yeah, that's why I would criticize.
And also to us, right? Is it them, or is it the Conservatives or Reform who are saying that there's no more national insurance for self-employed people?
I
think it's maybe Tories.
It's the Tories, because Mel Stride got questioned on this by Krishna Guru-Murthy. It's like, if you're not paying national insurance, how are you going to prove your eligibility for the state pension? And Mel Stride just didn't have a fucking answer to it, because it's been like written on the back of a fag packet. That's all that's been happening. The Tories There's one funny thing about the election though, it's just the capitulation of the Conservative brand. The party, it's dead. It's gone. It's over for the Tories. They're polling at like below 20%. It's over.
Yeah, I don't know. I was like, I thought at least Corbyn, when he was talking about all his plans, at least he said that he would raise taxes on the top 5% of earners. I think the Green one, their tax, doesn't it only affects like the top 2 or 1%, depending on which tax it is. But like, I feel like for the rest of it, it's just like, I don't know, it's just so, I'm very disappointed. I don't know. I feel like I don't think Keir really has an ideology. I still don't buy the idea that he's like a committed neoliberal. I feel like he would basically become a Corbynite if he thought it would get him more votes. But I just feel like with the kind of space he has now in terms of the polls, I feel like they would have offered something. The fact that like Biden and in the United States with their plans, the bipartisan plans that even Republicans voted for, were massively more ambitious than what Keir is doing for us. Yeah, I don't know. It's just really sad.
Yeah, it's a recipe for Nigel Farage's PM in 2029. Because if we don't fix the cost of living crisis, if we don't give something for the people to hope for in a world of where, the way in which we approach macroeconomics in the West especially is going to be really like the clincher point as to whether we fall to like the populist right or not. And they're not offering enough stuff, and they have all of the room to do it because we're looking at the idea of a Labour Party getting, over 450 seats and the Tories not even in opposition. They have so much room to be able to manoeuvre, and they're just not doing it. That's why I'm voting for the Green Party, and why I'm campaigning for the Green Party, is because we are the people offering that vision that the Labour Party just aren't doing. And we can do it for free now, because there's just no risk of the Labour Party not forming the next government.
Yeah, I feel like, from my own reading of the Green Manifesto, it feels like it's similar to what they had in Scotland. Like, it always feels like their manifesto to me, on its own, feels like a little bit kooky. But when they were a minority in the coalition with the SNP, the fact is that a lot of those things in the manifesto, they just get tempered a little bit, and then they actually produce really, really good outcomes. Like, we got so many cool things from the SNP Green Coalition. We got like fucking free bus travel. We preserved our free prescriptions. We got fucking like free dental care for people under 26. We got like protections for free education is still there. Yeah, we had so much more.
Progressive tax.
Progressive tax, yeah. But I wonder, like, can the Greens do anything like that in the UK elections? Because I feel like they're polling, despite everything from the, I guess, like left-wingers being disillusioned by Labour, it still feels like Greens they've been shuffling between, 6 or 7% for the entire last year?
I mean, that is a massive increase. They were polling it, I think they've never really broached, 2.5% in a national election. So going from 2% to 6, 7, 8, potentially even 9% in some polls that we've seen, I don't think that's going to happen, but there's the potential for it to be there in a world in which basically all of the centre and the left at this point, the anti-Tory coalition, are very tactical voting pilled in a way the right wing clearly aren't, because they're happy to destroy the Tories by not doing so. They're still doing better than I would have expected, given how little money they've got, how little platform that they've got. They've not got, GB News pumping out, Richard Tice's Sunday sermon into people's ears, every week. They've not got the ground. They've got a ground campaign. We've got 800 councillors we have now in the UK, and we've massively increased councillors at every single local election over the last few years. It's just in general elections, especially when the Tories are in government, it's difficult to get people who otherwise want to see the Tories out to not vote tactically. And I get it. I don't want you to vote tactically, but I think I understand where the rationale comes from, given how awful the Conservative Party are. But when Labour are the governing party, when it's not just like the disaffected leftists who've been kicked out, or they've been purged, or they've left, or whatever has happened, or they've campaigned for Corbyn, so they've been kicked out. If you've seen that, if they vote for the Greens non-tactically, and then come 2029, when there's 50 or 60 seats where the Greens are in second place because people have decided we're going to build a a movement in this constituency. We're going to get councils elected. We're going to have a strong constituency Green Party to campaign with. When there's not the threat of the Conservative Party staying in power, I think there's a base to build on there. Like, base building is always worth doing, but of course, in this election, it's the big focus is on getting the Tories out. And you know what? I get it. And I think that there's room to manoeuvre. There was a poll that was done by YouGov that Stats for Lefties shared, which is that if people were voting, regardless of the idea, if each candidate had an equal chance to win in their constituency, the Greens jump up to like 19%. Like there's
Really?
people do like them and like their policies, and I think they need to temper themselves somewhat and be a little bit more credible. I know that sounds pretty kind of cucked as a leftoid to say, but you know, if they changed it to be, at the moment it's fine to be out there, it's fine to be radical, it's fine to be ambitious when you're not having the role of governance thrust upon you, and that's fine now. And I think that's good to get people involved and show you what your vision is. But 2029, when we're going to be banging on about 50 Labour seats or something, that's when we need to start looking, not, you know, don't get rid of the ambition, but try and broaden the appeal, or so to speak, right? Try and win people over rather than trying to appeal to the crowd, if you, or try and preach the converted. Sorry, if you see what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I can see in 2019 they got like they actually only won 2.6% of the vote, so actually going up to 8 in that time is actually quite substantial. So are you in like a safe seat for any particular party, or?
It was previously a swing seat. I'm in Broxtowe, which is kind of flitted between Tory, Lib Dem, and Labour. And in fact, Tories only won it by 1% in 2017, but every swing seat is now a safe Labour seat, so I can vote Green and not care.
Oh yeah. I think for me it's going to be probably SNP, because Labour are catching up on them, but I don't think they're going to win in my seat. They're not close enough.
Oh yeah, Labour are gonna be the new plurality party in Scotland, which is a shame. Because I quite like the SNP for all of their faults, for all of the Joanna Cherries in this world. You know, at the very least, Stephen Flynn, especially as a rhetorician in the public sphere, challenges Labour from the left all the time, and I think that's an important voice. But I understand why they're collapsing. All the Preta Morel stuff, the constant media banging on about trans stuff, even though they have had good economic policy. And people go, well, the SNP, they only care about identity politics. And I'm just like, have you watched them in government? Like, especially in the Butte House Agreement, as you say, loads of progressive policy got passed. This idea that they only care about trans stuff because they had one policy which spent 6 years in consultation and suddenly they're obsessed with IDPOL. I'm like, no, you, like the media, you're obsessed with IDPOL. You just don't pay attention when they pass new good economic policy.
Yeah, one thing I find really, really funny about the trans issues is that I don't know, you spoke to, who'd you speak to? Is it Lexibat about the cash review? Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think it's really funny that somehow that cash review, which I actually think it's a lot, I don't think it's as pro-trans as what they do in the United States, but I think it's a lot more pro-trans than a lot of people have made it out to be. I don't think it's like anti-trans. I don't put it out. I wouldn't apply that label to it. But it's funny that it's been able to be viewed by as anti-trans by enough people that like TERFs and like right-wingers think it's on their side, and now Labour are putting it through. They're saying that they're going to implement the recommendations of the cash review, which basically means we're going to get like more research into puberty blockers and things like that, and more like long-term and like national research than like almost any other country on earth has had. So that's kind of ironic.
And more state investment into gender care as well. And get rid. They say, oh, they're going to get rid of Tavistock, yeah, and then have 6 regional hubs with more funding and more staff. Like, okay, cool. Good. Like there are lots of problems with the cash review. I'm not going to say it's perfect, right? But this idea that it's some kind of tome that the turfoids can use to as vindication for all of their viewpoints, because clearly, you know, they say, as we've seen, J.K. Rowling clearly knows that it's not in as much in their favour as they think, because after Keir Starmer saying, we're going to ban teaching gender ideology in schools, we're going to implement the caste review, we're going to protect single-sex spaces. You know, like J.K. Rowling still not happy, wants to meet with Angela Rayner and Annalise Dodds and get Angela Rayner to rescind her description of LGBT Alliance as a hate group. And it's like, these people are never happy.
No. And it also, like, it doesn't really, I mean, it reserves blockers for research purposes, but it doesn't say that they should go. It doesn't rule them out completely. It actually says that they want research on it to be actually massively expanded, because that's the problem with it, is that there's not enough research. But yeah, I don't know. That was just really interesting how that managed to get achieved. But I don't know, like, it feels like Labour are just going to get the whatever super majority that they're calling it, even though that doesn't make any sense in the UK. Like, do you think that any value in, like, especially more like English people trying to still influence the party from within, or is that just like a lost cause to you now?
It's totally a lost cause, and the level to which it is, I don't think is fully understood by a lot of people. So I don't know if how much have you looked into the internal stuff that's been going on in the Labour Party over the last 2 years? Have you looked into it at all?
No, I left the Labour Party like fucking 2021 or some shit. Yeah.
I mean, I was never like a member, but I'm still in an affiliated trade union. But I joined the Green Party then mid last year, I think it was. But
okay.
Regardless. So do you know who Labour Together is?
No.
So Labour Together were this think tank that was set up in 2016 within the Labour Party. Ostensibly, it was to keep the party together rather than get into factional conflict. But its stated purpose was never its real purpose. What its real purpose was to make sure the right-wing Labour MPs didn't leave the party under Corbyn so that they could have a large base of the PLP to be able to mount a challenge from the right when the Corbyn project, as they believe, eventually failed. So it was led by a man called Morgan McSweeney until 2020. It's now led by a man called Josh Simons. Josh Simons is an MP's candidate in a very safe seat. What a surprise. And what they did is they polled the internal membership during the Corbyn period, all the new members, all the old members, to find the kind of policies that they would vote for in a leadership election, because this is the same guy who ran 4% Liz's 4% campaign in the 2016 election when they lost to Corbyn. And so we have to have a strategy to beat the leftoids this time. We have to have a strategy. So they just polled the members. These are the policies they like. It doesn't matter if we're going to actually stick to them, because clearly they haven't. All the pledges have been scrapped. Post-leadership election, they approached Keir Starmer. This was in 2017, just after the election hung Parliament, and said, we want you to be our leader, to be able to retake the party from the left. So it was clearly all a plan in the background to take power away from the left. And whilst, there were a bunch of people who, like Matt Pound from Labour First, I think he's a member of, like a real kind of, like the moderate, i.e. right-wing part of the Labour Party, who was there as part of the campaign team at the time, and when even told Owen Jones, no, we have no intention of purging the left. No, not at all. And since they've been in power, left-wingers have been purged, left-wing candidates have been deselected, the rules have been changed, so the PLP has far more power in who chooses the next leader of the party if Keir Starmer steps down, so that the trade unions and the members have less of a say, because of course they're much more left-wing than the PLP is. On top of that, they've essentially gotten rid of the unions and of members to be able to affect policy at the National Policy Forum. All of what got passed at the NPF, which is essentially what was the prototype for the manifesto, was all just kind of given veto power by Keir Starmer and his Politburo. Because what happened when they lost the Hartlepool by-election is Keir Starmer wanted to step down. He wanted to step down as leader after lost in Hartlepool. Okay. And so Angela Rayner tried to usurp him as leader, but of course the Labour right were like, no, we can't do this. We've finally won. We finally have control. So essentially, Keir Starmer, as you say, I don't think he has an ideology. He may have believed the stuff, but he didn't know anything about economics. He had to be taught about economics by Lord Falkland when he became leader, so he didn't sound like a clown when he was talking about it.
Based.
And once they lost in Hartlepool, they were like, no, you're staying as leader, but you're doing everything that we say. The Labour right, the people in the Labour right kind of, the Politburo in the background, you have to do whatever we say. So he's essentially subcontracted all decision-making out to the kind of Morgan McSweeney faction of the party. And Morgan McSweeney is on record as saying, we want to put the left in a sealed tomb. We want to get these people out of the party. We do not want to be in a party with these people. So it was all done in the background. It was all lies. It was all dishonest at the very least, as a method to try and make the party into what they believe to be a party of government again, but really just a centrist party, centre-right, social liberal party, but not even that socially liberal. You've seen the way they talk about small boats and immigration, for example. And all power has been stripped away from members, all power has been stripped away from unions. This is why union funding has dropped. It's why the Bakers Union disaffiliated a few years ago, and why they are trying to excise. You saw what happened to Diane Abbott, to Faisal Shaheen, to Lloyd Russell Moyle. They've been trying to get rid of Afsana Begum. A bunch of other left-wingers got deselected, like Mick Whitley and Beth Winter in Wales. They've just been methodically going through the party, not just ensuring that the left aren't in the party, but also ensuring that the power remains within the leadership, because they want to impose candidates. In CLP, so obviously because they want to make sure the PLP is right-wing after making sure that the rules are that PLP choose the leader, essentially. And so they are selecting only right-wing people to be MPs. So in my constituency in Broxton, there's a local champion called Greg Marshall. He's left of centre. He's not like a Corbynite or anything, but he's left-wing and progressive. And he was broadly loved by the community. At the selection event, he got a standing ovation. That's how much our constituency Labour Party loved him. And he got blocked from standing on the shortlist. So we had a choice of some councillor from Lewisham, who is the candidate, and some person called Anna Joy Rickard from the Tony Blair Institute, who also now set Labour policy along with Labour Together and the Resolution Foundation, these think tanks who are kind of part of the Starmer cadre in the party. And so we could have had like the popular local choice for a local MP, and we don't have one because he's too left wing. And this has happened everywhere in loads of seats. People like Lee Drennan, people like Maurice MacLeod, people like Lauren Townsend, people like the ones who've obviously been deselected is one thing, but people not being allowed to stand to be able to be chosen as an MP. That's all been tightly controlled by the people at the top of the party as well. That's where all the power has been centralised now. And so wrestling that power back can only be done by changing leader. And the way in which you change the leader is by getting the PLP to support you, and the PLP have now been selected by the people at the top of the party. It's a real closed system that's happened now. I do not think there's any ability to influence the party from the inside. Believe me, if I thought there was, I'd still be there. So I still believe in the Labour movement, still a member of an affiliated union, still believe the Labour Party could be a force for progressive change if these changes hadn't been made. But the door is locked, and it's locked shut, in my opinion.
Is that why you say affiliated union? Because like unions that are affiliated with the Labour Party, is that what you mean by affiliated, or
yeah.
Is that like the Mick Lynch thing? Yeah, because he's like not a member of Labour, but he's part of a union that obviously funds Labour and tries to do it that way.
No, he's not. The RMT are not affiliated to Labour. They got kicked out for opposing the Iraq War.
Oh, did they? Oh shit, they did. Yeah.
Yeah, they considered reaffiliating under Corbyn, but ended up not doing so. But the main affiliated trade unions are Unite, GMB, the CWU, and Unison, and then a couple of other smaller ones. I know ASLEF and TSSA are the rail unions that are affiliated. I'm the CWU, so I'm still. I could technically still vote in leadership elections and things like that, even though I'm a member of a different political party at this point because of my trade union membership. But I never bother. So.
I wonder why, because Mick Lynch is still telling people to vote Labour, isn't he? Was saying to Ash Starker, but I guess I don't know if he means in the sense of like just if it's because I feel like in the UK it doesn't really matter who you fucking vote for unless you're in a swing seat. Like if you're in a safe seat, it doesn't matter who you vote for. Yeah.
I think, but like at the end of the day, his job as a trade union leader is to do what is in the interest of his members, because that's the electoral mandate that he has. That's what trade union leaders are there for. And in his mind, the best thing for rail unions is to have a government that is in the Conservative Party in power, because that's how they feel like they can best organise for better pay. That's his role. And I think the more holistic idea of, well, the Labour movement has been the traditional force for progressive change. It may not be progressive now, but we can move them whilst they're in power. You know, I can understand why he believes that. I just disagree. You know, it's fine to have disagreements with people like this, but from what I have been doing, I've been covering the internal stuff in the Labour Party pretty fastidiously for the last couple of years, and I don't see what he sees. Especially because like the big point he made in the interview with Ash Sarkar, I think that's one you're referencing, was like we need to build council houses, like the Labour movement and the working class movement, like the force for change and to stop atomisation. We need to bring back council housing in this country, and Labour have not committed any money at all on council housing.
No.
That's one of my red lines.
But they still put their 300,000 number up like every other party, even though no one can achieve it.
Well, they
yeah, because I think Labour says they're going to do it with planning regulations. Yeah.
Tom Harwood from GB News, right, arch libertarian, was praising Rachel Reeves as being the supply side economist that Liz Truss wasn't, and because of her deregulatory plans for the economy. And I'm just like, well, not voting for this.
Yeah, like I've heard people say that planning permissions they have like levels of complexity that could be changed, but like the fact is that the only time we were ever able to achieve that many houses being built every year was when like half of them were council houses, right? So now it's like less than 15%? Yeah, there's no
crazy. We build more council houses under Boris Johnson in 3 years than we built in 10 years of Tony Blair. So I don't have high hopes Like, I mean, to be fair, it's mostly Sadiq Khan. Sadiq Khan's been really good on accounts of the house building, but when there's going to be no state money for it, like Khan has the luxury of a gigantic London budget, but local authorities, they've got 40% budget cuts. That's from day-to-day spending, which Rachel Reeves has promised will only come from tax receipts, and they're not raising taxes. Councils are going bust left, right, and centre. How are Labour going to deal with this absolute kind of catastrophe in local government? Like billions, like tens of billions of pounds of local authority assets have been sold off to the private sector. Libraries, swimming pools, parks, like local amenities, youth centres that we need to be able to deal with this massive increase in mandatory spending on things like adult social care and temporary accommodation. And they need bigger budgets to not just buy these assets back, but to then to also deal with the further increasing costs of all of these problems. And if they don't raise taxes, they will not be able to pay for it under their own fiscal rules, and councils will still go bust. And they've promised not to bail them out either. So they've got like an omni-shambles worth of kind of catastrophes looming around the corner, and they have no plan to deal with it. It's really grim.
Omni-shambles. Okay. Love it that my quote comes up. Wait. So when it comes to the idea of them having to either cut or otherwise raise taxes or borrow more, do you think they're most likely to pick the cutting over those three?
I think it'll be a mix of cutting and tax raise. I think they've been very coy about the taxes that they won't raise, which is VAT, national insurance, and income tax. And by that they mean, of course, the percentages, but not the threshold. They've committed to 3 more years of fiscal drag. So another immediate lie from the Starmer machine. What a surprise, he's lied about something else, because they will be raising income tax, just not the percentages, but the thresholds are staying the same. So with inflation, people will get pulled into higher tax bands over the next 3 years, which is what they've committed to. Jonathan Reynolds said this. But they have also been silent about their zero plans for capital gains tax increases. I think they will have to do it. I think they will have to increase capital gains tax, and probably change inheritance tax, because that's not going to affect any Labour voters. Even like the new Labour voters aren't really affected by inheritance tax. But even then, just a capital gains tax increase, I don't think touches the sides really and truly. Whereas obviously the Greens have these national insurance plans, and they have these wealth tax plans and these carbon tax plans, which Labour aren't touching with a barge pole. They're not even touching council tax, which is criminally unfair. A 3-bed semi in Bradford pays more council tax than Buckingham Palace. But they've been deliberately silent on a bunch of things that they might change later, because of course if you rule things out and things go south, that screws you over by breaking promises. So it's all a mystery box at this point. That's another problem I have, is that they're selling the public a mystery box.
Because even with inheritance tax, a lot of it is like loopholes as well. That's like the Greens were praised like all round for mentioning that. But yeah, council taxes, obviously, like that needs to be reassessed. Oh well, I don't know. I feel like how many seats are the Greens expected to get with their polling? Is it like 2 or 3 now, or is it still just the one?
I think my expectation is 3. They have 4 target seats. I think they've also got Bristol Central and Brighton Pavilion, which I think they're odds-on favourites to win now. They've also got Waveney Valley and North Herefordshire, which is kind of their Tory NIMBY seats that they're targeting. And I think they'll win Waveney Valley, but I don't think they'll win North Herefordshire. They've also got good ground campaigns in Isle of Wight East and in Sheffield Central, so they might win those as well.
Okay.
Oh, Christ, it's 7:30 already. I need to go. I apologise for the wait. Sorry, but yeah, that's my idea of the action. I can join you again at 8:30 once I'm done with this appointment. Sorry, I'll be right back.
Yeah, go for it. No plans. All right. Yeah, take care. Bye bye.
So yeah, Labour sucks. Vote Green.
Nice one. Bye.
Bye. Whoops! I was scheduled for Normal Island, and it's now 7:30 already.
Fuck, I need to go. That's actually funny.
Oh, I need to add it. She's here. I'm going to the stage.
I'm so sorry.
Hello.
I apologise.
No, that's fine. I was worried because I didn't tell you the time and I didn't know if you knew.
Was the time 7:30?
Yeah. Can your audience see us?
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
No Justice audience, you got exclusive behind the scenes footage of Turn Left. looking very tanned.
Yeah, I just come back from Greece. So I was
Oh,
away
how
for a
was
week.
it?
It was lovely. It's beautiful. But let's go on with the show. Let's get. We're already late. I do apologise. I was speaking with Lonerbox about the election, and
Okay.
we loads of things to say, so I just lost track of time.
Right, I will go straight to the show. Helena, I just want to quickly say, and obviously the audience have got like in on this now, that sometimes StreamYard does this thing where when we start the live, it defaults to another mic. We don't know why it happens. So just do me a favor, when we go to the countdown, click the settings button at the bottom and make sure your microphone hasn't defaulted to your laptop or whatever you're on, and change it back to your normal microphone. I'm going to do the countdown. Everybody ready?
Yeah.
Let's go. I'll hide my...
Right, that was very loud. I'm just gonna mute that for a second. Has become a horror movie channel. Well, that was an interesting conversation with Lonerbox then. I was enjoying the chat. By the way, if you're enjoying the content, you can subscribe on Twitch for $4.99 for free with Twitch Prime by linking your Amazon Prime account to a Twitch account for a free subscription every single month. You can drop 100 bits for text-to-speech on Twitch as well. If you want to get a message you can read out on YouTube, you can super chat. I read out all super chats live on stream as long as they're not rude. And of course, you can also become a member on YouTube for 99p, which is cheaper than a can of Red Stripe, for my emotes in YouTube chat and YouTube comments, and my archive live streams. But the best way to support the stream is to gift memberships to your fellow viewers. If you gift memberships to your fellow viewers, that helps spread the love around and boost the stream in the channel. Boost the stream in the algorithm, sorry. So if you can do, gift me some memberships if you'd like to. No, never expected, always appreciated. Well, you have not done Farage yet, AW. We keep the red stripe flying here, true. I did not get any Ribena in Greece. I mostly When I was in Greece, I mostly drank Fanta Icy Lemon. Thank you for the gifted membership, Zio. I'd appreciate the
Fucking
support.
neoliberalism.
Fucking neoliberalism, yeah. Hey, thank you 786 for the Prime sub. Appreciate you throwing your Bezos bucks my way this month. Appreciate that. I think so, NWA, yeah.
Good evening and welcome to Normal Ireland Live. My name is Curtis Daly and I will be your host this evening. Now, some of you may have seen a bit of a backstage exclusive because some have come from a different channel. You know who that it is. So when I introduce this person, you probably would have seen her 5 minutes ago. I am joined again by the all-knowing and fantastic Helena, aka No Justice MTG. Thank you for spending your Saturday night with me on the show.
Yeah, it's good to be back. It's good to be back. I was a couple of weeks ago. Been away, come back and a bit tanned now, so all good to tuck into this week's politics.
Definitely sun-kissed. The skin is glowing. But let's get on to our first story. Adrian Ramsay, the co-leader of the Green Party, and Nigel Farage, leader of Reform, appeared on BBC Question Time Special, where they faced questions from the most of the time with Farage were questions surrounding the racist and homophobic Reform activists. We're covering that story separately, so we're going to skip Farage's Question Time segment, and we're going to go straight to Adrian Ramsay. Here is his highlight reel.
What would we have to sacrifice to meet your pledges?
So in terms of what would people be sacrificing, well, I think it's about what people would be gaining, because at the moment, people can't get access to an NHS dentist. People can't get access to a GP when they need one. The hospitals are full of patients in corridors, and we have a climate and nature crisis that we're not getting to grips with. So what we're arguing is that we should put in the investment and ask the very richest in society, multimillionaires and billionaires, to put in modestly more.
Well, should we talk about some of the specifics? Because Graham's question is, what would we have to sacrifice to meet your pledges? So let's talk about cars, for example. Because obviously you would like us all to drive, all of us here to drive electric cars. And what you're suggesting is that everyone has to scrap their petrol and diesel cars by 2035.
Well, that's a good question, Fiona, and there does need to be...
I'm sure you'd like an answer.
There needs to be a scrappage scheme as part of any plan to move away from fossil fuel vehicles. And of course...
And have you costed for that? And how much would people expect to get?
Our manifesto is fully costed, and what I would say is that as part of a plan to say we have a date where no new fossil fuel vehicles come onto the road, of course, from then on, there'll still be lots of second-hand fossil fuel vehicles that people may buy.
You there, in your black and white shirt. Let's say you've got a petrol and diesel car. How much would you... What's your name?
Ryan.
Ryan, how much would you pay him for his petrol and diesel car?
I'm not sure I have that specific figure.
But then how do you know it's fully costed?
Well, because I can tell you about what the figures for our manifesto as a whole are seeking to achieve in terms of the transition to net zero.
You want to introduce a frequent flyer ban, a levy, and ban domestic flights that would take less than 3 hours by train.
It absolutely shouldn't be the case that it's more expensive to get the train, often substantially more expensive, isn't it, to get the train within the UK than it is to get a flight, and the flight is several times more environmentally damaging. And I think most people want to do the greener option, but the greener option's got to be the cheaper and more convenient option as well.
So how would you make it cheaper?
Well,
that's
at the
what I'm
moment, there are
wondering,
huge subsidies that go into the aviation industry, whilst we have some of the most expensive rail prices in Europe. And so one of the things we would do is to bring the railways back into public ownership, which I think people would really like to see, to ensure that they are run for public benefit, not for the huge profits of the rail companies.
I'm self-employed. I've seen increases in corporation tax, in dividend tax and a frozen personal allowance. And now you want to tax me even more. Why?
So you're suggesting raising tax for higher earners, but also removing the cap on national insurance, which obviously needs an increase in what people will pay, for those earning more than $50,270.
We're not proposing any changes to income tax. We are proposing asking those earning over $50,000 to pay a little bit more in national insurance, because people who earn under $50,000 currently pay a higher proportion of their salary on national insurance than people who earn over $50,000. And so we're talking about £5 extra a week for someone earning $55,000. Now, what would that get you? At the moment, people can't access an NHS dentist. And if you can afford to do so, you might be forking out for a private dentist. Well, how much does that cost you over a year? How much does it cost you over a year to pay extortionate train ticket prices because we're not investing in our railways, or to have to heat your home and see your bills going up and up every month because we've got the leakiest homes in Europe and we haven't insulated them? So we're setting out a different vision, Sonia, for where, yes, we ask those earning a little bit more to pay a little bit more, including the multimillionaires and billionaires, but it's about a different type of society, because we're the only party that's willing to say we should be willing to invest more in restoring our NHS and defending our environment. And if we have a group of Green MPs in Parliament after the election, we can push the new government to be bolder on the issues that we really need to address.
Thank you for enduring that fairly long clip, but it's quite hard to try and get a lot of political content into a short segment. But, you know, the last part of that clip from Ramsay I thought was really good. He essentially made the public versus private tax point, which is basically if you're earning over 50k, you may pay a little bit more, but that's not an income tax on national insurance. But think about what you could save. The extra tax could be used to invest. That would mean keeping rail prices from increasing or even cutting them, not being forced to go private because the NHS is there to, you know, for you to, and it's working properly. So you'll keep more of your wages. I think it's a good trade-off. Now, we will go into more specific clips, but Helena, I want to ask you how you feel about Ramsay's performance and whether you felt satisfied with some of his answers.
I actually thought that his interview style or his questioning style here was really improved upon other appearances that I've seen. I think he's really come on as a leader in his time in the role. I used to be pretty critical of him, didn't think he was a good performer, but this was a good performance. A lot of accepting of the audience's questions, taking what he would perceive to be their issues with some of their policies and then trying to overcome them by talking about mitigating circumstances or the utility and, you know, these choices that are being made, because of course all policy is about choice. You can't please everybody at the same time. I think his performance broadly was very good. All those answers on defence were the kind of answers we should have seen from Corbyn during that era, and he was a really passionate defender of things like tax and spend and of collective solutions rather than individual solutions to things like climate change and on the international problems that we have with how you deal with China and this canard that you hear all the time. When actually, if we want to be able to, you know, remove this export of emissions that we've got to China, we need to have more industry and more farming at home. The one answer I think that he did poorly on, I don't know if we'll be getting to this later, but there was a question about immigration specifically, and the answer, of course, is, well, what was the question? Sorry, was specifically, how are we going to deal with the infrastructure that we need if we continue with your immigration policies? And the answer, of course, is easy. The taxpayers will use that money to fund it for infrastructure, right? But the argument was never made. The problem that we have is Nigel Farage wants to make it the immigration election. And the point that Andrew Fisher made is that Mike Bankole made, is that we have kowtowed to right-wing narratives on what immigration does to our economy without properly making the positive case for these things. Now, we have a declining birth rate, we have a declining working age population, we're going to need these people to be able to staff the industries to pay for people's pensions. But the idea that somehow more immigrants here means fewer houses, we could just build more houses, we could have built council houses and we haven't. And the real problem is that it's not immigrants that have caused the strain on the NHS or the strain on public services because of the increasing population, because it has increased. The problem that we have is the conservative austerity and their deliberate, their kind of ideological opposition to strong public services is why we haven't had the infrastructure catching up with the increase in population. And at no point in his answer, whereas he did make good answers on asylum, at no point in his answer did he actually make the positive economic case as to why immigration isn't just like okay, it is necessary to keep our economy afloat, and no one's being honest about that fact in this election.
Yeah, I would like you to actually probably get into the immigration a bit more, because given that we had limited time, the immigration side wasn't included in these clips. So how do you think, I mean, well, you kind of just pretty much laid out how it would have been better handled, but what was his initial response when asked about immigration then?
So he said, well, you know, the people they work in our industries, and I think this is obviously a good important point about immigration. We have skills gaps in our economy, we have labour gaps, we have staffing crises in many public sector, especially in the NHS, in social care, all of these places in the economy. And he was right to say, if you meet a migrant in the NHS, they're far more likely to be treating you than they are ahead of you in the queue. But people in the society that we have, they absolutely support immigration to fulfil skills vacancies. But that's not the same as being pro-immigration. Nigel Farage also supports immigration to be able to fill skills vacancies as long as it reaches closer to net zero migration, which is the Reform UK policy. But that's not the same as being pro-migration broadly, after taking a more libertarian approach to migration, because that's all true, but we can still have net zero migration and use migrants to fill skills gaps in the NHS. Whereas people are worried about population increase happening to public sector. That was the specific question that he was asked, was how are we going to deal with it? I'm worried about the strain on public services. And he didn't bother assuaging those fears at all. And that was the real failure in the answer that he gave.
I mean, we've discussed, me and you, about immigration before, and I think we've pretty much we're on agreement when it comes to politically selling immigration or the maintaining the current levels of immigration. I think we accept, as socialists, that it's a hard sell, and we're willing to compromise on that if it means we can get a radical economic program. So I guess this transcends Adrian Ramsay. This transcends the Green Party. Is the left even very good at talking about immigration? Do we, even though it's, I like hearing when people say immigration is brilliant for diversity, it's brilliant for culture. I personally like hearing that, but I don't think that's a very good argument to convince a lot of people. So I guess the left as a whole probably isn't very good at arguing about immigration. And if you agree with that, what do you think is a better way of trying to make a positive case for immigration differently to what we've been doing before?
I mean, the problem is, of course, is that most of the voices that have been pro-immigration is from the FVP, pro-EU liberal left, rather than from the socialist left, for example. And whilst I have my issues, I think the pros and cons of EU membership, we've discussed this at length before, and I'm not going to go over those points. They have been the leaders in this, and at no point have they talked about issues with regards to the impacts on communities, the impact on public services. They've not talked about what's happened to the decline in manufacturing. The idea of immigrants stealing people's jobs actually probably really comes out of the idea that the jobs have disappeared and never come back in left-behind communities in the post-industrial Britain. Now, that's not an immigrant's fault if that's happened, but it was Thatcher and Blair transitioning to a service-based economy. But when you hear liberal people say, well, if you can't get a job because immigrants stole it, that means you need to go and skill yourself up. That's free market labour policy. That's Thatcherism that you're doing there. Because the liberal left, they're happy with Thatcherism. They're happy with free market economics, and they fully believe it. They're just far more socially progressive, and they value the cultural imports, and I do value those things too. But we need to, rather than thinking this through a cultural lens and positive, but we also need to disabuse people of the kind of broad kind of popular consensus on immigration with regards to infrastructure, as I mentioned before, and in terms of labour markets. I think broadly in this country we still subscribe to this idea that immigrants are a reserve army of labour, and that only works in a closed system. I'm a real critic of reserve army of labour theory, because migrants come in and increase the size of the population, therefore increase demand. Like, the number of jobs in your economy isn't static. Companies aren't importing migrants to undercut you, because these people are also fighting in the same labour market that has expanded. And also, you can just, if you want to get rid of the problems with potential certain sectors might have their labour market diluted if certain sectors have a higher level of immigration than others, have a trade union bargaining agreement. Deregulate our trade unions. In fact, regulate the economy so that unions are stronger, like they have in Scandinavian countries, where it's collective bargaining agreement. It doesn't matter how many immigrants come here in your sector if you're already protected by a bargaining agreement. But all of these things have been lost to the cosmopolitan liberal side of this argument, and the socialist left have not made this positive case.
Without, well, I feel like there's going to be a danger of not sound like an echo chamber. I completely agree. I think the big problem here is not necessarily trying to make a better argument for immigration, but talking about the class issue here. And obviously liberals don't particularly care about that. They don't care about the structural or class issues. They'll just say the sort of, let's be honest, the way that people see it is wishy-washy liberal, oh, we love immigration. And I think it becomes quite reactionary, which, because you mentioned this, and I think it was a tweet, or I've seen a couple of tweets about it, where it's like, oh, if you can't get a job over a migrant, you need to skill your way out of it. And it's like, well, you do realise that plays into the exact narrative that the right says about the left. The problem here as well, because the liberals are getting lumped in with the left, we have a completely different analysis to that. We say, actually, we want jobs for all, whether you're an immigrant or not. Liberals are like, well, skill issue. And then the right are like, well, you know, Brits only. So it's a failure of obviously the liberals and class issues, but obviously it's hard for us to get our voice out there when, let's be honest, the mainstream media will only go as left wing as pretty much the liberals, FBPE, whatever. But I don't want to get into immigration all night, even though we probably end up talking about it. So we are going to move on. We have another clip of an audience member questioning the Greens in regards to HS2, and this is Adrian's response.
I thought the Green Party were against HS2 and schemes like that, which is improving high-speed rail, so why were they against it?
So we want to see far more investment in public transport, and in particular in improving regional and local connections here in the Midlands, in the North, in all parts of the country. We did have concerns about the huge cost and also the local environmental impact along the London to Birmingham route of the particular proposal for HS2. But that route's happening now, and what the government said is it's going to scrap the perhaps more helpful leg of HS2, which was going to be in the Midlands and in the North, and it said it'll put that money into regional and local transport networks for the Midlands, for the North, for the whole of the country, all of our regions. I'm in a region in East Anglia which is underinvested. I think probably you in the Midlands and in the North, Phil, your public transport's not been invested in. And my question to the government would be, it said it was going to invest that HS2 second leg money in local transport. Where's that happening? Have you seen the improvements to public transport where you are? I know I haven't. So we need to get that investment into local and regional rail services, into improving bus services, so that people do have that option for public transport wherever that's practical.
Helena, I mean, you and I both agree that HS2 is a good thing. It's obviously been mismanaged by the Tories. And I think it was a fair question from the audience member, since the Greens overall haven't been particularly keen on it. Do you think that was a satisfying answer from Adrian? Or when it comes to the really big infrastructure projects, the Greens have just been really poor?
The answer was a good answer. Like, it said all things that I agree with, that, you know, money should have been spent on upgrading local infrastructure. These are all good things. But the initial question that was part of this thread of questions was about their desire to ban short-haul flights within the UK if you can take it by train. And I'm like, you can take it by train if you had high-speed rail, right? China have built thousands of miles of high-speed rail. That's their source to be able to get people out of their cars, right? And I get the ecological concerns. So you want to build all this infrastructure, you want to get rid of all these habitats in these areas. I understand these problems, but, you know, these bat enclaves that might have to be moved to make way for HS2, which really doesn't take up that much space if you're not building millions of tunnels. Like, that's not going to be there if the planet burns to a crisp from climate change because we've not decarbonised fast enough, or the world hasn't decarbonised fast enough. So we need to be prioritising infrastructure projects, as you said. I think the Greens broadly have been kind of poor on this, and I think we need to be more holistic. And that's why I advocate joining the party so that we can kind of move them to be a little bit less singular focused on this and see things in the round where we say, well, no, actually, no, look, if we want to get people out of the planes, we need to get them into trains. If we want to get people out of their cars, we need to get them into trains. And that will involve, on a local level, investment in public transport like buses and trains. Good. Adrian Ramsay has already acknowledged that there too. Glad that he did. But if we want people out of planes on short-haul flights up to Scotland, we're going to need high-speed rail. We're going to need high-speed rail between London and Glasgow. Like, that's what we're going to need to have to do to be able to induce demand into cheap, into affordable, and into climate-friendly forms of transport.
I feel like for me anyway, he sort of evaded the question. I mean, the question was, why aren't you back in HS2? It's a quite direct, and he didn't really talk about that. He did talk about more local transport. Again, like, we would agree. I trust the Greens to be excellent on local transport, right? I think they'll put the funding where it needs to go. But I think he evaded it. I don't think he said either, look, we don't believe in HS2 because of the issues with the local environment. It has ecological... I can't even say the bloody word. Basically, it can disrupt the local environment. Or, yes, we completely support HS2 because it's a big project. They didn't say that, and I think it just reflects the manifesto that on some things, when it comes to infrastructure, the Greens aren't either bold enough or they just don't simply believing it. Look, the Greens have a coalition between eco-socialists like us and, let's be honest, disaffected conservative voters who care about conservation. And I do think that's a really good coalition to have. But the problem is NIMBYism. I know in terms of policy, we want the Greens to be far better on infrastructure. But to sort of flip it on its head for a second, politically, then, is this actually the smart thing to do to try and persuade potentially a wealth of new Tory voters who care about green spaces?
I mean, I think that it's definitely going to be good for them politically. I think that whilst we're in a moment where the Greens aren't going to really have any levers in terms of national policy because they have so few MPs, this is a fine compromise to make. And I've been clear about this. And actually, I think the big problem with Green NIMBYism happens on a council level and not on a national level. Actually, the planning policy in the manifesto is better than I expected. It was clearly had they consulted with planning experts on how to change the planning rules so that it becomes a little bit more, state focused, so that we can make sure that we have the infrastructure that we need if we do expand our cities and things like that. And they have promised to build council houses too. These are all fine, right? And it's the councils that kind of block things because every council does this. Independent, Green, Conservative, Lib Dem, even Labour do these things too. And whilst there's not really like a scope for green setting of policy in Westminster, this is a fine compromise to be able to make. But when the Greens get bigger, and if we want to change them into a party of government in how many years' time, and how many years this will take, but if we want to focus on this as a party of government in the future, that compromise will have to break eventually because the working class relies on infrastructure. We rely on public investment and we rely on amenities, especially in increasing population. And hopefully, internally, we can sell these conversationists on this, especially as the climate crisis gets worse and as it gets far more pressing a concern. And we can say to these people exactly what I said, like, sure, I know you want to conserve the local environment around where you live. I get it. Whether we conserve it or not, it's still going to burn to a crisp if we don't deal with climate change. This is the bigger problem here.
And of course, the Green Party is a democratic party. So unlike any other political party, you can literally join it and help shape policy. This is not me shilling for them. I'm not a member of the Green Party. I'm going to stay away from political parties, actually. But that is a fact of the matter. The Greens are democratic. They decide a lot of their policies democratically for the grassroots. So I guess if you are more of an eco-socialist and you're not happy with the local NIMBYism or whatever, just join it. Now we have one last clip.
One before we move on, sorry.
Bring it back in.
Really quick point is that if we want to be able to ensure that we have building like houses, for example, and expand housing to ensure that the housing crisis is solved, right? We can build like high density. I know people might not like this. I quite like high density, but it's cheap, it's affordable, and most people just want their housing costs to come down. They don't need a single family home. If we build things that are high density, we can still maximize green spaces. We can still ensure that we protect lots of habitats as well by not just doing huge urban sprawl, right? This isn't the only option that we have. It just has to be state directed. It has to be public housing, and the state has to plan these cities Soviet style. In my mind, obviously not copying everything, but if we want to protect green spaces and have cheap, affordable public housing for working class people to live in, which doesn't affect the environment too much, this is what we've got to do.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. But yes, we will move on. We have one last clip. This is Fiona Bruce questioning Ramsay on some of the statements Green candidates have made.
Let's just talk about some of your candidates. Adam Pugh, who's a candidate for Deptford and Lewisham North, he tweeted about Royal Navy vessels sailing to the Mediterranean to support Israel. Obviously, as we all know, there's a war going on there in Gaza. He said, I hope they sink. You've got Natalie Anderson. She's a candidate for Woking. She said online that this is a report anyway, that the 7/10 attacks, the October 7th attacks on Israel were orchestrated. You've got Simon Anthony. He's, again, a candidate of yours for Barking, compared Hamas to the French resistance. They're still candidates, so I assume you support their views.
I don't support any of those views that you've just outlined, Fiona, but I'll tell you what...
So why are they still candidates, then?
Well, if there have been concerns raised about particular candidates, as there have been with some of our candidates...
I mean, these concerns have been around for a good few weeks.
Then those concerns are properly investigated through the right channels inside the party. Those channels are separate from the party leadership, which is a matter of good governance, according to bodies like the EHRC.
So, but the elections... Hang on, the election's only a week away.
There have been instances where there have been Green Party candidates who were selected, who are no longer going forward. 5 out of the 574 candidates across England and Wales. We have heard that, sadly, all parties have had candidates who were selected in this election that have no longer gone forward.
So you're saying... Very clear hang on, just to be clear for all of us, you've got a system in place. It's just under a week now to the election. These 3 people, with the views that they have expressed, reportedly online, hoping the Royal Navy vessels sink, comparing Hamas to the French resistance, whatever your process is, I mean, I've been reading about these people for some time, they are going to go ahead on next Thursday in your name, and you're happy with that?
Well, I can't comment on what all 574 candidates across the country are standing, and I'm not familiar with those 3. What I can say is that if issues have been raised, they're being investigated internally. There have been a number of occasions where candidates have been asked to take down posts and have done so, and there have been other cases where candidates have been asked to withdraw or have been withdrawn. But the general point that I'd make is that we live at a time when internationally we're seeing absolutely horrific scenes in Gaza with... There's now well over 35,000 people who have lost their lives, aid not getting through, their homes being blown apart, just horrific scenes that we were seeing, just as the absolutely horrific attacks on Israel on the 7th of October and the resulting taking of hostages is completely unjustified, and I say that unequivocally. So what we need to be very aware of in talking about this is that there are Jewish communities and Muslim communities in the UK and around the world who are feeling very vulnerable at the moment, and all of us, and I'd say this to candidates of any party, need to be very aware of that when we're talking about this issue. But that won't stop me standing up and saying that the UK needs to play its role internationally in putting pressure for there to be a ceasefire from both sides, and in saying that it's absolutely unacceptable for the UK to continue selling arms to Israel when the International Criminal Court has been very clear that Israel, as well as Hamas, has broken international law.
Got to hand it to him. I thought that was a very, very good pivot there. Ended strong. But Helena, I mean, what do you make of his response? Look, I guess it's hard to try and disavow every candidate whilst also trying to make the point that, look, some comments from Green members or anyone are due to anger over Israel, and whilst some are crass, they are making a political point. Obviously, the examples Bruce gave were not good, but there have been candidates who I don't think have said anything wrong yet have been targeted by the media. So, I mean, how do you think Adrian did there?
I think he was absolutely fine in his response there, making sure that if, we can obviously comment on individuals saying things, people, it's difficult, especially if you're a small party with a small amount of funding, grassroots funding as it is, because they have big donors like Labour and the Conservatives do, and a very small kind of party machine to be able to trawl through everybody's social media feeds to ensure that you're not putting candidates up who have said things that are off colour in the past. Just, if they want to retract it, especially like the comments saying, well, people are going to go and send ships off to help Israel. I hope they sink, right? Like, I don't hope anybody dies, right? I don't hope anybody loses their lives. But it's the kind of thing that you would say out of anger if you knew that your government was helping support a country committing an ethnic cleansing campaign, right? I think that's a basic level of justifiable visceral anger in response to our government's support of what Israel is doing in Gaza at that point. And so trying to say, well, we can comment all of these individual statements that have been made here, because at the end of the day, it's isolated incidents. But really, the really important point here is actually policy is what's important. Policy is what's important all the time. And again, like, compare this to the discussions of the kind of people who are Labour putting up as candidates at the election. Are they getting the same kind of scrutiny? Absolutely not. And there were plenty of other quotes that were brought up. The article they're referencing was from the Times. A bunch of stuff was just, this person is anti-Semitic because they said that the US and Israel were terrorists. And I'm like, you've just seen, it's like Israel today stealing homes off of people in the West Bank after executing people's families. I'm like, no, I'm sorry. Like, you can call Israel and America terrorists. That's absolutely fine. So it's clear that they want to be able to kind of paint the Greens as with the Corbyn brush like they did from 2015 to 2019 in the wake of the Israel-Gaza war. But what's interesting is that I don't think it will wash now. I think people have kind of woken up to this idea that criticism of Israel is not the same as anti-Semitism, and people are far more wary of these terms getting thrown about with less justification than is relevant. And so they're probably going to pay less attention than they did in 2016 to 2019. And the answer was fine. Let's just get around to the real brass tacks here. Our country is assisting a country credibly accused of war crimes. How about we don't do that? And people are justifiably angry.
Yeah, I think, look, normal people are angry, say, like I said, crass things, not particularly incorrect or, I don't know, a bit off the cuff. But people, I mean, unless you're one of those who come from the Labour students who know they're going to be Prime Minister up at the age of 6, and they've got all their statements out correctly and making sure there's, no baggage. These are weird people. They're not normal. Normal people say shit all the time and are angry about stuff. And I think, look, it's okay to bring up and say, look, this candidate said this. I think it's good to hold people to account and make sure that you don't get really bad people slipping into power. But at the end of the day, I'm far more angry about our country who are complicit in war crimes and genocide. And I don't think the anger there is the balance isn't quite right. I say quite right, that's putting it politely. But we've got to move on again because, this is time is ticking. So we get on to the second story. A Channel 4 undercover documentary discovered racism and homophobia within the Reform Party. They documented an activist who said some pretty disgusting racist and anti-migrant things. And also Adrian Farage was filmed being homophobic. We have a clip of that now.
The immigration thing, use the word illegal, emphasise illegal, especially if you open the door to a bunch of sick mother. It's a cult. I tell you what, if you don't know about Islam, it's the most disgusting cult out. We're kicking our Muslims out of the mosques and turning them into Witherspoons. I've always been a Tory voter. What annoys me is we got in. What's good is he? You tell me, he's just wet. What, Sunak? Useless. D11 here, not a place near Dover. Army recruitment. Get the young recruits there. Yeah, with guns on the beach, target practice, just shoot them. That's what the Greeks done. You know about that, the Greeks shot us. Yes. Look at the Australians. I would have seen the ring fence Bradford-Stan round and just do that. You've got these bastards running our country. You must be joking, mate. And do us a favour, you're a paramedic and not getting your ambulance, just don't put oxygen on the bastard, use something else. You know where I'm coming from.
Well, mate, look around. Proper England.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Proper England. It's not like in London when you're a foreigner in your own country, and if you say hello to someone, they look like they're about to go knife you in the face. You know what I mean? This is the shit I'm talking about. That is outrageous.
The car has a pride flag on its bonnet.
You see that degenerate flag on the front bonnet? What the old Bill doing promoting that crap? He's about catching nonsense, not promoting it. Well, I suggest all our police officers go down to the local gay pride march and dance around like fairies for a few days at the taxpayers' expense. If
you're saying anything against anyone, you're a racist or you're this, yeah? Then I'm a racist. I've had enough of it. Go across France and shoot the lot.
Really good documentary from Channel 4. You've just seen it. Really disgusting and deplorable stuff. And the guy, he's in the pub. He's like, "Do you know what? This is a proper pub, proper English. Sorry, but unless you serve a decent pint of Guinness, it's not a proper pub. These guys don't know what they're talking about." Now, we have a clip from Rishi Sunak responding to the racist comment.
Well, my
two daughters have to see and hear reform people who campaign for Nigel Farage calling me an effing packy, it hurts and it makes me angry. And I think he has some questions to answer. And I don't repeat those words lightly. I do so deliberately because this is too important not to call out clearly for what it is.
Helena, so what do you make of this story? Look, I know leaders don't have full control over everyone in the party, and we just spoke about Adrian Ramsay in the Green Party. He's not responsible for every Green member. Jeremy Corbyn wasn't responsible for every Labour member. However, given that Reform's political ideology is about division, it's about anti-immigration, Farage himself has been racist in the past, then we can't separate what these two individuals, and maybe more, have said from the party itself, right?
I mean, it's a difference, because remember, that guy, there's all these stories coming out, I'm sure we'll get to it, about this, I forget what the name of the guy was, saying these are the things about Rishi Sunak, right? That's one guy who said a bunch of stuff. And again, you can't control individuals in your party. You've got to say what it says about your party if you attract them, especially given how much of their policy is around this particular area. But those other guys that we saw, those weren't just random people who signed up to Canvas. Those are people who are more central to the party, literally comparing gay people to paedophiles in that statement. I mean, it sounds like that was the implication to me by saying, well, cops are dancing at pride marches, we should be arresting nonces, not promoting them. That sounds like an implication that by having people, having police officers from the queer community, that sounds pretty much like the kind of thing that's being said there. And these are people who are far more central to Reform UK's campaigning than just one guy who's signed up to Canvas or to be a candidate. So when you understand like the central project thing, you look at their policies. For example, their policies is just sending the boats back. Ben Habib was speaking to Julia Hartley-Brewer on Talk TV a few months back, basically admitted he's happy for migrants to drown in the Channel. And on top of that, their own manifesto, their contract with the people, is explicitly kind of queerphobic in the kind of way that it wants to essentially Section 38, the teaching about queer people from schools, and talking about, banning, essentially changing the law to essentially ban people from transitioning too. So this is a party that really doesn't like the queer community or indeed the migrant communities either in terms of the kind of policies they talk about. And it's not just random candidates that say things like this too. It's people at the top of the party who say these things as well.
Now, with Rishi Sunak, obviously, look, what did you think of the response? For me, watching that clip, I can see he was actually personally affected. Now, dare I say, he showed some sort of humanity. And look, I've been called those words plenty of times in my life. So for once, I actually relate to what a billionaire is saying. But at the same time, I mean, Rishi Sunak happily took money from Frank Hester, didn't give the money back after his disgusting racist comments about Diane Abbott. And I would say the media, the BBC, are broadly biased towards the right. They pretty much made UKIP in Farage's career. However, at the same time, I don't think they have an issue sticking it to the likes of Reform when issues of racism come up, as they should. But what they won't do is talk about racism when it's targeted towards the left or if it's come from the Labour right. Would you agree with that analysis?
I mean, just look at the Kemi Badenoch comments about David Tennant saying, oh, I think he's racist because he said nasty things about me. Not even in kind of any contextually racist, just I'm a black woman, he said nasty things about me. So they'll play the id poll card then. Yeah, Kemi Badenoch was also defending taking the money from Frank Hester after the clearly racist comments that he made about Diane Abbott and said that the comments were trivial. If you can imagine such a thing as saying you hate all black women, or literally makes you want to hate all black women, that she should be shot, right? So it's clear that Tories will only play the identity politics game if they think that it's useful for them, and they don't even know how to do it properly either. It's clear a load of these times that they take a selective approach to caring about things like racism. And whilst I absolutely agree, I fundamentally will always side with Sunak when he is kind of pretty often subjected to kind of racist abuse and people discussing him like that he is not British just because he's of Indian heritage. I would find that repugnant, but I find that repugnant when anybody does it, not just when people do it to right-wingers.
What do you make a response from Reform then? I mean, there's been no apology or anything. In fact, Farage, on Question Time and subsequently Tice on Twitter, have been using excuses, saying that, well, the racist guy was a paid actor. And Farage even said, oh, it was a stitch-up. He even suggested that an agency may have potentially planted the guy, agency to Channel 4. I mean, they won't take any responsibility. And guess what? This ain't going to harm them in any way, is it?
I think it will harm them. I think it will harm them.
You think?
Slightly, but not broadly, but slightly. But I think they should have been far more apologetic in their responses. But what's interesting is that they're very keen to focus on this guy they claim to be a paid actor. It could be, it could not be. Well, I don't think he is. But we also have the other comments caught on film from people much more senior in the party than he is, right? It's not just him. It wasn't even mentioned for the pieces I've seen of the Nigel Farage question time appearance. He just brushed this away. They brushed it away as being a paid actor. They didn't mention the other guys that we also saw on camera, the younger people who were far more senior in the kind of party apparatus. They just gets ignored. It's completely ignored. On top of that, so I think it's a really poor response from Farage and Tice. I think it will help them. So Luke Trill from More in Common does a lot of polling, a lot of focus groups, and whilst there is certainly a section of the public who doesn't mind these things being said, you've seen the responses from the people on the ground to these statements that there's clearly a market for this. But this market isn't the entirety of Reform UK's vote share, or at least their polling share at the moment. Luke Trill made this. He made an estimation that there's like 10% of their 12 to 20% of the vote share that they've got at the moment. 10% of this is like dyed-in-the-wool people who think this rhetoric is fine. But there is a broad amount of people who just want to support them because they like Nigel Farage's tone, they're disaffected in terms of democracy, and he is straight talking. They like them on other policies such as the economy and small business. They are Tories who are disaffected and just want anybody else from the right wing to vote for. But these kind of comments are outside of what these people would deem to be acceptable, and I think that they are showing that they have an electoral ceiling here. Plenty of racists will vote for them, sure, whatever, right? Again, it's just like, people. Not everybody who votes for them is racist, but all racists do vote for them, I think, is the kind of terminology that we'd use for this. But I think that there is a proportion of them that won't care, but there is certainly an amount of their polling who certainly will see this and get very much turned off.
I mean, I think this would become a problem for them. I nearly said when, but I might be right. When they become a party of governance, because they have to then win over a whole slew of people rather than their base. But I think right now they're riding the wave of their messed up form of right-wing populism. I don't think it's going to harm them. Now, of course, you have referenced data, and data is all that matters to me. So, of course, I'm happy to sort of be corrected on that. But I'm not sure I agree with you when you say they're finding their electoral ceiling. I think we could have said that about UKIP or maybe the Brexit Party, or we could have said that about Reform when they were hitting 5 to 8%, and we could say, oh, maybe they can get about 10% of the electorate. I mean, they're polling in some instances higher than the Conservatives. So again, how do we trust polls? I don't know, but I don't think there's a ceiling at the moment. And in fact, we've got the Conservative Party, pushing culture wars. They're becoming more like Reform. So I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't say that there's a ceiling, but again, I'm happy to be wrong on that. But we will have to move on, and let's get on to our next story. Now, we are going to still talk about racism, but this time from the Labour right. So I guess this ties in well. The Labour Party candidate Jovan Owusu-Nepal has been effectively silenced in constituency. Jovan is standing in Clacton, which Farage is the favourite to win. He's been told by the party to essentially piss off. Labour has been accused of not putting up a fight against Nigel Farage in Clacton after the party's candidate was instructed to leave the constituency after distracting from Keir Starmer's campaign. Jovan Owusu-Nepal, 27, who works for Labour's Equalities team, was installed by the party last month to contest the seat, weeks before Farage changed his mind and decided to stand in the Essex constituency. Owusu-Nepal has since been seconded to the West Midlands, while the local campaign in Clacton said that it had banned from printing leaflets, blocked from using campaign software, and had access to the campaign's social media overridden with posts deleted on Twitter. Now, why would they do that? I mean, I personally think it's quite powerful to have a young black man standing against Farage. This guy is on the Labour's Equalities team, and it's a stark contrast between him and Farage. Look, a divisive and, yes, I think racist member of the political establishment, ex-Tory city banker whose entire political career has been based on bashing immigration, against a young, seemingly radical person of colour. So, Why has he been effectively silenced? Well, if you didn't think Keir Starmer and the Labour right are a bunch of pathetic losers already, you certainly will now. Owusu Paul attracted attention on social media after he was photographed bumping into the Reform UK leader at an opening of a new food truck in Frinton earlier this month, with pictures going viral. A campaign source said Labour headquarters have been angry with the traction Owusu Paul was getting. At one point, Jovan was getting more retweets than Keir Starmer. The officials were furious with him and said he was distracting from Starmer's campaign, they said. Wow. Just wow. I mean, Keir Starmer couldn't handle a young black man taking the limelight off him. So they have effectively blocked Jovan. Really, really pathetic stuff. Helena, I want to get your thoughts on this. Embarrassing. Clearly, these people have issues of insecurity, but also maybe a racist element too.
Well, I can't necessarily claim that this might specifically be due to
literally a
racist
communist.
opinions for these people. It certainly is it's pathetic. It's absolutely pathetic. Oh, you're getting too many retweets. You're overshadowing the dear leader, Sir Keir Starmer. Well, off to the West Midlands with you, not allowed to campaign in a really important seat, by the way, in Clacton. I think actually, as far as Labour candidates that have been imposed have gone, I think he's a nice guy. I would still agree, but whatever. I think he's a nice guy. Like, this is really kind of, it just shows you just how pathetic the Labour right thugs are. That it's not good enough to win the election. It's not good enough to win the election in a landslide. They have to have as many eyes on who they perceive to be as their leader, as their figurehead as possible. That any amount of people below them in the hierarchy who take away from the limelight. No, that's too good. That's too much. No, sorry, we can't do that. We can't refocus the campaign away from Keir Starmer's march to number 10. Then we can indeed speak about somebody in just one constituency in the country, because it's important, I guess, that talking about the impact of trying to actually fight fascism when it comes to it. Not saying that Nigel Farage necessarily is one, but this nationalism that we're seeing in UK politics, he's certainly the figurehead of it, which could be the point at which that could sprout in the future. And having these campaigners on the ground is super important. Do I think the Labour Party has a problem with racism? Well, of course it does. We've all seen what's happened with all of the black members of Parliament who wouldn't give their name to Channel 4 because they thought they would lose the whip. Faiza Shaheen losing her candidacy for talking about Islamophobia in the party. And, of course, Martin Ford getting gagged, or was threatened to be gagged by the Labour Party for criticising them too much after they took his report and put it in the fucking bin. So does Labour Party have racism issues? Absolutely. Is this necessarily an instance of it? I don't know, but clearly they need to be treating the members of colour in the Labour Party with far more respect than they're treating them at the moment.
I understand why we could be hesitant to say this is specifically a racist issue, and I think that's fair, because there's not enough evidence of it. But I think it's clear, as you just pointed out, there is a big pattern of blocking people of colour. Like I said, Diane Abbott, which I know she has the whip, but let's be honest, there was a concerted effort to get rid of her. Faiza Shaheen, Martin Ford. I mean, Martin Ford obviously wasn't a candidate, but for everyone watching, most of you are aware he was commissioned to the full report by Keir Starmer and found there was issues of anti-black racism, weaponisation of anti-Semitism. There was leaked documents that showed a visceral hatred of Diane Abbott. And after, let's be honest, the leadership didn't like what they found, Martin Ford has been essentially silenced. And even he said he received emails which are almost threatening. So I think you're right. It's not just about having a Labour majority. it's about bullying these people too. I mean, look, they're going to win. I don't know why they thought that they should get rid of Jovan. I think maybe it started off because he wrote an article saying, I'm speaking for every person of colour here, which Nigel Farage said, oh, it's racist, but obviously not. I mean, he's a person of colour. People of colour still face institutional racism, everyday racism, and I think it's fine when a candidate says that. But of course, apparently the reason is because of tweets. It just shows how fragile these people are. But we're going to move on again. But let's go to some of our comments. Stanley Beckett, paid actor, a touch of Alex Jones' Sandy Hook there, which Farage has been on within the last year. I guess so. I mean, look, it'd be very hard to compare the two right now because Sandy Hook is a monumentous scandal. Of course, Alex Jones is pretty much bankrupt from it. I can see what you're saying. Look, it is possible it could be a paid actor. I don't buy it. But I understand the sentiments there of right-wing populism basically taking no responsibility for themselves. Let's go to another comment. Becca A, hello again. I'll never forget that poster with frog face Farage in front of refugees. So much smug hatred, no shame. They are misogynist, homophobic and transphobic. Correct you are. And again, that poster was absolutely deplorable. Let's go to another comment. Again, hello. So sick of hearing we don't belong. We need to go back to where? Who knows? Only valuing immigrants for the industry gaps they feel is cold. I think that's actually a really good point. I think maybe liberals and potentially leftists can fall in that trap. But again, I suppose it's trying to sell the immigration policy. I personally love hearing people say, I feel like immigration has enriched our culture. And we do get into the trap of, well, we need immigration because it's filling gaps. I absolutely understand it gets a bit cold, but it's a very difficult thing to sell. We are in a country which I think in terms of economic policy, probably quite left-leaning. When it comes to social policy, like, I don't know, crime and immigration, we're a bit more conservative. But I understand your sentiment. Let's go to another comment. Stephen Calder, Starmer's racist scapegoating of Bangladeshi community was quite deliberate because it was repeated by John Ashworth. I almost have no words how disgusting their comments were, deplorable, which we even saw a recent poll now, which is among Bangladeshi people, where I think Labour have dropped by 30 points and the Greens have picked up 30 points. So there's obviously a huge shift there when it comes to ethnic minorities. Again, unfortunately, Labour are going to be winning a stonking majority, it seems, even with their support going down, but that doesn't mean it's going to be very successful for them to stay in power. But let's move on. Now, if you enjoy what we're doing, it's important to point out that all of this is still voluntary. We have multiple people working on these shows. We have a producer in the background, of course, myself and others who will be hosting, have been hosting until the election, and our amazing guests. So we would really appreciate that you subscribe if you haven't already. Make sure you share our content, and if you can support us on Patreon for £3 or £5 per month. Now, the goal is to become a fully funded media organisation where people can dedicate their time to turn left with a wage. Now, let's get on to our final story. Now, we've all seen various polls. Sometimes we can't help but get worked up about them, but then we tend to remind ourselves not to take all of them too seriously. However, there has been some polling recently that has shown the Liberal Democrats becoming the official opposition. We have one from YouGov. This poll puts Labour on a majority of 244, with the Lib Dems in second with 93 seats. Reform would win a huge 17% of the vote with only 2 seats. We have a projection from Stats for Lefties using the data from Electoral Calculus, which puts Labour on an even bigger majority of 342. And the Lib Dems second with 94 seats. And we have another projection, this time using Redfield and Wilton, that has Labour with a 332 majority and the Lib Dems on 80. Now, I have a pretty big burning hatred for the Liberal Democrats. I mean, they were in coalition with the Tories that instituted austerity. They U-turned on tuition fees. They are a party not to be trusted. However, is there a case for a tactical vote for the Lib Dems? Now, I'm sure people watching might groan at that, but my logic here is surely removing the Tories as opposition is a really, really good thing. That would mean a seismic shift in politics that we haven't seen since Labour overtook the Liberals 100 years ago. Now, the Lib Dems are currently to the left of Labour. It's plausible they will attack Labour's left. No matter how right-wing Labour becomes, the Tories will do its best to move them even further to the right. Now, even if the Lib Dems pivoted on their policies and they did attack Labour from its right, I think one thing is pretty certain: they won't push the culture wars like the Tories have. Now, I know it's a low bar, but if we had an opposition to Labour's transphobic policies, if they played a role as sort of the US Democrats talking about social progressivism, that is surely better than what we have now. Now, I want to stress, I don't think people should vote Lib Dem up and down the country. I think people should vote Green or Independent. But what about seats where the only party that could beat Labour or the Tories are the Lib Dems? Helena, I want to ask you first, how realistic of a chance do you think the Lib Dems could become the opposition? Do you think that Reform have a better chance of being the largest party or second largest party? And do you think there is some utility in tactically voting for the Lib Dems in some seats?
So to answer your first question, yes, I think the Liberal Democrats will be the opposition. Looking at the current polling, I think the Tories are now consistently, across multiple pollsters, most reputable ones as well. Like Opinion, I think they have a methodology that favours the Tories too much. But across places like YouGov and Find Out Now, Redfield and Wilton, Techney, and all these places, discounting like people polling and the crap ones, the vast majority of these are now showing the Tories on 19-20%. And this is literally electoral wipeout territory. And their vote is really spread out. It's not centralised. The disaffection and dissatisfaction with the Conservatives has spread throughout their voter base in every single sector of society, in every seat across demographics. These are MRP polls showing that this is very fragmented now. And they don't have like this strong vote base in single seats to be able to not lose when the left are very happy to tactically vote, or the Liberal side of the equation are very happy to tactically vote, and the right just aren't. They're not tactically voting at all. They're happy to let Reform UK play spoiler. So I genuinely think the Liberal Democrats are a favourite now to be the official opposition over the Conservative Party. That electoral calculus poll, that using the stats for Lefty's prediction, how the Lib Dems on 80 seats and the Tories on 3 seats, that was 20,000 people surveyed in that. 20,000. That's, and an MRP poll, that's 10 times the size of the normal polls that you see. They're usually 1,000, 2,000 people. This is a really kind of high quality, low variance poll that we're seeing that shows the Tories on 15%. 1 point ahead of the Liberal Democrats. Now, I understand we see a breadth of polling here and we need to average these things out. But on average, the Tories are now below 20%. Like, it's complete electoral devastation territory for them. And the don't knows are also going to non-Conservative Party voters as well. When you poll people who say they don't know, they're more likely to go to Labour and Lib Dem and Reform UK than they are the Conservative Party. I genuinely believe these polls. To answer your second question, do I think we should tactically vote for the Liberal Democrats? Yeah, I think we should. It really pains me to say it. It really infuriates me that I have to say this. But in Lib Dem Conservative marginal seats, I think that specifically on policies for people that we here on the left care about. Like, we care about the people who really need the help when governments leave them behind. Asylum seekers are one of these people, one of these groups of people, and it's clear asylum policy is going to be a really important part of the next 5 years as we move on, as the migration crisis gets worse and worse, as climate change and wars break out across the world. If we have both the main party and the opposition party essentially being anti-asylum seeker in the way that Labour and the Conservatives are, this is going to be terrible for fomenting a national consensus of cruelty to asylum seekers. The Liberal Democrats are clear we need safe and legal routes. They're clear we need to show at least some amount of compassion, despite all the Thatcherism that they otherwise support and the austerity that they're handmaidens for their years in part of the coalition. I think that 5 years of the Liberal Democrats being on every panel show and the Conservatives only being on some of them, the Liberal Democrats always asking the questions in Parliament and the Conservatives only asking sometimes. I think this... I agree, for once, with Phil Morehouse from A Different Bias. This could literally change the course of history if the zeitgeist is allowed to be set just by the Lib Dems and Labour politically and culturally and within the media, by having the Conservative Party shut out. And I think that is worth holding our noses and supporting the Lib Dems in what few constituencies we know is necessary. Because again, this isn't going to be everywhere. It's going to be a very small number of constituencies where it's worth doing this. But where it is worth doing it, the utility, the opportunity cost is so low and the gains are so high, I think it's not an opportunity we should pass up.
I agree, and yes, I don't often agree with Phil either, but I think he's right. I think this is a seismic political disruption, right? I referenced it earlier when the Labour Party overtook the Liberals. I mean, this is quite funny, actually. The Liberals are making a comeback. But I think it's really important because when I vote, I obviously vote for the policies. I vote for what I think about the local constituency. But a lot of the time, I vote for the national narrative. I think it's important shifting political debates. And I think despite the fact that the Lib Dems, let's say they become the opposition, and they only get 80 seats. Of course, that's far behind the Labour Party. It won't mean as much in terms of legislative power. But what it does mean is they are the official opposition. The media will obviously call them the official opposition. They will be platformed more. And of course, they will get their 6 questions. And that Davey becomes the opposition leader. I think that's huge. I think that really is big. And I do think that looking at the Lib Dem manifesto, again, we can't completely trust them. I think they are way to the left. I don't think they're particularly left-wing, but they're way to the left of the Labour Party. And if they just fought on that manifesto to drag Labour to the left, I think that's a good thing. I think it could potentially renew a huge wealth of progressive politics. Maybe there's a sort of rainbow coalition. I know we've talked about that for so long, but I actually think there's a possibility if the Lib Dems are the opposition. And actually, I do feel like looking at these polls, a sigh of relief, because I was expecting 10 years of managed decline. We've had it 14 years from the Tories. We're going to get it from the Labour Party and the Keir Starmer. Kind of all hope has left my body. Looking at that and the idea that the Liberal Democrats could become the opposition, I actually do feel like a little bit of hope there. Not because I particularly think the Lib Dems are great or anything, but I think the national zeitgeist and the seismic shift it happens, it will make history. But I would love to know what people think. Please let us know in the comments and on future videos. But that is all we have for tonight. We were running slightly late. I do apologise, but we've kept it tight. We kept it going. I want to thank everyone who tuned in. I hope you enjoyed tonight. I'd also, of course, like to thank Helena for joining me tonight. Make sure you subscribe to her on YouTube. Go to youtube.com/NoJusticeMTG. The link is in the description. And you can also follow her on Twitch, which is with the same name. I believe she is now streaming still, actually. So once this finishes, please go over and watch her live. You can catch us here this Monday at the same time of 7:30 p.m. And also, if you haven't seen the announcement already, Turn Left is covering the election results live as they come in. We're going live from 9 p.m. until 9 a.m. election day, which is ambitious, especially since we only started doing live shows 6 weeks ago. I believe Helena will also be doing a live stream too. So make sure you support all independent left-wing media on election night. You can flick off hardcore on multiple devices. You can stream multiple different shows. We will have a whole host of different guests throughout the nights, and I'm sure there will be a crossover between Helena and Turn Left. So make sure you get your snacks, get your beer or coffee at the ready. I'm Curtis Daly. Thank you, and see you next time.
Patreon.com, Turn Left Media. Support independent media. Support social justice that's there on social media. Thank you, Turn Left.
That was good fun. I enjoyed that. It was a good show. I've not got my cam on anymore. That was good fun. I enjoyed that. I always like doing things with Curtis. Like, I get you, Edward. I understand why you say that. The Jezza plug was great. Loved it.
Because I'm literally a communist.
Yeah, I am still streaming, Lewis. Yeah. I'm muted on their end. It does look like you see the framing is actually pretty much, it's very similar to Novara Media. I like it a lot. Yeah. Maybe the Tories won't accept the result. Interesting to see like a bunch of like old codgers storming Westminster. Hey there, folks. Good show, that one.
I'm not sure if we can still. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I'm still streaming live. Yeah, I mean, if you're happy for me to stream whilst we chat, like that's not a problem.
It's fine. It's fine. Your audience gets exclusive sort of backstage.
I wish I could have had better lighting. Damn it!
No, so you look amazing.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Again, what a fucking incredible show. Again, there was a lot to talk about. I mean, I wish I could. We had a 2-hour show, but I was like, I had to get it going because there was a lot. Yeah, I think
I was late.
No, but that's fine. I mean, you were only a few minutes late. I think it was. I did pack a lot of clips in there. One thing I'm going to prove on is making clips a bit shorter, because some were quite long. But you know, I think we did a good job. Did you? So am I correct though? You are because I mentioned at the end that you're going to be doing a live election coverage thing, aren't you?
Yeah.
I mean, if you wanted to, we could probably do something like this. Maybe if you popped in for like half an hour.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be jumping in.
Works.
I'm gonna have Discord open all night to be able to jump in and out and speak with people. I'm guessing on Novara at some point during their broadcast too. So I'm gonna be going for 24 hours. I'm starting at 6 and finishing at 6.
24 hours? Are you crazy?
I've never done a 24-hour stream before. No, a whole case of Red Bull. We'll see. A proper election Geddon. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, that's my plan for election night. But I'll be dipping in and out. We'll have Discord open. We'll have I don't know. We'll see if SK. We'll have Kev. I mean, we might as well just have like a big election Discord open and people can jump in and out.
I think that's great. Yeah, I don't want to because we're live on Hellenian Zen. I don't want to confirm too much just in case if it's not like who we have, because it might not be set in stone. I think it'd be embarrassing if we said, yeah, we've got this person and they didn't come on. But I guess we can say what we've already got set in stone, can't we, Lewis?
If you want to go ahead.
No, you can go ahead. You can explain it all.
Oh, no, because I've literally got so much information going in my head right now. I literally don't have the list in front of me. Right. So that's why I was trying to be like, oh, you can say, Curtis, you can say.
Well, I mean, it started off with kind of it looking like this, you know, me in the studio and all remotely, and it's now transpired that we're all going to be in London and we're doing in-person shit. So we've got Lewis and Callum. They'll be guests, but they're going to be producing, sat next to each other. We're going to have me hosting at Lewis's place. Potentially we've got an in-person co-host, maybe more, and it's going to be fucking, yeah.
I was thinking about going down to London to go and do the thing with Novara, but I can't miss out on the revenue that I would get from having an election stream on my own end as well. Novara pay good rates.
Not let you set up in there. I mean, you said,
my
Novara.
My PC's too big. My PC's too big. I can take it down with me.
Oh, do you not have a laptop?
No, I just use a desktop. No, but they're happy for me to call in, which is fine. So, but again, I need to be able to do my stream because this is my job. Like I need to make the money. So.
That's
completely understandable.
The geek is coming out of me though. I'm curious what, besides the seats that everybody's talking about, whether it's like Clacton or looking at even like Rishi Sunak's seat because people are saying it could change. I'm curious, like Helena, is there any particular seats that you're going to be keeping an eye out for? Because I know I've got mine.
Ashfield. I'm really interested in Ashfield because I think the independent candidate might win in Ashfield, which would be really interesting if everyone's thinking about Lee Anderson versus Labour, but then there ends up being an independent who wins. He's got a pretty big level of popular support. Jason Zadrozny. I'm tempted to put a tenner on Mid Buckinghamshire going to Reform UK, getting 25-1 on Sky Bet for that, and Britain Elect is predicting that Mid-Bucks will go to Reform. So I'm like, okay, that sounds like a good bet. Should be interesting. I'm also interested in Isle of Wight East because the Green Party candidate has been chosen as the local champion in the primary that they did. So there might be a chance that Isle of Wight East might go green, out of which nobody is going to be expecting, which could be super interesting. And what other seat am I looking at? I don't know. I'm paying attention to. Just all the lefty independents. Oh, I'm interested in Adrian Schatz as well. For some reason, I just really like Anam Kaisar as an MP, but she's defending a very small majority, so we'll see.
I missed the last part. You said that the Isle of Wight is potentially a target for the Green Party.
Yes, I was reading about this as well earlier.
Yeah, so there is a thing called
Oh, you got it, Graham.
there's a progressive primary system that's going on in a bunch of constituencies where they're doing hustings between just the progressive parties, choosing a local
love that.
champion by the voter base of the people who attend, and then progressively backing them as a tactical vote to beat the Tories.
Oh, that's fantastic.
I don't think it's got enough buy-in to have a certain amount of electoral effect. But the Greens already have a large vote, not large, but a reasonable supporter base on the Isle of Wight because it's quite rural and pretty liberal-y type area. So there is a potential. Vix Lothian is the candidate over there. She's been on BBC talking about her candidacy as well in the BBC South Coast regional show. I forget what it's called now. And she was chosen the local champion, and I've seen one MRP poll predict it as going green, so that's what I've got my eye on. What about you, Lewis?
For me, it's Penistone and Stocksbridge. That is Miriam Cates. Now, she's not a character that I don't think everyone's familiar with. She was brought in 2019. She is, I believe, what I would describe as a right-wing Christian nationalist. She was the one who famously got up in Parliament in March 2023 and said that children were being taught how to choke each other in schools, which went quite viral. I don't know if anybody remembers this. And she released a 70-page document showing all these instances of basically a load of culture war stuff, loads of stuff about children being taught this and that. And there were some claims in there which turned out to be incidents that were dealt with in schools, but actually the BBC did actually do a really good job in actually calling her out on this. They did an entire podcast episode going through the entire document. And basically, she's just an agent of the culture war. And I actually spoke to a person who was deeply affected by one of the claims that she made against her because she used her parliamentary privilege. And this person's life was almost ruined because of one of the claims that she made. And it really affected myself in terms of how somebody else's life is impacted by the culture war, because the culture war arguments are very important to me. So I will be keeping an eye on that seat. She only had a majority in 2019 of 7,000. There's not any really good polls. I am hoping. I'm never going to be like, it's over. But there's no good polls for the area. So we will see.
Saying that what's is it 20,000 or 15,000 and less that we are now not so safe anymore? Because obviously, we call 5,000 above a safe seat, right? We're on the swing seat, but that's higher now, right? Because it's clearly the Conservatives are more volatile.
Oh yeah, I think I think a 7,000 majority is already gone. Like it's already a swing. It was already kind of a swing area anyway. It's got a lot of strong Labour presence. It's a satellite. A satellite area in Sheffield, right? Sheffield area?
Yeah, it's a Sheffield constituency. So in 2017, Labour had it by only about 1,000 votes, and then it flipped with about 7,000 majority. So I'm touching wood right now because I you just never know what might happen. She might have a really strong local campaign. Who knows? And that one worries me. But another seat we were talking about the other day, if you remember, Curtis, was like even West Streeting seat, right?
I was just going to bring that up. Yeah.
We were looking at the election data the other day in terms of like UKIP had a somewhat strong presence there in 2015. And then obviously Wes's majority, anyone correct me if I'm wrong, it's only about 5,000 in the last election. And now we've got, this is the independence campaign, right? We've got Leanne Mohammed running in the seat. Is that the right name? I'm literally looking at you for reassurance because I'm really crap at recalling people's names sometimes. And we also have lots of people who are just saying, I'm just going to vote Green. I'm going to vote Lib Dem. And yes, he's got a bigger profile than he had now in 2019. But there's a part of me that's thinking, could he lose it? Could he lose it? I don't know. But I'll be keeping an eye on Wes's seat.
I think if he does lose it, I think it's going to be a vote split and the Tories will take it. I think it's unlikely that Leanne Mohammed is going to win. It's a shame because I think she's fantastic. I would love to see her in Parliament, but I think that's also likely to happen in Chingford and Woodford Green as well. I think there's going to be a vote split and IDS will win again. But honestly, it'd be funny to watch the Labour Party fucking fumble the bag from their own hubris.
Yeah,
right?
a poll just came out, proved that it was about an hour before I think we went live, or maybe a few hours before, which could have been a story in itself, but I think it was too late when I saw it. But yeah, it gives IDS the win But when you add up Labour and Pfizer's independent vote share, it's enough to beat the Tories. So essentially, it's if Pfizer wasn't an independent, it's very likely the Conservatives would have won that by a slim margin anyway. So it's not just about having a Labour candidate there with no one splitting the vote. It was about having a good quality candidate, i.e. Pfizer. But I think for me, I mean, I said on Twitter, if the most likely scenario is yes, of course, Labour and Pfizer's votes could be split to the Tories in. But don't blame Pfizer. Blame the Labour Party for kicking out a young mother who's an excellent candidate. I think they need to reap what they fucking sow.
Yeah, if the Labour Party wants to protect the country from Indo Duncan Smith, stand your candidate down. Like, your fault.
Yeah.
And I don't think I risk doxing myself, but Helena, it's actually my constituency. I actually ran into IDS just a couple of weeks ago and had a chat with him when I saw him campaigning outside a tube station. And I said to him, you must be ecstatic about this situation because it means you're going to keep your seat. And he was like, oh, no, it's awful what Labour have done to Pfizer. I was like, oh, come on, Ian, come on. Inside right now, your smile is as big as mine. Because obviously it does mean that this might mean he keeps his seat. But Pfizer's had a really strong presence in this constituency.
I thought you wanted to stand down, though.
I heard this as well, and apparently he wanted to stand down because he knew he was going to lose. His vote majority in 2019 was like 1,300, I think. And obviously, as soon as this golden opportunity presented to him, he's obviously decided to stay.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, as well as that, I mean, you've been on the ground. Have you been campaigning with Pfizer at all?
I haven't been campaigning, mostly because I have a very busy life right now in terms of work, all that type of stuff. I have been making content. I have been making videos. I've been doing what I can when I can. I haven't been able to necessarily be on the ground, like knocking on doors. I've got my Pfizer poster. I am talking to locals when I go into the shops. We've got lots of independent shops around here who are, by the way, backing Pfizer.
Have you had something? We had conversations because we were doing Vox Pops for Chingford, right?
Yeah.
Have you spoken?
I wasn't going to mention that just yet, just in case you didn't want to, because obviously you're releasing some of that content next week. So I was trying to be like,
okay. Well, it's too late now, but I guess
too late
again,
now.
No justice audience. You get an exclusive.
Absolute exclusive.
It is interesting thinking about, like, I don't plan content. I mean, I understand the kind of things I'm going to talk about, but having like a release schedule is something that just is completely anathema to me.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, turn the camera on, we'll upload it, right? Just turn the camera on, we'll see where we end up.
That is a new thing, I guess, because as I think we're trying to strive for more of a media thing, I guess. Now it comes with the territory, but we planned about a week ahead because basically I went down to Lewis's last Saturday, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And we were like, let's kill two birds with one stone. Let's because I got in touch with James Schneider and he said, come down. He said, bring a camera, film Jeremy, and I said, cool, I'll do some Vox Pops, and then. Obviously, Pfizer, she's in Chingford. It's not too far away. So we thought, let's do that. So about a week in advance, but I haven't edited yet. That's what I'm doing tomorrow, by the way. But yeah, I was going to ask you, apart from us doing the Vox Pops, like, have you had general conversations?
Yeah, so do you remember when we were speaking that they were saying like that some of those local stores near my house were supporting Pfizer? Yeah. And do you remember they were closed because we were like, let's go get a Vox Pop in the deli.
Oh yeah,
and they were closed. So I spoke to them just yesterday because they reopened, and they were all of the staff there were just like, we're absolutely supporting Pfizer. Conversations never happen on the tube. I'm a northerner. I will happily have a conversation with an old lady at a bus stop, and I've never had a conversation with anyone on public transport in London. We happened to get in a conversation with just a random guy on a tube last week about Pfizer, and the conversations are overwhelmingly positive. I do have a good feeling. I'm going to touch wood. I would love Pfizer to win this constituency and kind of just like stick it to the Labour Party. But again, her support is very good. The rally I was genuinely blown away with how many people actually turned up. If you actually look as well at just after the whole drama happened, she posted a video on Twitter, X, whatever. I'll always call it Twitter. I can't help it. Showing the size of another rally that she did, and the numbers that she's pulling out is greater than almost any constituency MP that I've seen, that I've ever been involved in. It's genuinely impressive.
And I think when we spoke to people, Look, to be honest, when we went around Islington North, and it was a tougher constituency to get a picture because it was a bit more walking. We went from one place and got the tube, or not got the tube, but walked very far to another place. Whereas we were really close to Pfizer's house essentially, and it was walking distance to your house. So we basically just vox pop our way from her house to your house, and it was literally 99% Pfizer. And it was people saying, we know she's independent.
Yeah.
One guy was like, oh, I don't know, I want to split the vote, Labour or Pfizer. But I found it easier for people to say we're supporting Pfizer than we did with people saying they'd support Jeremy Corbyn. But again, isn't Islington North a bigger constituency, or is it just more spread out? I'm not very familiar with London.
I think the the issues that we essentially ran into in Islington North was that Jeremy does have a record that people can make decisions on, right? So in the sense of there are people out there who are on the left who might be like, oh, he didn't make a great leader, he's a great constituency MP, we just want the Tories out. I think there was less of that in Chingford and Woodford Green, simply because we know that Labour's going to win the majority, and the message that Pfizer is giving out, which I think is a very smart campaigning tool, is just saying they're going to win. You don't lose anything by voting me in. And I think it's like a really smart message. So it's saying send an independent voice to Parliament and you don't have to worry about splitting the vote. She posted on TikTok today, again, with the same message. And this is the message that they've been very consistent with. I don't exactly have the actual numbers, but a large number of people have quit the Labour Party in Chingford and Woodford Green just because of what they did to Pfizer. So that she's essentially gained an entire campaign team as well from this transfer of people saying, F the Labour Party after what they did to her. So she's got the team, she's got the message, she's from the community, and she doesn't necessarily have a record to go on that could be scrutinised, which is why I think her profile in the constituency is probably more positive than perhaps opinions people may have on Jeremy.
Yeah, potentially. I thought we've hijacked Helena's show now.
No, it's fine. It's super interesting hearing what's happening on the ground. Again, I'm sitting here stuck in my little online bubble. I've done like one session with Sharman in Leicester South, but I've not really been on the ground talking to people. It's difficult to get around when you're in the Midlands rather than be able to get down to London.
Yeah, you're right. It really is difficult because I'm not too far away from you. I mean, I'm in Leeds. It's a fucking pain in the ass. I mean, the cost of trains, the cost to get down to you the first time and going back down for the election, it is difficult. And I'm like, shit, man, being in London making political content is far easier because you can just be like, gonna go out and talk to people or meet up with people and stuff. So it's very hard, but it's interesting, like speaking to people on the ground.
Absolutely.
It does slightly take you out of the fucking bubble a little bit.
The thing is, I don't think that it really matters truly, like a huge amount, whether or not people like Pfizer and Corbyn and Leanne Mohammed and all of these people win, because at the end of the day, right, it's about finding voices, finding movements, whatever. Like the Corbyn period is kind of over, like whatever. I'm desperate for them to win. I just want the fucking Liberals to not gloat. Oh my fucking God. But
they will, though.
It'll be the worst 5 years we'll have to deal with. I'm going, Corbyn lost. Aren't you triggered, leftoids? I'm like, no, I'm just miserable because this country is going to go to the shit, right? But they're going to spend the whole time, they've been to Magic Grandpa after all. Aren't you triggered, leftists? I'm just like, I don't want to deal with this on election day. I don't want to deal with it.
But that's what I think, that honestly, that might be the biggest reason why I want our leftists to win is, I mean, centrists are smug as they are. Just imagine they're going to be insufferable, and they're going to be right to gloat as well. Because fuck me, if the left won, I gloat like fuck too. Do you know what?
When we did well in 2017. Did we go around like rubbing it in like Blairite noses? No, look, there's a movement we can do to make the country better for people.
Yeah, you're right. We didn't.
That's the problem. Like the first thing I'd be doing on day one, but like think of what we can do about homelessness. Think how much fairer our society is going to be. Whereas the Labour right is going to be, aren't the Trotskyists mad? I'm just like,
maybe I'm a bit more bitter than you, because I think if that was me, the first thing I'd do was tweet Oz Chatterjee and be like, "Are you okay, mate?" Because he's a fucking piece of shit and deserves it. Taxi. but yeah, of course, like generally the left's response when like Jeremy Corbyn became leader and stuff wasn't how like Starmer's top team back did. Starmer's top team was like, hey, we hate the left. It's like, okay, you've got your power now. Are you going to do like politics and policies? No, we hate the left. We're going to kick all the left out. To be fair to the left, some may have gloated for a bit, but it was just straight on with business, basically. Policies, plans, this is what we're going to do. But I think, I can't remember who I was speaking to, actually. Who was I speaking to? I said, it was Davey Willie. He was on last show. And we were discussing this exact thing. Like, they're going to be so insufferable. But we both kind of agreed, actually, it won't last that long because they're going to realise, because they haven't got the policies to fix the country and stuff, they've got too many problems of their own. They're going to be dragged by the media so fucking hard because they've got nothing to say. So I expect a few months of it, sure, but we're going to be proved right in the end. Like, for me, I hate Keir Starmer, but I hope to God that he's a fantastic PM for the sake of all of us. Yeah. Could you say the same about the Blairites? No, if Jeremy Corbyn became Prime Minister, they would be like, I hope he's a bad Prime Minister. I hope the government fails. That's what they want. Whereas I'm like, I hope Keir Starmer's excellent. I hope he's the secret lefty. I would love that. So I think they won't.
We know that he won't be. I mean, we know. Literally, Margaret Hodge admitted it on the newsagents that if he became Prime Minister, she would literally try and topple him from within and do everything they could to do it. Right? They already had their plans in the background deliberately to try and remove him.
Because I'm literally a communist.
I think
it's fucking pathetic.
The one thing I'm scared of the most is that if he is a weak PM, and also in combination with them getting a lesser vote share than the Labour Party did in 2005, which was only 35% with an outright majority. If they get a lower vote share, let's say it's somewhere in the region of, 30 to 32, it's completely possible. That's going to give Nigel Farage the perfect platform to talk about this idea. I can already hear the message, which is, 68% of the country did not vote for the Labour Party, but they have all the power. And this is going to be a great platform for someone like Nigel Farage. And obviously the other parties as well, but it's Nigel Farage who is going to get this message across better than the SNP, better than the Lib Dems, who I believe all want PR. It's going to be Nigel's message. 60 whatever percent of the country didn't vote for this party. We need change. I am that change. And if he is a weak PM with that message going against him, and obviously immigration and all the other layers, it's going to give the Reform Party a really good platform to either gain a lot more seats in 2029. Or who knows, even sooner. We've had multiple elections in the last 10 years.
I mean, I don't see there being an early election because there'll be no opposition party to challenge them. Although I'm pretty sure, Helena, you think that it's going to be... am I right in thinking that even if the Lib Dems come second this election, 2029, Farage's the main opposition?
I mean, who knows? All of the political parties, all of their bases are scattered. The coalitions are shallow. Like the Labour Party's voting coalition for this election is broad but shallow. People who've lent their votes to Labour to get the Tories out, but their base is fucked off elsewhere. Like, allegiances are thin. They could move wherever they want. There's a really kind of turbulent future that we're looking at. It's why I think it's super important to have the Lib Dems in opposition, because people are open for new ideas now. The people are open to having their minds changed, which is why it's such a fucking, like, it's so miserable that Keith is in charge at the moment, because his terrible policy and his terrible rhetoric is fomenting neoliberalism in the minds of the public too. At the ripest of time to have their minds change in the wake of the failure of neoliberalism. So, like, I would love it. It's all up in the air.
Yeah, I would love it if, obviously, when Layla Moran ran for leader against Davey, I think they made a huge mistake that they picked Davey. But I would think it would be excellent if Layla Moran became the leader of the opposition, because she was obviously half Palestinian. She's far better on Gaza, but also she was talking about universal basic income. So she's from like the more left side of the Lib Dems. The Lib Dem side when they sort of grew to prominence under Blair, the sort of Charles Kennedy side. I respect that a lot. I think Layla would be great as opposition, because I truly think she would pull the discourse to the left. It's hard to say with Ed Davey, whether he will do that or not, but I still think he's going to be a social. Well, he is a social liberal. I actually think the most important thing now is getting the Tories out of opposition, and having a broadly progressive party in opposition to hold, because the Labour are the new Conservative Party now. That's what it will kind of become. It'll be Labour will be the new Conservative Party. The Liberal Democrats won't be the new Labour Party, but some sort of US Democrats
Dems,
thing.
right? Yeah, they'll just be the Lib Dems.
They'll still be the Lib Dems.
Labour
yeah.
is now to the right of them on some things. On some things they're to the left, like on industrial strategy and on rail nationalisation, they're to the left of the Lib Dems. But
Sure, yeah.
There's more like progressive tax policy from the Lib Dems, and also the Lib Dems don't want migrants to fucking drown in the Channel. So.
But also, I love the fact that the Lib Dems put 150,000 council houses being built every single year in the manifesto. I was genuinely shocked about that. I knew they would be to left on Labour on housing, but to have the same council house policy as the Greens, I was pleasantly surprised. I think that's excellent. So really, that was really good for them.
Could we possibly rely on the fact that if Labour do get a really crappy vote share, that when it comes time to that countdown of the next election, that they look at their polling numbers and they're down, and you know what, maybe they would keep a majority, maybe they won't, we never know what might happen. But is it possible the only extra space that they'd be able to get votes from are younger people? If they get a really terrible vote share but still get that massive majority, it still leaves them on a quite a thin line of being able to lose in the future by a lot if they don't perform well. So where else could they get future votes from? You think
they will go to the right and blame the left again? It's what the Democrats use. If Joe Biden loses this election, okay, there'll be the Brianna Woos of the world, and obviously people higher up will blame the left for it, even the fact that Joe Biden lost the election based on his stance on Gaza and just the fact that he doesn't know where he is. The Labour right absolutely despise left-wing politics. They have the machinations of the Labour Party. They've kicked out all dissidents. If they see their support waning, I cannot in any universe see them going, oh, maybe we need to be a bit more left-wing. They'll blame it on the left. They will go probably more right. They'll get rid of Keir Starmer and install Wes Streeting. They'll just say, do you know what? He didn't sell neoliberalism plus social authoritarian well enough. Wes Streeting will do a grand job. And then it'll be Rachel Reeves, and that'll be it, because there's no one else to replace. The Labour Party won't be able to move left because there's no one in the party left.
Yeah, absolutely,
you see what I mean?
I agree. And somebody pointing out in chat rightly that July the 5th will be a blank canvas. I made a segment about this on YouTube. It's just right. Now is the time to base build. Now is the time to talk to your friends, your co-workers, join your trade union, find your community groups, put ties out, build a broad political coalition. If there's some kind of, if maybe we stick with the Greens, maybe some future left-wing party arises out of the ashes of the Corbyn project, and I don't know if that's ever going to happen, but whatever. But the Greens seem to be adopting a bunch of the Corbynite platform regardless anyway, and we can join them to move them leftwards. I'm not sure what's going to happen. We'll see. But whatever we do, the work, it doesn't stop. Like the fight doesn't stop on the 5th of July. We have to go out there. Yeah, exactly. To every young person, trade union density in this country is 9% for under 25.
I'm literally a communist.
Every single young person that you know, hammer home to them need to join a trade union. Content on TikTok, make it trendy to be a trade union member. Get people waving their cards around, their membership cards for their trade union around. Get them to make it a point of people of talking about what trade unions they're a member of, or tenants unions, or disability unions and things like that. All of these community groups. We need to build the community, build the society that Thatcherism destroyed, and use that to build a broader base, a broader coalition of people with a progressive alternative to the stale politics of the Labour Party, of what they represent in 2024. That's what we need to be starting doing immediately as soon as the election is over. And whether it's electorally, whether it's organising outside the election, it doesn't matter to me as long as we're organising and we're building those bases. Also, thank you SK the Crusader for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Please refresh your screen. I'm with Lazy Lewis and Curtis Taylor, the founder of Turn Left. Please go and subscribe to their channels, and also please refresh your screens so your views count.
Oh, SK Crusader, what a guy. Brilliant, fantastic. Have you been keeping up with his
really
election
cool
videos?
Yeah.
Yes.
I really enjoyed their video about Sir Keith. Was really cool. I've not watched the one about the independence yet, though.
I haven't seen the one about the independence, but their one about Keith was I mean, you wish it was maybe like a couple of years earlier, so people could watch it, but obviously it's very hard to do. It was a long video, but excellent, really like in-depth detail. Something I don't think I could spend that much time on. I would struggle. But you know, I hear what you're saying about organising.
You had them on Northern Ireland, right?
Yes, they were on a few weeks ago. Brilliant guest, fantastic. Well, I can't remember what the topics we spoke about, but I hear what you're saying about building from scratch, and actually potentially, look, we all thought that the left movement was going to come from Corbynism and a Corbyn government. Obviously, that's not the case, but this actually could be a far better avenue if the Liberal Democrats become the opposition. I think we're going to get a broader coalition. There's going to be centre people aren't as radical as us are going to be sick of where the Labour Party's headed. Maybe they're big Lib Dem supporters, and actually we could probably, this feels weird to say, build coalitions with the Lib Dems, trying to build on policy. Like, I would absolutely happy to work with the Lib Dems, given the fact that they like, as I mentioned about the 150,000 council houses. Fuck, I'll work with anyone who wants to build council houses. That's the key. So there is a potential amazing opportunity, but I also don't want to get my hopes up. I don't want the Conservatives to be the opposition.
I'm going to sound even cheesier saying something like this, but even though, you know, Corbyn might not have won an election, he has what he has created is going to outlast him, right? We need to think of other characters like Bernie Sanders in America. He's never, you know, he ran for president a few times, he never got it, but he has put so many conversations onto the table in America. Even people like Andrew Yang. We had Americans in a previous election talking about universal basic income, a conversation we're not even really having. It's in America they're having that conversation and we're not having it. What Corbyn has done is lasted with so many people. There's not a single politician in this country who's had an effect on, especially young people, so much that no matter what happens to Jeremy for the rest of his life, what he has done is going to stay within us for a really long time. And this sounds so cheesy. I feel like I'm giving a speech at like a wedding or something, but it's true, right? He has really touched so many people, and it'll continue for decades to come.
And just in terms of demographics as well, millennials are trending further leftwards as they age. The people who bought into the Corbyn project, it's really, that's why I get viscerally angry. People will have seen this on stream. I get viscerally angry about the denigration of the period in which Corbyn was like the performative flagellation of people who supported the manifestos in 2017 and 2019, essentially trying to close out millennials from politics, because we didn't support this because we were champagne socialists or we were members of militant tendency or we were Trotskyists trying to take over the Labour Party. No, we had someone in politics who was saying austerity is bad, right? We have grown up our adult life only knowing austerity. The one politician who offered some kind of escape from the austerity we're trapped in was Jeremy Corbyn, and we liked the campaign and we bought into it, a people-powered, people-centred campaign, right? We bought into that kind of politics. And Labour ditching it and then performatively telling us we were stupid fucking idiot clown morons for trying to support it.
And now we're seeing polling where the election is not interested, especially young people who are not interested. They've checked out, and then you got liberals or pundits going, oh, where are the young people gone? Why are they not interested? And actually, this is a tweet from you, Helena. You said, it was fucking you. You told us for 5 years we're scum, we're anti-Semites, we're trots, we're communists, because we believed in the radical social democratic programme, which you've shut millennials out. And of course, millennials have checked out from this election. Of course.
I need to turn a light on. I'll be just a moment. It's getting too dark
my light
in this
actually
flat.
went during the stream.
But yeah, like
I saw that.
The thing is that
Sorry,
like,
what did you say?
There was a tweet from Ollie Dugmore, who runs Politics Joe, who I think do good work. They're entry level.
I like them a lot, actually.
The discourse, but I think they serve an important role. In terms of people viewing news content online, Politics Joe are the 5th biggest in the UK. And that's not because they are widely viewed. It's just that they are literally the only kind of broad appeal channel that centres their politics around what millennials believe in. Like, Navarra are pretty radical in the kind of policies that they support in the background. But Politics Joe just say, well, maybe austerity was bad. You know, do we believe in progressivism?
Yeah, I think I agree. I think they're hugely important.
Yeah, they're the fifth biggest number of hits on social media, online viewing of news content, alongside similar kind of scale as the BBC and Sky News. I can believe it. I couldn't believe it. But as soon as Ollie Dugmore made this point, I was just like,
I'm literally
there's
a
a gigantic
communist.
gap in the market for current affairs content marketed towards millennials because everybody performatively shits on us, and we've captured that gap in the market. That's our USP.
They're basically just centre left. You know, I don't think they're particularly radical, but that's good. You kind of need that. I think it'll be. You can't have a hollowed out sort of real centre left politic in the country, and then just offer. Like for me, I'm trying to offer socialism, and I think it probably brings people over. But I like that someone like Politics Joe probably gets in there and probably brings less radical people over. And it's really simple stuff. It is just like Vox popping in, people like, I can't get a house, and listening to young people, and I think that's great. In a way, it's more radical than like your online communists. It's like I've always considered Bernie Sanders one of the most radical people in the US, despite him probably being a social democrat, than online communists. Because, when I say online communists, I'm not shitting on those who are communists. It's sort of the armchair communists who sort of say like, oh, Bernie Sanders, he's a liberal, and it's like, well, he's actually gone out there and done shit. I really respect what politics Joe are doing.
I
think
absolutely agree.
What scares me about the current media landscape, though, is that because, I do like, Politics Joe's content, but what generally scares me is that we've obviously gone through this massive phase. I would estimate it maybe to be the last 5 to 7 years where people have very quickly been put in echo chambers because the left have been disenfranchised from the media. The right have been, I'd argue and say even more than the left have been disenfranchised from mainstream media. It has a lot of faults. But too many people are in echo chambers now. Too many people are in their own corners. People are stuck within their algorithms in TikTok. And I see it having an impact. And I'm kind of scared of where it's going because echo chambers are starting to become more of a problem than people, I think, are starting to realise.
I agree with you, but I think young people aren't in an echo chamber, and they're ready to be sold an ideology. The problem I have is that they're only getting one side of the narrative at the moment. They're only getting like Farage saying big chunkus on TikTok and people in the comments saying vote for reform, and they're getting austere neoliberalism from
Have you seen their numbers? The reform social media numbers?
No.
The amount of reach they get it's like
I do question those numbers though.
Quadruple the next party gets. I guess so because look, I have been told multiple times there's a lot of reform bots. Okay, but I guess to pin it all down to that will be really stupid to do. Reform absolutely break through, and I was watching a clip of Aaron Bastani. He was speaking to some young lads, and they were all supporting reform. In fact, we were in Chingford and Woodford Green, and we spoke to that couple, and he definitely looked younger than me, and he likes reform. I know this is anecdotal, but I don't think that. Yes, all right, maybe reform activists, those that turn up to the rallies, are older people, but what matters most is voters, right? And I think that I worry because look, millennials are moving left. That's true, but we are not. I used to believe in this sort of generation left thing, but I'm not so confident about Gen Z, right? I think majority of them are still left wing, but you are seeing a subsection of Gen Z, predominantly men, who are, and through TikTok actually in a strange way, it does share a lot of leftist content, but it also reinforces extreme neoliberalism by way of creating TikTok content, which by the way is free labor. Is the hustle culture, and I'm seeing it so much.
Yeah.
And
Stephen Bartlett's
that's so
Gary Vaynerchuk,
pervasive.
yeah.
Absolutely, Stephen Bartlett, and that he's extremely popular on TikTok and social media, right? And what happens is, I think, is you start off with and I'm talking about young men here. You're starting off with this hustler mentality. The world is fucking us over. We're gonna fuck them over back, and then you enter Andrew Tate, and it doesn't have to be specifically Andrew Tate because I don't think he has quite as much influence now than he did maybe a year ago, but a figure like Andrew Tate sells misogynistic individualism and neoliberalism. Like Andrew Tate is the personification of what neoliberalism is, and I think that's attracting young people. So I really don't want people buying into the idea that don't worry, the left is on our side for young people. Millennials, sure, but Gen Z, we need to be very careful here, and I think we should not underestimate the power of not just reform, but right-wing populism that is attracting young men, and there's no reason why I can't go to women and other people. So
we need these people in trade unions. We need these people. This is why I'm absolutely hammering it home that we need these people in trade unions. They cannot be lost to hustle culture and to individualistic economic activity. We have to make these people understand how organisation works. This is why I was hammering home the point about the low union density, because they don't know community. We were sold the idea that community might exist, and then had it taken away from us with all of the misery when we were adults. We have this problem where we had this switch when we post financial crisis, when we start living as adults, where things the dream that we were sold died. But the Zoomers, they've never lived through that. All they know is the kind of world that the Conservative Party have created for them. The demographic in this country that has the lowest support for the NHS and the highest support for private healthcare is young people. And the reason why is because they only know a shit NHS. We know the good NHS when it was good. They don't know that shit. They only know when it's bad. And if they
that kind of makes it harder, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And if we don't give them a model of society, a model of solidarity, a model of community, a model of collective action, we'll lose them. We literally will lose them.
Yeah.
I've got a question. Do you think that to try and really capture the Gen Z and future generations, do you think the left needs to become more radical, or do we need to just effectively sell social democracy to them? Because I think that's what we kind of had between 2015 and 2019 with the millennials. And I say the millennials as if we aren't them. We are. We had radical social democracy, essentially. I say radical. Healthy social democracy on offer. Is that enough to sell to Gen Z, or do we need to be far more radical, start talking way more about post-capitalism?
The policies can be the policies can be moderate or they can be radical. I think it's the rhetoric that's important. It's the worldview. Like we should be. I don't care what the policy is like. We should be making these people into Marxists. What we should be doing. We should be selling them on class consciousness and material analysis rather than individual ideological analysis. We should be turning them into Marxists. They might support moderate policy or radical policy. I think radical policy is necessary to save the economy. But if we give them the rhetorical and ideological foundations to appraise society and policy through a materialist lens, through a collectivist lens, then we'll be able to keep these people on board whether the policy is good or not.
There is a hope here, though, because one thing that millennials lack is confidence, and part of the reason why we have such a low density of union density, right, is because we're kind of these sort of people, this generation, which are too scared to ask. We don't want to upset our bosses or our colleagues. We don't want to ask too much for a pay rise. And I see more of a confidence with Gen Z, who are a bit more like, I'm not fucking working those hours. Why are you getting me to do this? And it's quite funny because you're seeing a lot of boomers go, God, look at these Gen Zs, they want to work anymore. And it's like, they've probably got more of a mentality like you, because actually the good aspect of boomers was that you weren't gonna take shit. You built community, you built unions, maybe slightly older boomers, to take on the bosses and stuff. And Gen Z are sort of echoing that. So that's a positive thing. I like the fact that, when we're seeing Gen Z percent, fucking hell, we leave university and we want to work 40 hours for shit wage. That's a positive. But it's I guess you're right. It's the narrative there. I think you need to have the material condition, like the Marxist talking point with the narrative, because people can understand their material conditions. Every generation, every single person understands their material conditions. It's how you sell that in terms of persuading people which way to go. Like I said, the right-wing populists say your material conditions suck because of other people, and the left goes your material conditions suck because of bosses. So I guess it's almost like the same battle over and over again, each generation.
I think one difference is now, though, is that with this hustle culture, is that the generation who are talking about that, those young men who have been disenfranchised, and they've got these people like Tate and some other guy called Sneeko in America and all these other characters, is that they haven't got to the age yet, or some of them are starting to get to the age where reality is setting in. You can talk about this hustle culture, you can talk about whatever you want, but in reality, the things that, with Andrew Tate, taking a picture on Twitter with his Bugatti and all these type of things, when reality hits, what's going to happen to those people? Are they going to be pushed further to the right, or is it an opportunity to bring them over to the left? Because that's all we can hope for, because actually what a lot of the data says is that actually a lot of young women are staying on the leftist side, that they're not splitting away. They're actually that group of people are growing in terms of moving more towards the left. It's young men who are Gen Z who are going towards that like Andrew Tate hustle lifestyle. So what do we do about it? I think I speak to a lot of these people. As you know, Curtis, I spend a lot of time on debate talk as much as I want to scream sometimes. I was screaming last night. Not at people, only screaming internally. But you need to have a lot of patience with these people, because again, it comes back to that echo chamber. Those bubbles that people have been put in this generation have been brought up in, content that's got shorter, content with less nuance, and they have been. Is it too far to say that if somebody is a Tate supporter at the age of 18, are they radicalized? I don't know. But I think there is an opportunity there, especially now they're actually coming into the market. They're getting their degrees. They're seeing what the world is really like. I think there's an opportunity there. And I've made those opportunities. I've spoken to these people on Debate Talk. Not always, though. It sometimes goes the complete other way. But I think it's just all about having a conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to do more debates. I really want to have more debates. The problem is that I can't find people who want to come and debate. That's the problem. I think that's what I think.
When was your last debate, actually?
Yeah, I mean, I probably was with Bowler Hatman. Was the last time I did a proper
It was,
debate.
wasn't it? Yeah.
What thing is that I probably could find right wingers to debate. I'd love to get Reform UK supporters to debate me, because I think their policies are just basically unsellable because they're stupid and if you analyse them for 5 minutes. But like, liberals never debate. Starmerites never want. Actually, I debated Phil Bias on the Sunday roast.
Yeah, yeah.
But
I guess we'll do a one-on-one with you though.
Yeah, the thing is,
If I had to estimate,
we'll go for it. Sorry.
Oh, if I had to estimate over the last, since the election's been called, maybe I've debated about 300 ballpark figure, maybe Reform voters. I know, tell me about it. I've put in some hours, but last night I got into a Reform debate, a group of people who I know in the space who are all like very pro-Reform, and I'm known as this group of people call me, it's tax the rich man, because they think I just want to come in and tax the rich, which I do. But after about half an hour of this conversation of people going like back and forth, talking about, if we tax them all, they're going to leave. If we get rid of the non-dom status, they're going to all the usual rhetoric. And I feel like sometimes, I've spoken to you, Curtis, about like sometimes just cutting through with and turning it around in a simple way. And this is what we need more of. I said, if everybody in the country right now paid a flat rate of 20% tax, would you walk into a voting office, sign a ballot that says, I want to give a 10% tax cut to the top 5%. Would you sign that? And literally everybody was like, well, no, of course I wouldn't. And I feel like sometimes it just comes down to a really simple conversation, because after that half an hour of debate literally just ended, because sometimes it's just as simple as that. When these people actually get into a conversation which is a little bit more nuanced and it's out of their echo chamber, and the fact that they're debating it shows that there is potential for them to maybe change. Some people are just in there to scream about their ideology, but simple conversations need to happen. And I feel like, and I said this to you the other day, Curtis, that sometimes having a burden of knowledge and approaching a conversation in a very complicated way actually can do more harm. And that's what I try to do on Debate Talk, by approaching things very simply in those types of contexts.
Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, it's important because, again, when you talk about that, like the tax cuts for the rich, I made a TikTok, I specifically made a TikTok about this, which is that Reform UK are offering a small tax cut to poor people, to everybody on low incomes, or just everybody on any income is getting a tax cut on their basic rate, and they're giving a big tax cut to people who earn more than £70,000 a year, and also a big tax cut to massive corporations and corporation tax. So they're slashing the tax, and then the people who are earning not very much go, I've got an extra 20 quid in my pocket every 2 weeks or whatever it is. This is great. I love this. Well, actually, if rich people have way more money and way more extra money, their purchasing power increases relative to you. Money is just how we distribute goods and resources. They're still going to have more of the distribution than you are. You are going to have more money in your pocket, and you're going to be poorer and get worse public services at the same time. This is the
public services is public services is a form of wealth distribution, right? Rich people don't rely on public services. So if they get a tax cut, they don't particularly care if less funding goes to public services. They'll just fucking pay for shit, right?
Go private.
Go private. Middle class people, working class people, poorer people rely on these things, and I think this is. I desperately want to get Gary Stevenson on to explain why inequality matters, not as a moral thing. I mean, obviously it's immoral, but as an economic viewpoint, because people think that, and this is sort of. This was the pervasive narrative with Blairism, which was that, let's let the rich get filthy rich, right? And people were like, I don't particularly care if there's a tax cut for rich people. I don't particularly care if people become billionaires, as long as I'm all right. And we need to successfully explain to people that it matters. Your economic standpoint, your material conditions is actually based off inequality. If you've got more billionaires than ever, okay, that matters to you. It's not just someone else getting rich, but I can be better off too. So the whole tax cut thing, well, all right, tax cuts for the rich, whatever, but I get a tax cut. And what you've just laid out there is, it matters though, because the distribution of wealth is disproportionate to the top. And I think a lot of people don't realise that. And I think Gary Stevenson has been very good at it, because that's kind of been his whole shtick. It cuts through about why inequality matters. I fucking would love to have him on. I mean, I did message him and he hasn't replied.
I reached out too.
Oh, you did?
I did, yeah, just to see.
Gary, if you're watching now, come on. Do you know what, Helena? I would love for you to debate Reem Ibrahim. I think that would be a fucking amazing debate.
I'd love to debate her.
Just for lols.
Alex from Political X was trying to get a debate sorted between me and Reem Ibrahim, but she wasn't responding.
Really? I know that Champagne Socialist, I think he's kind of in touch with her.
Oh, definitely. I mean, because me and Champagne Socialist, I've been on his podcast, so we're mutuals. So
Podcast.
Ooh, podcast. Indeed,
Ooh,
literally, ooh, podcast. I did a podcast appearance for an Australian podcast when I was on holiday. They said it's last minute. Can you do this podcast? And I was like, fuck it, might as well. Choppy video, but whatever. Greek Wi-Fi, but it was good fun. Talks about the UK election.
So who are these people?
Serious Danger. They're a podcast who run for the Australian Greens.
Oh, sweet. Yeah. Oh, I'll have to check them out.
Well, what a fun night.
Honestly,
the thing is, honestly, I could talk about this for 6 hours because I've been so busy with election stuff recently. I actually go to a debate club in London and I haven't been able to go for recently because I've just been so busy.
I'm basically making you my slave,
yes, I am. Yeah. To say your belief system, I'm basically working a slave. I'm working all night, all day. Honestly, you're basically like a Silicon Valley CEO at this point now, Curtis. Terrible.
Lewis, if you can find me some Reform UK people, if they want to come on my stream and debate, say I've got this girl on. She guests sometimes on Novara Media. She's happy to have debates. You're more into the TikTok line.
Well, I think honestly, what's actually a really good format on TikTok Live, a lot of the Americans do it, is just a single format. I can send you a couple of examples of how they do it. Just single format, on full screen, bringing one person in at a time, because the idea of like creating a queue of people waiting to come in is actually makes it look like it's more impressive. People actually more enjoy a one-on-one debate because it gets too messy if it's multiple people. I see people pull in, some of the big American ones, pull in anything from 4,000 to 10,000 viewers. Obviously, we'd probably expect less on the British side, but it's actually a very popular format. So I'd be happy to help you try and get into it. It's all about, unfortunately, TikTok because it's so baity, you do kind of have to bait people in with a snatchy little background. But, we can kind of try and work around that without being too baity. Unfortunately, the TikTok debate space is, as much as I enjoy it, is also a toxic space. Some of the backgrounds that people will use to try and bait people in could be like, oh, are you pro-trans or anti-trans? It's like, it's so horrible sometimes, but there are better ways to do it. So I'd be happy to help you on that. See if
I would love debates. To see. I mean, I just enjoy Helena debating anyone because I I'm proper sucker for like, this person destroys the other person. I fucking love that. And
I genuinely I
Very
don't want
good.
to humiliate people. I don't want to do the James
I
O'Brien
don't
school
either.
of like, public humiliation. But I just think getting any Reform UK supporter on to explain why they think the policies are good will show how empty it is. I don't think.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm assuming in your experience, Lewis, from all these Reform UK supporters you've debated, that most of these can't explain why they think the policies are good.
Pretty much, yeah. And the conversation that I try to change it to is like, if you want to reduce immigration, you actually need to fight the root causes of why we might rely on it so much. So it's almost like approaching them as you're on their side on this idea. Then they actually come to realize is like immigration isn't a problem. It's just that, you know, we have systems in this country which could be better. We could produce more doctors, we could produce more workers, but either way, regardless, we're still going to have to rely on immigration. And usually it comes down to what I found recently is that they're trying to actually almost stay away from the immigration conversation, which has been interesting. They'll actually approach it like, oh, the £20,000 tax threshold, the PR system, the removing the cap on how many doctors can be trained. Which, of course, I will then talk to them and kind of tear their argument apart without humiliation, because I like to go for that approach too. But it's interesting seeing this pivot because Nigel Farage says he doesn't say, oh God, what's the expression? The quiet part out loud, right? Like he dog whistles, right? He's not, every so often he'll throw something in there just to keep his supporters happy. But actually this idea of him bringing in these other policies now under reform, the ones I've just mentioned, his reform supporters are now picking up on them too. And they're almost like using that as a fake shield. Like, oh, look, you're going to get a tax cut if you vote reform. And they are kind of eating it up. But again, usually after like 5 minutes, you can actually make a lot of people see why most of their, policies in their contract are unworkable, terrible, and will never happen.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the schedule for tonight, Helena? What else are you talking about?
So I have not watched the Farage question time thing yet, and I've just noticed that
Oh, you
Kev is
haven't?
almost at the end of watching Adrian Ramsay, so I might shout Kev and see if he wants to do the Farage thing. I mean, I've been going for 5 hours. Maybe I should stop, but I want to get at least something I can put up as a segment.
That's up to you, but I do kind of want to sort of kick back and just watch your stream. So.
Fiona Bruce does have. I was going to say Fiona Bruce does have one good moment against Farage that I've seen. I still haven't seen it myself, Helena, but where basically this idea of like we're just going to drop people off in France. Like someone makes like a D-Day joke almost, like it's going to be the second D-Day, and this audience member asks Farage like, how is this going to work? And Fiona's like really pushing him, saying, are you going to literally pull up on a boat and drop people off? How is that going to work? And he doesn't obviously answer the question, but she really goes after him on it, which, I'm sure 5 minutes later she was doing something else that would piss me off if I continued to watch the clip. But there are some decent moments on there from what I've heard, but I feel like at this point, I know what everybody's going to say because everyone is so well rehearsed at this point. I've almost disenfranchised myself from a lot of actually.
It's the battle of rhetoric, not policy, unfortunately.
Yeah, exactly.
I wish we had a world where policy is the discussion, but it never is. It is always the battle of rhetoric and messaging, which is annoying. Yeah. Right, let's bowl out. I just want to watch Helena stream, but also I need you in the WhatsApp list because I've got a few messages. Well, I can say this to you right now. I mean, you did say shoot your shot. I messaged Zach Polanski. I was like, "Where are you? I'm assuming you're in London. Where are you going to be?" And he did reply. Right. He's like, "Oh, I'm speaking to BBC and Sky and LBC, but I'm going to try and see if he's got like a free half an hour." Maybe he'll come on.
Oh god, that'd be amazing.
He's an absolutely lovely. I fucking love it. He's such a lovely guy.
Most of them from the party are so lovely. That'd be amazing. Bring him over. I'll make him a cup of tea. Imagine.
Right. Okay. Let's bowl out, and I'm gonna. Yeah, you should definitely team up with Kev. That'd be a fun one.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
All right. Thank you again. Lots of fun. Absolutely amazing guest, a great show as always. Like I say it a lot, but you're brilliant.
No, bye.
Bye.
right now I find what Kev is doing. Right, let me see what he's up to. Why won't it let me unmute his stream?
Presume that's not the point that's being made. Orchestrated, exactly. What was the point I was going to fucking make, though? Yeah, can we not make it into 710? Can we stop just having to number everything? October 7th works. That's fine. It's a short enough phrase. We don't need to make it 710. Otherwise, we're just going to end up with everything being numbered and it won't make any fucking sense anymore. Fucking 9/11. It still annoys me it was called 9/11. Because it's 11/9. Stop being wrong, America.
You've got Simon Anthony. He's again a candidate of yours for Barking, compared Hamas to the French resistance. They're still candidates, so I assume you support their views.
I don't support any of those views that you've just outlined, Fiona, but I'll tell you what...
So why are they still candidates then?
Well, if there have been concerns raised about particular candidates, as there...
Hey, hello, Helena. Yeah, do you want to watch the Farage one together? Yeah, we can do that if you want. Yeah. By the way, I'm back. I'm not on YouTube, but my friend is on YouTube. Not fucking you. Okay. I'll start that bit again. I have a person that I found on Twitter who isn't me because it says it's not KF Logan, and obviously it couldn't be me because I would be going against terms of service by ban evading if I was on Twitter again. That would be crazy. But if you go to the not KF Logan 1875 account, that person, I believe I'm right in saying, has followed you. If you follow them back, they could possibly DM you something if they wanted to. Look, I don't know. It's not me, so I don't know.
Right, okay. Well, we're going to have some Kevin. Oh, got a message from Sean as well. Do you think the Greens will go close to the centre as they get closer to power in terms of vote share and seats? Because Labour aren't going to do a wealth tax, for example. Do you think they'll drop all the policies for proportional representation and liberate of social progressiveness? Because let's be honest, Labour won't do economic progressivism. Potentially. It depends on the membership, I guess. We'll see. Wait for Kev to get back to me. By the way, if you're enjoying the content, you could subscribe on Twitch for $4.99 or for free on Twitch Prime by linking your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. It gets you a free subscription every single month. You can also drop bits for 100 bits gets you text to speech on Twitch for a message you want read out. If you're watching on YouTube, you can have a message read out by super chatting. I read out all super chats live on stream regardless of value. You can become a member on YouTube for 99p, which is cheaper than a can of Red Stripe, for my emotes in chat and in my YouTube comment section. And you can also, if you want to be extra generous, you can gift memberships to your fellow YouTube viewers to boost the stream and the algorithm and spread the love around. If you don't want our message read out, but you do want to donate, it's much better to gift memberships than super chat. So if you can donate some memberships, it will be very much appreciated. I have been going, as I said, for almost 5 hours now. I've been doing lots and lots and lots of content for you lovely people. So if you could gift some membership arenas over in the YouTubes, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you for the bits, Stu. Appreciate you. And thank you, Zeode, for the bits as well. Thank you. Brett Pole Stalwart. Indeed, I am. I just had the alerts turned off. Hello, Kev. How you doing?
Wagwan.
It's good to see you back on Twitch.
Yes.
Actually,
Yeah,
I know you
took the night off because I did fucking nearly 10 hours the other night. It was
10
Hassanian in its endurance.
Absolute.
Yeah.
Wow. I thought I'm on 5 hours tonight. I thought I'd been going long, but 10 hours, that's crazy. Did you watch all of the debate and all of the fallout then?
Well, I got to the end of the debate. We didn't do much fallout, but as we did the debate here and then question time and then that debate, yeah, it went for like 9.5 hours or something.
Jesus fucking Christ,
Yeah.
Kev. I hope you got lots of bits and hype trains.
Yeah, we got 2 hype trains. Yeah, it was all right. I'm happy enough with that. If I can earn minimum wage, I'm happy with that. It's fine. Because I've got other income streams. Not massive, but it all tops up, you know. And if YouTube ever get back to me, that cunts. Fuck's sake. Anyway. Also watching Germany. Come on, Denmark, you bumperclaps.
Oh shit, yeah, there's football. I was only paying attention to the cricket and the Formula One today.
Fair enough, but the cricket is now finished.
Yes, it is indeed. And the Formula One is over for today and has only come back tomorrow.
Indeed. Yes, so yeah, I heard you were on, well, I didn't just hear, I saw part of it before I got going. You were on with Curtis.
I was on with Curtis and Lazy Lewis as well from TikTok. We did the Normal Island. Then we had a really long chat afterwards about the future of the left in the UK, which was super interesting. We watched the Adrian Ramsay thing. And I also talked to Lonerbox about the election as well. Lonerbox wanted to chat about my opinions on the election, and I just gave him the lowdown on why the Labour Party is an absolute steaming pile of garbage trash.
Fair enough. But, I mean, you were on with Curtis after Corbyn was on with Curtis, of course, during the week again. Both of which after me. So, like, I can't help but feel you're both copying my style a bit.
I like that Curtis now uses Jeremy Corbyn as his Patreon plug.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
no. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
You know, go for it, man. You've got to play the hand you're dealt. Like, we're not all fucking Ben Shapiro with trillionaire backers and shit, you know.
Absolutely. Richie in chat asks, did I hear about the prison guard having sex with an inmate in HM Wadsworth? I did hear about that. Who knew prison guards are fucked and it's really screwed up how our prison system works, and they abuse their power, their position of power very often. It's almost like the prison guards are the ones who women should be concerned about broadly.
And not the transes.
Exactly. Like, they're far more likely to get
God.
Women are far more likely to get assaulted by a prison guard
Mm.
than they are from a trans woman in prison.
Very much so, yeah. But there has been an arrest in that case, so I expect nothing to happen because, of course,
Yeah.
it's a fucking copper. Of course, they're not going to fucking do anything. Anyway, what, if anything, have you watched of this so far?
Also, Moronaka asks, can prisoners meaningfully give consent? No. If a prison officer has sex with a prisoner, it's fucking rape.
Yeah,
There's nothing
exactly.
else.
You can't say no, and they can physically punish you, and you literally can't escape them. So no, you can't in any meaningful sense give consent. So yes, it is right.
Fucking
And also,
neoliberalism.
legally, you cannot give consent to have sex with a prison officer as a prisoner.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's a legal construct, rape, indeed. I watched literally up right to the end of the Adrian Ramsay bit. I don't mind rewatching it though. I'll just be silent in the background.
Fucking
Only a couple of
neoliberalism.
minutes left anyway on your end. So
Yeah, fair enough.
Thank you for the 20 gifted, Lucas Lupine, and your own membership as well. I appreciate the support.
Nice.
Just horrific scenes that we were
Fucking
seeing, just as the
neoliberalism.
absolutely horrific attacks on Israel on the 7th of October and the resulting taking
It
of
was a woman
hostages
who
is
was the prison guard.
completely
Well, I mean,
unjustified.
still rape. Like, same
Yeah.
thing applies. Sorry, I didn't realise.
Fucking
Oh, fuck off,
neoliberalism.
Germany. 2-0. Game over. Bollocks.
And I say that unequivocally. So what we need to be very aware of in talking about this is that there are Jewish communities and Muslim
Can I just point out, I don't hate Germans or anything like that. I just hate the German football team. They made me cry as a child, and
I mean,
shall
I hate
never forgive them.
Germany because they're fucking Israel fucks.
That is true. Yeah, yeah. Like I say, fucking German Antifa walking around with Israeli flags. Like, what are you doing? What the fuck are you exactly? You're the married bachelor. It's mad. Yeah.
communities in the UK and around the world who are feeling very vulnerable at the moment. And all of us, and I'd say this to candidates of any party, need to be very aware of that when we're talking about
I
this
did
issue.
see that signature. Apologies. I know we'll move on to Farage, but Yeah, I did see that the Bolivian people came out and went, you know what, actually, we'd rather not have a fascist coup if you don't mind. Which was nice.
Yeah.
Beautiful thing.
But that won't stop me standing up and saying that the UK needs to play its role internationally in putting pressure for there to be a ceasefire from both sides, and in saying that it's absolutely unacceptable for the UK to continue selling arms to Israel when the International Criminal Court has been very clear that Israel, as well as Hamas, has broken international law.
Sorry, did someone order something from the base department?
Well,
It's
yeah.
fucking arrived.
Yeah, it's the right answer, yeah.
Yeah, good lad. Also, don't buy into the bullshit. Yes, someone on social media said something a bit iffy about the Royal Navy. I don't give a fuck. Fuck that. Why the fuck are we sending the Royal Navy to defend fucking Israel from a country that doesn't have a navy? What the special fucking boat service of the fucking Hamas going to attack, are they? Fuck off, man. Get to grips.
I have to say, because we are in an election period, and I mentioned some candidates, that a full list of candidates for those constituencies is available on the BBC website.
True. On that point, we were watching the Channel 4 thing with Farage earlier in the stream, and you know that at the end they have to put up the full list of candidates for that seat because it's part of the election fairness rules and all that bollocks. And one of them had an unbelievably Greek name, which instantly charmed me. Turns out it's a weird fascist. And someone sent me an interview and we read through it. It's so funny. Oh my God. It's like, imagine if you like the racism of Nigel Farage, but you want more conspiracy theory nonsense thrown into it. Like we're talking anti-vax, 5G fucking material leaking into the air, crazy shit. Cultural Marxism got a mention? Definitely. No.
Cat girl transformation gas.
Exactly. Well, that's how we're going to trans everyone, the 5G.
True.
Let's take a question now from Adam Norwood. Adam, whereabouts? Hi, Adam. Hang on, we'll just get the mic to you. There you go.
With the second Trump government looking likely from the west and war inching closer from the east, how will green defence policies keep us safe?
And just for those of you who might not be as familiar with the Green Manifestos, perhaps you are, and certainly you are suggesting we scrap Trident, which is obviously our nuclear deterrent.
Nice bit of reframing.
Well, Adam,
there.
the first thing you talked about
pointed
was
this out when we watched this, Kev. This guy literally went to the viral clip of this that was going around Twitter and said, I deliberately left Trident out of my question because I didn't think it was relevant, and they've reframed my question in a way I didn't want, which was very frustrating, apparently.
True, but what I will say is I think it's a fair point, if that makes sense. Like, the reframing is ridiculous, and yes, the obsession that the right wing have with, we have to, if they want to spend tuppence halfpenny on a fucking school, that needs to be costed. We need to have full fucking breakdown of everything. 200 squillion for nuclear, that's fine. Don't even need to fucking bother asking where that money is coming from. The magic money tree has sprouted once again, which is very, very frustrating. But there's no doubt it's a part of it. If you believe in scrapping nuclear, as indeed I do, that you have to take that into account, and people are going to ask questions about that. And as a politician, you should be able to answer it. So even if the person in question didn't necessarily mean that, it's a factor. It's certainly a thing that I think a lot of voters would point out about their defence plans, But just on my point, we need to stop pretending that we're a major power anymore. This is not the 1850s. We're not a major world power. Let's stop pretending and spending like we can afford to be that anymore. We can't. Ultimately, if we're in such a fucking great situation in NATO, and we have these nuclear powers like America and France who would defend us if we were invaded because they definitely care about us, why do we need nuclear weapons then? Why? Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, it's almost as if we know we actually probably wouldn't be defended by those nations, really.
Quite.
Anyway. But the point being, it's a lot of old shit. If we can't afford schools, why the fuck are we defending the country with nuclear weapons? It doesn't seem worth defending.
Prospect of a second Trump term, and watching the highlights from the debate last night, my heart sank because clearly I want to see Biden elected instead of Trump. But there are clearly big questions now over whether people are going to get behind him, and big questions.
He's a zombie
How
boy.
would green defence policies keep us safe? That's the question. And you're suggesting
Yes.
scrapping Trident.
Did you watch much of the American debate, by the way?
It's too depressing.
It was amazing. At one point, he starts stumbling through an answer and just sort of stops. He just sort of breaks down like a robot,
Like
and
Mitch
they cut him
McConnell.
off. And they cut him off. And Trump just went, I don't know what he said there. I don't think he knows what he just said there. And I just thought, for fuck's sake, what? Literally, we've got fucking zombie boy trying to defend us from fascism. Oh, well, I'll just go into the gulag now then and wait, I guess. Fuck it.
Yeah.
So in relation to Trident, I think we should listen to what a number of retired army generals have said and what former defence secretaries have said, which is that Trident no longer addresses the security challenges that we face today. It was for a different era. It doesn't address the global security challenges that we face either militarily or in terms of cyber security or other issues. Now, of course, I support retaining the rest of the defence budget and supporting our armed forces with the great work they do both to defend this country and humanitarian work around the world. And there's going to be more and more, sadly, humanitarian work around the world for our armed forces to do. But supporting them directly is the way that we need to put in that funding.
So your co-leader, Carla Denyer, was talking on the radio very recently, and she said she expressed a view that having Trident makes us more of a target for attack rather than deterrent. Is that a view you share?
Well, I think that...
I'm not sure that's a fair point, actually, no. I don't know that it makes us more of a target. I don't think it actually helps us. I don't think it keeps us safer, really, but I don't think it makes us a target, no.
The only times in history where we look like we've been on the brink of nuclear war has been when one side was convinced that the other side was going to launch first. So being in a position where we could theoretically use it to the point where somebody would think that we would, which would lead to them launching, is like one of the cases where it could, I don't think it makes us necessarily a target though, necessarily.
Yeah.
But
I will just say, Maria in chat, stop caps raging. You can speak your mind, but if you fucking caps rage, you get put into timeout. Just chill.
The UK has long supported the idea that all countries that have a nuclear deterrent should work towards disarmament. But interestingly, this government hasn't actually taken any positive steps towards that.
No, but that's not the question I asked you. In fairness, I asked you, do you support your co-leader's view that for the UK to have Trident makes us more of a target?
Well, what I would say is that having nuclear weapons in the world clearly makes the world less safe than not having nuclear weapons.
But does it make the UK more of a target? That's why I'm just... She is your co-leader. I'm just asking if you share her view.
Well, the Green Party, as you say, is in favour of moving away from having a Trident nuclear weapons
Because you think
system.
in part because you think it makes us more of a target?
Because for two reasons. Because we don't think it reflects the international security challenges of today, and because a world with nuclear weapons is inherently less safe than a world without. But we need to work internationally to address this, and we need to put the funding and focus on the armed forces that's actually going to address the security challenges we face.
We've got a very, just about a minute and a half left. Let's very quickly take a question
It's
from
not
Sonia.
terrible.
Sonia
It's
Foxall.
not terrible.
I mean,
Also, it is slightly annoying that you have to answer for another person's personal viewpoint, because that's not in the manifesto.
No.
That it's strictly that. So, okay, a different human being has a slightly different thought on a topic. Okay, that I don't have to defend that. Why would I have to fucking defend that? What?
Exactly. It's just like this is literally just like when Jeremy Corbyn was getting quizzed by Paxman. He was saying, "Oh, your manifesto doesn't abolish the monarchy, but you hate the monarchy, don't you, Jeremy?" And I was like, "It's not in the manifesto because we're not going to do it."
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, hang on. We'll just get a microphone over your head. There you go.
I'm self-employed. I've seen increases in corporation tax, in dividend tax, and a frozen personal allowance. And now you want to tax me even more. Why?
So you're suggesting raising...
Because you're a rich cunt, I guess. I mean, I don't know how rich you are specifically, but if you are rich, get wrecked. Fuck you.
tax for higher earners, but also removing the cap on national insurance, which obviously means an increase in what people will pay, for those earning more than 50,270.
Whoa, won't someone think of the rich? Whoa.
So thank you for your question, Sonia. And just to clarify one point, we're not proposing any changes to income tax. We are proposing asking those earning over 50,000 to pay a little bit more in national insurance, because people who earn under 50,000 currently pay a higher proportion of their salary on national insurance than people who earn over 50,000. And so we're talking about £5 extra a week for someone earning 55,000. Now, what would that get you? At the moment, people can't access an NHS dentist. And if you can afford to do so, you might be forking out for a private dentist. Well, how much does that cost you over a year? How much does it cost you over a year to pay extortionate train ticket prices because we're not investing in our railways, or to have to heat your home and see your bills going up and up every month because we've got the leakiest homes in Europe and we haven't insulated them? So we're setting out a different
See, we lead Europe. #1, baby. Let's go.
vision, Sonia, for where, yes, we ask those earning a little bit more to pay a little bit more, including the multimillionaires and billionaires, but it's about a different type of society, because we're the only party that's willing to say we should be willing to invest more in restoring...
Well, you're going to bear in mind, Magical, I think you're American, right? So when they say 50K, that doesn't sound like that much to Americans, but that's a lot more. That would be, what, 75 grand, something like that in American money?
I mean, it's still not like a huge amount of American salary anyway, but our living costs are lower.
Yeah. Well, to put it in perspective, it's nearly double the average national wage. So it's not like, if you're on that money, you're not fucking poor.
Yeah, top 25% of earners.
Yeah.
our NHS and defending our environment. And if we have a group of Green MPs in Parliament after the election, we can push the new government to be bolder on the issues that we really need to address.
I'm so sorry, I'm afraid we're out of time. But listen, thank you very much. Adrian Ramsay, thank you very much for taking...
Oh, also, yeah, the massive medical costs we also don't have to fucking pay. Yeah, so, like, it's a lot cheaper. Anyway. Yeah. Oh, God, look at him, the little fascist prick. Anyway, I do need to just quickly nip to the loo, so can you keep everyone entertained for, like, 1 minute?
I can do. I'm trying to think was there something I was going to talk about today? I don't even know. What people are saying in my chat. I'll chat with my own chat, and your chat can listen to it. Trident software is based on Windows XP, never upgraded. It's a DOS based and must be federal to break or hack into. I didn't know that, Renato, but that's an interesting factoid. Obviously, of course, the Americans control our nuclear weapons. Yeah, absolutely, that's a good point. Why would anyone invade the UK? I mean, yeah, very true. You're right, Mark. How you doing? Good to see you in chat. Equalising national insurance and capital gains tax is literally tiny tweaks, but because we're a big economy, has a far bigger impact on the public purse than people actually usually think. I think that's fair, yeah. Like, the overall, like, nominal amounts extra we're getting in terms of state revenue is pretty large, but in terms of how much it changes the tax base is pretty small. Like, I think that the Greens essentially want to increase, like, the tax base in the UK by like 2%, which still puts the tax burden in the UK lower than France, lower than Greece, lower than Italy, lower than Germany, lower than Sweden, lower than Norway, lower than Finland. Like, huge, we'd still be low in terms of the tax burden within Europe. So, you know, the taxes they want to do extra isn't that much. Oh yeah, Led by Donkeys did prank Farage by putting the I Love Putin sign up.
Oh, right. Oh, turn me fan up. We good to go?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
So, as I said to Adrian and Nigel, I'll just remind you that you're here to answer the questions from the audience. You know, I will not interrupt you. That's my aim, unless, obviously, you stray off the point, or, in fact, the question isn't answered. So let's start with our first question tonight, which is from Mark Corden.
Hello. I'd like to know, what is it about you and your party that attracts racists and extremists, whether you say you want them or not?
Well, I've done more.
I mean,
fair question.
I am glad that we are actually getting to task on the issues of racism within Reform UK, because clearly it's an important thing. I just hope we don't only talk about racism. Because I think that whilst it's necessary to talk about at least some amount of this interview,
Yes.
if it's just just people screaming how racist he is at him rather than scrutinising his policy platform, basically we'll just end up with him be able to use this as, the establishment hates me by playing the race card. I'm just like, I mean, I think he is a racist, and I think his party is racist, but also his economic policies suck too.
True, and actually, I pointed this out when we watched the Channel 4 stuff earlier today. Literally, the sort of main guy who's the main focus of the thing, who's like literally door knocking in the Clacton area and in the constituency, and literally uses the P slur for a person of Pakistani heritage rather loosely, and talks about machine gunning migrants and stuff, and then literally does the whinging thing of saying, you can't say anything in this country without people calling you racist. Motherfucker, if you're not racist, then who the fuck is? Like, racism can't exist, can it?
The thing is, my favorite bit is he said you can't even say anything about being called racist. So if I'm a racist, then yeah, I'm a racist. I was just like, okay, infrared.
Exactly. I can be way more racist than you. Clactonoid.
I've done more to drive the far right out of British politics than anybody else alive.
No, you are the far right in British politics. You have brought it to the forefront, to the core of Tory party foreign policy.
I mean, it's interesting as well, is that I think this is I understand why he's using this line, for example, because remember that 4chan post from 2013, 2014, whatever it was, the one that ContraPoints mentioned in a fascism video, saying you can't use these words because you know they will know that we're crypto. And that's what Nigel Farage is, by saying I beat the far right, because they've all joined him. They just know that the messaging works better when it's being done through somebody who distances themselves from racist rhetoric.
Yeah. Well, it's similar to Trump in a sense, but in America you are allowed to say much more overtly racist shit as a mainstream politician, it seems. But there's a similar kind of like hiding your power level thing, where the far right all know he's with them in a wink, wink, nudge, nudge way, which is why, of course, the questioner asking it in that way, I think, is so pertinent. Although whether it cuts through or not, who knows? But the whole point is, why does his party keep attracting those sorts of people? If he's so deeply against the far right, why is his party filled with that kind of person? It's not an isolated incident. They seem to be pretty replete throughout their ranks.
Well, loads of people. Wasn't there this story about loads of people from Reform UK candidates just being friends with this guy from the BNP?
Yeah, absolutely. There's one of the candidates in the that said that they should vote BNP, and literally said that Enoch Powell was right. Interesting.
I took on the BNP just over a decade ago. I said to their voters,
You took on their policies, yes, as your own. I've seen the manifestos. They're very similar to the old BNP manifestos. Just you've replaced the word white with culture. Ironically, the saleable words famously mentioned by Nick Griffin back in the day when he spoke with David Duke in America.
Judeo-Christian values.
Exactly. Western culture.
You can't say the N-word. You have to say forced busing.
Yeah, exactly. There's a problem with urban knife crime.
if this is a protest vote, but you don't support their racist agenda, don't vote for them, vote for me. And we destroyed them. I've never allowed in parties I've led anybody who was even a member of an extremist organisation to join our parties. What happened over the last weekend was truly astonishing. A tirade of invective abuse directed at the Prime Minister. I mean, the whole thing was unbelievable. It didn't ring true. So I checked it out. It turns out the man that did this is an actor. He was contacted by the Telegraph this morning.
Yeah, they sent an actor in under his own fucking name. Yeah, it's a very sensible plan you think they have here, Nigel. You fucking goon.
Well, it's interesting as well is that one of the things he got caught saying was this idea of, doing what the Greeks do in drowning refugees in the Channel. Ben
Hmm.
Habib, who was one of the front members of Reform UK, literally said he'd be willing to let people drown in the Channel when speaking to Julia Hartley-Brewer. Julia Hartley-Brewer was the voice of reason in a conversation. That's how bad Ben Habib was. And that's somebody who's on like your front bench, effectively.
Yeah. Literally, he personally has attacked the RNLI for collecting migrants from the Channel. So, like, if you follow that to its logical conclusion, Nigel, if the RNLI is not going to save a sinking boat, it's going to sink, and they're going to drown. The logical conclusion, therefore, is that you would like more people to drown, which, practically speaking, is not much better than gunning them down, really.
No, indeed.
He denied he was an actor. We then found out, yes, actually, he is an actor. He's worked in the past.
And thankfully, as we've seen from people like Ronald Reagan and Charlton Heston, actors can't be racist. That's the good thing about actors is it's a natural immunity to bigotry. Actually, yeah, lovely stuff.
Channel 4. On his own site, he says, I'm a well-spoken actor with an alter ego. I do rough talking. Let me tell you, from the minute he turned up in that office in Clacton and I saw him, he was acting from the very start. He even says on his website, hire me, I do undercover filming.
Should we just explain?
Let me finish.
No, just in case people aren't totally familiar with what you're talking about.
These are the comments, and Rishi Sunak's reacted to them today.
Sure.
This is a total and utter setup that has been...
Can I also just point out, I know the focus should be on these dickheads being racist, but Rishi Sunak being all personally offended by this, I get it, don't get me wrong, he's been racially abused by this man. He's had violent threats against him by various people.
We get loads of racist abuse, yeah, loads of it.
So I understand him being annoyed by that, but he didn't seem quite so annoyed by the amount of money that was given to him by that racist prick who said that Diane Abbott made him wish that, what was it, all black women were dead or whatever the fucking phrase
he said that he wishes that she was shot, so that Diane Abbott should be shot, and that she makes him hate all black women.
That was the phrase, yes. That was fine. That racism's good and normal and awesome. But the racism against him is bad.
Also, Lawrence Fox is an actor and pretty racist. And also, again, on top,
is he really? Can he be considered an actor when he can't find any work anymore? He's an ex-actor. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Sorry, you were going to say something, and I rudely interrupted with a silly joke.
I was just going to say, I mentioned this on Normal Island this afternoon, just like how this Kemi Badenoch as well, saying, "Oh, David Tennant's racist for saying bad things about me, a black woman." I'm like, when I said anything about, never mentioned your race. And on top of that, just like, well, you said that Frank Estes' comments about Diane Abbott were trivial, and he literally said that she should be shot. Like, this wasn't I wish you didn't exist because you are negative utility. It was, I wish somebody would murder this politician.
Well, exactly.
And that's pretty trivial.
Murdering black women, apparently trivial. Telling someone to shut up, that's racist. It's amazing how they'll take on Idpol the second they get a fucking chance.
Oh my god, it's infuriating, isn't it? Just how Idpol Tories are when they think that it's
they fucking love it. That's the only reason they oppose it, is because it often works against them, because they are racist, you know? They love to use it whenever they get the opportunity. Yeah.
That's the thing, is that people will try and tell you that the right wing are like an economically based party. I'm like, no. You speak to actual like Conservative Party members, and actually they don't give a shit about economics. They're terrified about it's culture wars.
Yeah.
They love it. They love that shit.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
They're obsessed with it, Paul.
Fucking crazy cunts, yeah.
Been leapt on, of course, by our political opponents, leapt on by most of mainstream.
All right, let me just explain it for those who might not have seen the Channel 4 report. So let me just explain. Well, I expect you have, but just in case there's anyone at home who has...
Hang on, Nigel, are you suggesting that she shouldn't go over the facts of the case and that people should just sort of guess what might have been in it? The fuck is your objection here? You fucking squirmy little bitch.
Seen it. So there was a report on Channel 4 where a man saying he was a canvasser for you said some absolutely extraordinarily racist comments. What you are saying now is that he's an actor, and that it's a setup, effectively. So I can just say, Channel 4 say, we strongly stand by our journalism. Well, I have to put their point of view. They're not here to answer. We met the man, Mr. Parker, for the first time at Reform UK. Hang on, I have to put their right to reply, as I would have to put yours. We met Mr. Parker.
Also, my man, you can pick holes in this particular bit, but what about all of the people that are your candidates that aren't actors, unless you've hired paid actors somehow? You know what I mean? They're all, what about the dickhead that said we should have been neutral against Hitler? Come
also,
on.
like, in the video that Channel 4 broadcast, this Parker guy isn't the only person they filmed. They filmed, like, central members of the Reform UK campaign saying things that one could argue were describing gay people as being nonces.
Yep. And
they said a bunch of really awful shit. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And, of course, the guy that, quote-unquote, was joking when he said that they'd already spent double the legal limit.
Indeed,
campaign financing law, which is interesting considering Nigel Farage has done nothing but bitch about the Tories overspending against him in Kent. Fun.
For the first time at Reform UK Party headquarters, where he was a Reform Party canvasser. They say they didn't pay him, they didn't know him, and that he was filmed covertly. So if it was a setup, and you're saying it was, very clear, you've been saying that all day, who set it up? Are you saying that Channel 4 paid this guy? They're denying it. Paid this.
It was the Jews. That's what he should do. This shit poster. I tell you what. It was them.
It was the
parentheses. Yeah. It should have thought it was the FNPs. You know. Who was it, Nige? Was it the cultural Marxisms?
Channel 4 used.
It was what? Sorry.
Led by donkeys.
Yeah, led by donkeys, yeah.
A production company, which of course gives them deniability. What I have no doubt about is this guy was in his alter ego. I've even found now on TikTok this guy doing sort of Alf Garnett type stuff. This was a comedy act, but it was designed to hurt us.
You are literally trying to appeal to Alf Garnett's. What do you mean, an Alf Garnett act? You're exclusively trying to win the votes of, like, racist pricks, basically.
And sadly, some people believe it. Let me promise you.
So who do you think would have done this, Nigel Farage?
I want nothing to do with people like him, and he has nothing to do with us. He's somebody who turned up, we didn't know who he was, and by sheer coincidence, he happened to get teamed up with Channel 4, who we'd worked for in the past. I'm sorry.
So in order for this theory to be right, I'm not saying it's wrong or right, I don't know.
Not a theory, I'm telling you that he lied to a telegraph.
No, what I'm saying is in order for what you're suggesting to be correct, someone, I'm assuming you're saying, you're being careful not to say it's Channel 4, but some...
Because that would open him up to legal action, and he can't prove his case because he's bullshitting.
Someone must have paid this man to basically pretend to be a racist and therefore to smear you. So that must be someone from within the media, I assume. Is that what you're saying?
It may well have been the production company, or it's the guy himself who wanted publicity to get more parts.
And then contacted the media company to make sure they filmed at the right moment?
What I know is this is a political setup of astonishing proportions.
Right. Mark, what do you think?
Okay, what about your candidates, though, mate, who've said, like, equally racist shit? Are you staging your own setup against yourself?
The fact that at no point have Fiona Brewster said, well, hang on a minute, what about those campaign leaders who also said a bunch of awful stuff? There wasn't that just in the Channel 4 film alone, there were other people. And she's not even mentioned it. She's supposed to be scrutinising this guy.
Yeah, it was a false flag. Crisis actors, etc., etc. They're putting chemicals in the Clacton water to turn the nice, lovely people into racists and probably gays, I imagine.
Of what you're hearing since you asked the question.
Well, I mean, that's one example from today, but what about the multiple examples from throughout your career? I mean, I'm asking about everybody who said things about shooting people coming across.
No, sorry. That was what that man said yesterday. And by the way, if you doubt what I'm saying, I'm back in Birmingham on Sunday. We're holding an event. It'll be the biggest event of this election campaign. I'd love you to come along. Our star speaker, Zia Youssef, who is a practicing Muslim but a proud Brit, and he's going to come along and explain to us why immigration and relations between communities and the growth of extremism are the most important things in this campaign. And one more thing. When I went into the European Parliament 5 years ago at the head of 29 MPs, the biggest group in the whole of Europe, ironically, they were the most diverse group of politicians ever seen in the European Parliament.
Well, you've made it quite clear.
So I stand on my record.
Okay, well, let's talk about your record. You've very clearly wanted to distance yourself from this man, Andrew Parker. We've all heard that.
Anyone.
Okay, well, anyone. Let's talk about some of your candidates. So, I've thought long and hard about this. The kind of language that is ascribed to them, that is reported as having been said by them, is not the kind of language I would ever use. But also, we know what we're talking about, and forgive me if I offend you at home, I'm going to repeat some of it.
Okay, here we go, people. Terms of service. Let's do it.
So Leslie Lilly, candidate for Southend, Eastern Rochford, who said of migrants on small boats, more scum entering the UK, I hope your family get robbed, beaten or attacked. Edward Oakenfull, your candidate for Derbyshire Dales, who says importing sub-Saharan Africans would dilute the IQ of the country. Your candidate, Robert Lomas, Barnsley North, who...
Ironically, I think it's the people who vote for people like Nigel Farage that dilute the IQ of the country, really.
Hey.
But, you know.
Says, and these are difficult words to say, black people of Britain should get up off their lazy asses and stop acting like savages. I apologise to those offended by that. These are your candidates. Why are they still your candidates?
I don't know any of them, obviously, but...
But this has been widely reported. Why are you still standing
by them? Hang on a second. As you just went through with the Greens, you know, every party's had problems with the snap election.
Right, but like there's a slight difference between being a bit hyperbolic about not wanting Britain's involvement with Israeli, genocide against Palestinians, and saying that black people are savages. But that's not a foreign policy take that you've maybe worded in a shitty way. That's you being fucking filth.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, come on, my man. They're not equivalent in the slightest.
I organised...
Also, isn't your whole point, Nigel, that you're like above the fray in all of this? That you're doing politics completely different. So why are you saying, well, we're just like all the other politicians? We're all cunts. Like, aren't you supposed to be the alternative? No? Okay.
A professional London vetting company. We paid them £144,000 up front to vet our candidates. They didn't do it. Now, I think this was the first...
Why should we trust you with vetting the people coming into the country if you can't vet your own fucking candidates, mate?
Exactly. And on top of
you
that,
want to be Prime Minister? Like, what the fuck? Who vets the vetters, I guess?
Exactly. And like, he spent £144,000 or something on this vetting company that didn't actually do vetting. Like, well, they weren't supposed to be vetting the actual candidates themselves. And so that's money that he's thrown away. And he's supposed to say he can find tens of billions of pounds of efficiency savings in government budgets. I don't think this is going to work, mate. I don't think you have the skills.
Yeah.
I don't think you've got the minerals.
So we've had a vetting scandal and a betting scandal. Oh, let's go.
First of a series of the establishment not wanting us to do well. And I'm afraid I'm seeing it from...
You hired them. What do you mean the establishment doesn't want you to? You hired that company. That's on you. That's not the fucking... Rishi Sunak didn't make you do that.
The Russia hoax to what happened with this guy yesterday.
A Russia hoax? You were interviewed. You answered the question. Fuck me. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? People want me to stand by things I've said and positions I've taken. It's a government plot.
And the reason is very clear.
Well, hang on. That's not the question I'm asking. The question I'm asking... And Mark here talked about things that have been said by candidates. Now, hang on. Nigel Farage, please answer this question. This has been widely reported. These comments... Hang on. Let me finish. These comments by your candidates have been widely reported. You don't need a vetting company to fund. They're out there in the public domain, in the newspapers, online. Why are they still standing as your candidates?
I inherited a start-up party. Remember, I've been doing this...
Why are they still standing as your candidates?
You didn't inherit anything. You own a PLC, you prat.
Exactly. He's saying that's crazy. Like that, he says he inherits the party. He was the majority shareholder of the Brexit Party when it was campaigning for Brexit. He was the majority shareholder of Reform UK when Richard Tice was leader, and he is still the majority shareholder of Reform UK now, which is again was formed out of the Brexit Party. He has never inherited anything. This is just fucking nonsense.
Yeah, he's a bullshitter. It's good to see him squirm though. That's nice. Again, I hope they get to some policy at some point, but it is good to see him squirm.
even when he wasn't the leader, because he was the majority shareholder, he was still honorary president at that time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So silly.
Well, they're not. They've been disowned. In most cases, they've been disowned. With people like Lily from, I mean, honestly, what he said is criminal.
So why is he your
isn't just
candidate?
Wrong. I have no idea why this man.
You are the leader.
Nigel, they're laughing at you, brother. They're laughing at you.
Good.
You are risible. You're a punchline. She's nice. Yeah, I mean, as people watching my stream can tell, yeah, they've gotten rid of the 3 candidates. It's too late now for them to actually do anything with it. So they'll still officially, be that candidate. Look, as our ally in Rochdale against Galloway with Labour.
They've withdrawn support.
They've withdrawn support. So basically, the people who already weren't going to get voted in these seats are still not going to.
Yeah.
But they've covered their arse, I guess.
I wasn't.
You are now.
I inherited this. It was a start-up party. I paid a professional London vetting company to weed this out. The work wasn't done. We're a start-up, and all start-ups, whether they're business or political
You're not
parties,
a start-up.
wrong uns in the end.
You've been around for 7 years, Nigel. 7 years that this party machine has existed. You're a majority shareholder, and Richard Tice is pumping in like millions of his own money into the party. Like you've had so much venture capital thrown at the party to be able to have an ideologically right-wing party in this country that you've been able to field candidates, more candidates than the Conservative Party at this election.
Yep.
In Great Britain, off of never contesting a national election at all. Like that's how much money. You're not a startup. You have loads of money.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And of course, he has a political machine around him because he's been in electoral politics for 25 years.
Yeah, exactly.
He's not some fucking newbie that just arrived yesterday and went, look, we've made mistakes. Like, motherfucker, you are a veteran politician at this point. You don't get to fucking pretend to be some fucking, green behind the ears, is that the phrase? Anyway, some, new fucking chap on the block. Also, that is in a fucking ugly tie. Jesus Christ, that's bad. Sorry.
It's terrible.
Not relevant, but still true.
I've pointed it out to you. Are you going to withdraw your support from these people?
I wouldn't want anything to do with them.
So shall we take it that you have withdrawn your support
Yes,
from these 3
I
people?
want nothing to do with them.
Okay, let's take some more questions. Yes, the man there in the glasses.
Yeah, I mean, I know some of my friends, they have start-up companies, but none of them employ a whole slew of massive racists like you. So...
Fair point. Fair point. Your average tech startup only has 1 or 2 racists. So, yeah, true, good point.
I credited you with more intelligence than to say it's an actor. And what I want, I'm not an actor myself, but I want to defend actors. Not all actors are racist, but probably the only actors who are racist are the actors in your party.
Well, hang on a second. The Labour candidate, I mean, we're talking about Clacton here. The Labour candidate in Clacton has made some deeply offensive, racist remarks, so much so that Keir Starmer has banished him from the constituency and said, go to the Midlands. So you get people in all parties saying...
What racist comments? Am I missing something?
Yeah, what does that mean? He's been banished from the constituency. He has to go to the Midlands.
Also, I don't know if you know this, Kev. So this guy was getting more retweets than Keir Starmer. So the Labour right said, no, stop campaigning. You have to go. You have to go and be seconded to the Midlands instead. You're making us look bad by being more popular than Keith. Which shows you how brittle these people really are.
Yeah, Labour Clacton candidate. Racist comments. Let's have a look. Reform, UK... No, Labour, for fuck's sake. No, it's all just going to be Farage, isn't it?
His name is Jovan Owusu-Nepal, if that helps.
Oh, here we go. Okay. Labour candidate in Clacton made comments including, quote, drinking the tears of white men and we shouldn't have racism in politics. What? Drinking, yeah, okay, here we go. Claims that the Labour candidate in Clacton said, what was it? Yeah, Candace mate. Yeah, just said drinking the tears of white men, which
I mean,
Right.
it's below the bar, I guess, but
So the only real racism is anti-white racism. So the official Reform Party words.
Wrong things and bad things. Wherever I find it, I always drive it out. And I've done that all my career.
Well, they're still standing, but from what I understand, you're going to stop them standing for reform anyway from now on. Yes, a woman in the red and black top there.
I just want to know, when are you actually going to take responsibility of your actions and say sorry and stop making excuses?
I'm not going to apologise. I'm not going to apologise for what, and we'll find out the full truth. But I promise you, what happened over the weekend, what was on the front page of the Times today, is a setup, a deliberate attempt to smear us. It's almost when you.
Okay, but for hiring a shit company that didn't vet and then having loads of racists as candidates, that's not a setup, is it? You could apologise for that, or at least show any amount of contrition for being shit.
You look at it, what he said is almost unbelievable. A constant stream of invective, and he does this for a living.
Man, you spend enough time in boozers, there's no way you haven't heard people talk like this. You go to your average fucking spoons and there's some cunt talking like that.
Yeah.
Guaranteed. The idea that this is unbelievable. I would never imagine someone talking like that. The fuck? Shut up.
Living. He does it professionally, and he came along in his alter ego and did it. It's wrong.
It's not a million miles from what these candidates are reportedly said.
It is
okay. The woman with the blonde hair here.
Nigel Farage, I just have a question about being a paid actor. You also run you are online on a website called Cameo, where you'll record paid shorts of you doing roasts or
Up the ra, Nigel. Hey.
Seriously?
talks for people. I was just wondering, your cheapest ones you do are £70. If I paid you £70 now, would you admit that this country would be nothing without our rich history of immigration?
Well, I tell you what.
Oh,
In fact,
I was hoping we were going to have the first mention of Big Chungus on Question Time.
True,
I'm disappointed.
The very first Big Chungus moment on Question Time would have been incredible.
Would.
And this is what's gone wrong. Because you talk about immigration, and it ran from after the war up until the millennium at net 30 to 40,000 a year. And yes, it worked. In fact, we had the most successful immigration policies of any country in the whole of Europe. No question. Now, it is so totally out of control. Just think about this. 2.5 million people have come in the last 2 years. You wonder why you can't get a house. You wonder why your rents have gone up 25% in 4 years. You wonder why our infrastructure is struggling. You wonder why, we have to build a new house every 2 minutes.
He makes this house every 2 minutes claim, right? And we do need to build more houses. I agree. We should build loads of council houses. Say, I don't know how many we were building during Harold Macmillan. Let's take a prime minister at a random, right? I wonder how many council houses were built per year during Harold Macmillan's tenure. It's like 200,000 or something like that. A house every 2 minutes is basically 200,000 a year. Like 200,000 council houses is exactly what we should be building to try and house people. We've a million people coming per year, a million increase in population per year. Family of 4 in each council house, something like that. Plus some private houses along the side, right? We can absolutely build enough houses. Again, the issue isn't that the population has increased, it's that we're not building enough houses, and we've not built the infrastructure because of austerity.
Yeah. It's just, oh my God, J.K. Rowling referring to David Tennant as part of the gender Taliban. I didn't have that on my fucking bingo card today. There we go. Amazing. Sorry, thank you for the link, chat. By the way, have you mentioned ever before that we should build more council houses?
I may or may not. I may or may not have the phrase council housing single issue voter in my Twitter bio.
Interesting. I'll have to keep a watch out for that.
Just to cope with the numbers. And that's the issue. It's now running at numbers that are literally unimaginable and are diminishing the quality.
It's not unimaginable. Well, unless you have a shit imagination, I guess.
Of life of everybody in this country. And frankly, this should be the biggest issue of this election.
Okay. So many of you asked about this topic. I'm just going to go take a couple more and then I'll move on. Man in the blue and white check shirt.
I've just listened to you talk about how the establishment are against you and how everything's a conspiracy theory. Why can't you accept that it's your violent, racist rhetoric that's causing this, and it's not an establishment that's against you?
I'm sorry, that is unfair and wrong in every single way.
It's not. It's not
See what I mean?
actually.
See
I
what
mean, maybe the guy in the audience reached his breaking point, Nigel.
Well, literally, again, the breaking point stuff is genuinely like fucking rancid. But do you see what I meant at the start? Like, I feel like we've just had a bunch of people just calling him racist, and yeah, he is one, and he should be called out for it. But I feel like Nigel Farage, he'll use this. If it's an establishment plot, we say, well, they've just paid a bunch of people to get into the audience to call me racist for wanting immigration to go down. When we could be actually tackling the point that he made there about like what immigration is doing to the economy, because he's wrong. He's wrong about what immigration does to the economy.
Yeah. Talked there a moment ago about the immigration problem, which is numbers. I talked a moment ago about Zia Youssef, a practicing Muslim in Britain who's the big...
Look, you're ignoring my Muslim human shield. How dare you?
Biggest donor to our party in this campaign. I talked about my previous history of really helping to close down the BNP. I don't accept, sir, what you've just said for one moment.
Okay, let's just one more point. The man in the shirt just behind you, yeah.
You said within the last 2 years. My wife is a non-UK national from Nepal. She came to the UK within the last 2 years. Are you saying people like her are not welcome anymore?
What I'm saying is we cannot have limitless numbers of people coming into Britain. It is making us poorer. It is diminishing our quality of life. We need to get back to where we were, where we had a sense of...
See, I'm not bigoted. I'm just saying that immigration is the reason for all of the problems in this country.
With again, things the reverse is true. We have a declining birth rate. Our working age population is dropping. If we get fewer working age people, the current glut of retired people will then stop working, stop paying tax, and we'll be even poorer. To stop being poor, we need more working people of working age in this country. Immigration or more births is why we're going to be able to do that. I'm ambivalent as to how, but the idea that migrants make us poorer is untrue. Austerity made us poorer. Neoliberalism has made us poorer. It's weird how he talks about how we had all of these years where everything was fine. I'm like, that's before fucking neoliberalism happened, mate.
Yeah. Also, oh god, this is beautiful. This is some premium cope from Mr. Farage. Here we go. Nigel Farage is now set to boycott the BBC over a biased Question Time audience. You fucking bitch. You absolute... Is this cancel culture, Nigel? Have you cancelled the BBC? Because I thought you were against that kind of thing.
I mean, they want to fund the BBC, so they basically do want to cancel the BBC as party policy.
Well, I for one stand up against this woke mind virus infecting the Reform Party. It's outrageous. Ah, what a scumbag.
A sensible policy where people came to us from friendly countries all over the world, and it was a success. We cannot go on with net migration running at 750,000 a year, despite, by the way, the Conservatives promising in 4 consecutive manifestos to reduce net migration.
That is a fair point and a strong point. The Conservatives have promised this and have done the exact opposite.
Yep.
Ironically, they are the people who are aiding and abetting this narrative. Because
Exactly.
the people who vote consistently against migration are getting fucked.
Exactly, they are, and also the Liberal parties haven't bothered to make the opposing case. I mentioned this with Curtis this evening. Like, you get a bunch of FUBP types going, well, think of all of the cultural enrichment we get, and we do get cultural enrichment from immigration. But the biggest concern that you hear about migration is the effect on public services and the effect on the economy and the undercutting of wages. All untrue, right? These are all not the effect of migration. But these are the genuine concerns people have had, and they've been denounced as racist by people who don't understand those concerns, rather than having the real concerns rebutted, right?
Exactly.
Rather, real concerns should be opposed through the fact that the reserve army of labour theory isn't true. You're not having your wages diluted. It's not why you can't see a GP. It's not why your housing prices have gone up. It's because austerity is stupid economic values have failed. I mean, if you had better trade union rights, probably fewer immigrants would come here.
Yeah. And it reminds me, for exactly the same reasons, it reminds me of the way in which the Brexit lies were allowed to ferment over the course of decades because neither of the major political parties wanted to address Europe for their own particular reasons. The leadership consistently of the Tory party knew that Europe was good for business and that business wanted to remain a part of the EU so they could trade in the single market. But they realised their voters weren't necessarily very pro it, so they just left it be. They didn't want to talk about it. It was like basically off limits. It wasn't to be discussed by and large. The Labour Party, for similar-ish reasons, wanted to remain in the European Union, but realised again that the British public not massively pro it, so they just ignored it. They didn't want to talk about it. Again, it was an issue that was just the elephant in the room.
What they
and
did
allowed
is they
a vacuum for dickheads like the BNP and Nigel Farage to come in and tell fucking stupid lies, completely unrebutted by the political establishment.
That's
and for
the
the
thing,
exact
is that-
same reasons, neither of the major political parties want to talk about immigration, and so it allows that same fucking thing to fester, that same vacuum to exist, into which fucking frog Hitler here jumps in and tells his fucking bullshit lies, again, unrebutted.
The thing is that the Labour Party's adoption of essentially free market policy, like abandoning protectionism forever, and imbibing all of the EU's globalization policies. Again, you can criticize them what you want. You can think we can reform the EU, whatever. I'm not going to get into that discussion. But what that created was this kind of legion of like pride flag Thatcherites, I call them, which are great on progressive social policy. I'm not gonna quibble on their good social policy and them being anti-racist, but they're the exact people that you now see waving EU flags at the people's vote marches and holding up signs saying, "How dare you tell my dog he can't go skiing?" And then there was the Eddie Dempsey clip. Right? It's the Eddie Dempsey clip where he says, you know, that whatever's going on in the Tommy Robinson supporters' heads, aside from all the bigotry, is their hatred of the liberal left, and they are right to hate them. They've seen their industries taken away, they've taken over their Labour Party, and now it's talking to them like they're the scum of the earth. And I'm like, because they didn't bother fighting for the industries that destroyed northern communities.
Yeah. And I think it's a point we've made before, but it bears repeating, that both of the major political parties have totally abandoned the core interests and values and, frankly, are ignoring the voices of their core constituents.
Yep.
The right aren't represented by the Tory party. The left certainly aren't fucking represented by the Labour Party. So who's left? Where do you go? Certainly not to the centre ground, because, I mean, the Lib Dems are shite. And you can't fucking trust them. So, you know, some of them become communist and some of them start talking about degenerate nonce queers or whatever, you know, that's
cultural Marxism.
Exactly, yeah. The centrists have made a rod for their own backs, you know.
What's interesting is I'm not saying that Nigel Farage is doing this, but you could certainly see it be the case, right? This framing of the time when immigration was okay and now the mass migration which is destroying the country. Like, I'm not saying that he's definitely saying this. He may well just be making a case that things are different. But either way, if you're somebody who believes in the cultural Marxism conspiracy theory, you genuinely believe that there's a group of academics out there trying to destroy the West by migrating people from the East into our cultures and undermining it as a fifth column, then this idea that Nigel Farage is saying that there was a point at which it got too bad and we had mass migration, that's still playing into those racist conspiracy theorists' minds here. Even if, whether he means it or not, I can't be bothered to intuit what he's saying in his own mind, but it's clear, just like Trump did. Obviously, Nigel Farage campaigned with Trump. Trump was very intent on making sure any speech that he made was vague enough that people could imprint their own grievances on top to be able to find favour with the Make America Great Again campaign.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Although he seems to abandon that to some degree by making more strictly, you know, racist bullshit. But yeah, I get the point you're making, and he'll be campaigning with him again very shortly after the election, I imagine. Even if he becomes an MP, he'll do a lot more in America than he will in Clacton, I'm sure. Yeah. Anyway.
Tens of thousands a year. And the funny thing is that Keir Starmer, on his 6 priorities, doesn't even talk about this issue, simply doesn't seem to care. And I think people are joining up the dots that actually...
To be fair, I don't think Keir Starmer does care.
No,
Keir Starmer's he's like a pro-immigration, free market, liberal cuntbag, to the degree that he believes anything, really. He's comfortable with that. It suits him. He doesn't have to take any strong positions on anything, and he's going to win the election. So why bother?
Defend free movement as we leave the EU. What a pledge! Who remembers that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, love it.
Because I'm literally a communist.
Fucking ethical case for socialism. Let's go. But as to the point you were making before about Nigel Farage saying that his stuff in the past was fine, but now it isn't. That's basically core conservative ideology. All conservatism is trying to hold back the forces of progress constantly, and so they constantly have to. Once the ground has been essentially seeded because of the natural forces of human development, which obviously isn't a linear thing, it goes up and down and speeds up and slows down. But we've had lots of immigration in the past. Those people have basically been accepted by and large by the British population. So you can't be as racist towards them as like Enoch Powell was. But there are new sets of people. There are new sets of ways of talking about it that they'll do. And in 20 years' time, Nigel Farage's successor, whoever that is in this role, will do the same thing. They'll accept the Pole or the Estonian or Ukrainian or whoever, and there'll be a new set of people to go after.
Yeah.
Because that's all conservatism is. At its very core, it's just holding us back. They're a chain around our fucking necks.
The overcrowded country we're living in is not working.
Okay, now we've got a question related to that, but before we do, I just have to say, yet again, because we are in an election period, and I have mentioned some particular constituencies, that a full list of candidates for those constituencies is available on the BBC website. Dee Williams, let's hear from you. Yeah.
Good evening, Nigel.
Hello.
Your core pledge concerning illegal migration states that migrants in small boats could be returned to France. How will you achieve this?
Well, we have something called the Royal Marines if it comes to it, but you know what? We won't need to do that.
What the fuck are you? So you're going to invade the sovereign territorial waters of a NATO ally to return some brown people?
Are they...
they'll fire on our fucking ships if necessary. You prick. You're just going to start a fucking war with France.
Well, Yanis Varoufakis took Dr. David Bull to task on this. He's the Reform UK deputy leader on Politics Live. Just like, you're violating like multiple different international agreements by doing this. You're not allowed to do this.
Yeah, exactly. It's just fucking stupid. Honestly, do you think we're in any kind of fucking shape for a war? And not just that, but why would you want to do this? Why fuck up the trading partner negotiation and the fact that we've got this long-term ally? This is the chillest we've ever been with France in fucking millennia. Why would you fuck that up for this? Just fucking stop it, you prat. Like, he wants to do the Trump thing of just saying an outlandish nonsense thing. And I'm not sure the British public buy it in the same way. We'll get the French to build the wall.
Back. We will. We'll the best boats. We'll turn them around like you've never seen before.
People said it couldn't be done. We said we send them all back in a big cannon. Like, what the fuck? It's just nonsense, man. Fucking idiocy.
I was the first person 4 years ago going out into the channel, filming this, saying there was a massive problem coming down the tracks. Everybody ignored me.
Yeah, we've all seen your boat porn. What did it achieve? What did you actually fucking learn from that? What did anyone gain from that? You took advantage of some desperate people for your own political ends. I mean, bravo. I don't know how you sleep at night.
Everyone laughed at me, but here we are, 4,000
You did laugh at
later,
you, yeah.
128,000 people later, 91% of them men, mostly young men.
So Dee is asking for...
Oh, here we go. There's a nice little bit of fascism. To just decode that for you, they're sending over, army-age men because they're taking over, you understand? They're essentially establishing a fifth colony army. And, of course, because they're of breeding age, they're going to fuck all your white women and make
that's a real dog whistle, isn't it? Because, again, what's stupid as well is this... Cause the real reason why it's mostly men is because they will come over first, get the asylum claim, and then... Because they are the ones who are most hardy to make the journey, and then they'll bring over their family if they get their claim accepted later.
And, of course, because in many cases they're coming from more patriarchal societies, in parts of the world where the man works and the woman stays home type deal. They go there, they establish themselves, and then they bring their families across.
Exactly.
Because they're seen essentially as dependents rather than as part of like the working family or whatever.
Indeed. And as well is the what frustrates me, what gets me angry, is that people will imply, oh well, if they're young men who are coming over, they can't be being persecuted, then they must be economic migrants looking to make a quick buck in the UK, or even worse, could be criminals. I'm like, what, do you think that men can't be victims of persecution? It's a bit misandrist of you, isn't it? Like I know, I obviously I jest, but like genuinely, like these people's views of men, I think are really awful.
Well, exactly, and not just that, but actually, in some cases, especially in cases of war, military-age men are more likely to face persecution in the form of being executed in a way that women and children are often spared. So, in terms of people who need to escape war zones, serving-age men are often the most in need in terms of direct threat to their life.
Yeah.
Now, that doesn't mean that the other things that are faced by women and children and older men and all the rest of it are specific to those groups. I'm just saying, in terms of people needing to fucking get out, often men of that age are that group.
Yeah.
Very specifically,
So
how will this be? How will you return people from boats to France?
We cannot. Well, we won't do any of this. We won't deport anyone to Rwanda. We won't solve the problem in any way at all until we leave a meddling court in Strasbourg that has gone way beyond its powers.
Which again, apparently, is a foreign court that Britain just elected 3 judges to this week. It's not really a foreign court, then, is it, lads?
No.
We have to leave.
You're talking about the European Court
We have
of
to
Human
leave
Rights.
the European Court of Human Rights, get back our own sovereignty, declare that anyone comes via this
Hang on,
route.
I thought Brexit was getting our sovereignty back. Is it? Oh God, it's a very slippery one. It's like whack-a-mole. The sovereignty pops up and you try and it's gone. Oh,
Exactly. I mean, how many times is he going to try and get people in this idea that whatever he wants us to do is being done for more sovereignty? When really and truly, the big irony of Brexit is it didn't give us any sovereignty. We just transferred the sovereignty over to the American State Department. Like, we don't have an independent nuclear deterrent. We don't have an independent foreign policy, and we don't have an independent foreign policy, and we're now completely cucked out to America when it comes to how we do trade deals.
yeah. Well, exactly. Yeah, we've given up any sovereignty we had and any economic security we had, desperately seeking to try and get free trade agreements with anyone. So all of our foreign policy is now, can we please have a free trade agreement? That's it. We're prepared to just absolutely take it roughly in any direction anyone wants for a free trade agreement, which completely fucks any concept of sovereignty, because we don't have freedom to maneuver in any way.
Indeed, like Liz Truss literally went over to New Zealand, gave them everything that they wanted and nothing in return, and
now we're swimming in New Zealand lamb. Yes,
and their own news stations made like funny parodies about how stupid Liz Truss was,
and then they made a fucking prime minister. Oh God. Can you believe she was prime minister? How the fuck did that happen? Well, she did murder the Queen, so that was nice.
Will not get refugee status. And if that doesn't work, we'll pick them up in the channel and take them back. And by the way, we've given the French £500 million. They should...
Right, but that doesn't mean you get to fucking dock in their ports, you twat. Or are you just going to dump them in the sea? Either way, you're into violating their fucking sovereign territory. But, you know, I'm sure the French Navy will have nothing to say about that. You fucking absolute dirtbox.
Should not, under the international law of the sea, have their navy escorting boats to our 12-mile line. We did a tough negotiation with the French as well. The other part...
You're going to play ping pong with these people and just have 2 navies sending you... It's like naval pong. You're just going to have these boats being batted back and forth. I'm sure that was perfectly safe and reasonable.
Literally have nothing to say about this, because when we did try and send a plane to Rwanda, it was actually on the runway when the court intervened.
Literally a communist.
Yeah. The Supreme Court decided that. It's not the European Court of Human Rights, is it? That's all British. That's all British beef, baby.
Returning these small boats to France, surely it's going to be willing ports that are going to accept these small boats back. How is that going to achieve?
Well,
where are these willing ports?
Well, the Australians towed the boats back to Indonesia 12 years ago, and that ended the problem.
But the Australians had a deal. I think what Dee is getting at...
Yeah, the Australians had a deal, and also, I mean, what was Indonesia going to do? No offence to Indonesia, much love. But like the French aren't going to fucking take that. What are you literally? Someone should say to him, "Are you prepared to start a war with France over this?" Because that's where this fucking ends up, you dopey bastard.
It's crazy. It is absolutely crazy how many times people will say these things, and at no point do we just say maybe we should open some safe routes.
Yeah, some safe routes would help enormously, actually. Yeah. Also, to answer the point, what safe ports? Well, Australia. Okay, mate. French port. What fucking northern French ports are taking these people? They're not.
Is France, I'm no diplomat for France, but France is unlikely to take kindly, as you said yourself, to the idea that you come along and you get the migrants into a boat, you then go back over to France, I don't know if you've got a landing craft or something, and then you make them, now hang on, let's just, the practicalities, I think that's what Dee's asking, and then they step out onto the sand, or onto, what happens at that moment?
Well,
do you think the French are just going to take
they've come from the sand, but here's the point.
No, but do you think, how is that going to work? No, do you think the French will just accept it?
If they know they can't stay, they won't come. And it's interesting to think, in the last year...
So he's just not going to answer the question at all? Totally ignore it?
...of the Labour government, they deported 47,000 people who'd come here illegally.
Okay, but they won't stay...
Right. No one is saying you can't deport people who are here illegally. The point is you can't escort boats of rickety fucking ships or, fleets of rickety ships to French ports when they won't take you, as well as, of course, violating the sovereignty of French waters. You absolute knobend. Jesus.
If they won't come if they can't stay. Dee's asking very specifically, how will it work? So your plan...
I'm telling you,
to put them in small... Hang on.
To
put them... I'm just repeating your words. To put them in small boats and take them back to France.
No, I've said...
How is that practically going to happen?
I said we leave the ECHR. We declare that no one that comes via this route gets refugee status. And by the way, we've given 500,000 people refugee status since 2016. We're very, very generous. And we deport anybody that's here illegally, as we used to, under Labour and Tory governments. No more boats will come.
But how will you get the countries to accept them?
If they do, we get the Royal Marines to take them back to the beaches from which they took off. I hope...
That's so we start a war with France. That's literally his answer. We'll just start a war with France. Like consistently violating their territory, to which they will naturally respond, and they will be firing up from ship to ship, and all of a sudden we're bombing Dieppe again. Like it's ridiculous.
It doesn't come to that, but if it does, that's what we have to do. And very interesting that Keir Starmer echoed my words the other night in the debate. He said it's a national security emergency. Well, boy, he is right.
Neoliberalism.
We'll drop them on the beaches.
Shut up and take
we'll
my
drop
money.
them on the landing grounds. We will never allow these fuckers in. Like he's doing his weird ass Churchill bit. It's amazing.
Because these are young men coming from countries plagued by terrorism, plagued by gang culture. Many of them before
Britain,
wars, and coming from countries that don't even treat women as second-class citizens. It's a very, very serious.
Nigel, have you got a little boner thinking about that? Because you don't seem to want to treat women very well either, actually. Like your mate Donald Trump literally raped and battered his ex-wife. Admitted to that in the civil suit, by the way. Again, you can go and read this. He signed the affidavit and paid her out and all the rest of it.
Wow.
Didn't contend it. So that happened. Nigel? Any words to say about it? No, of course not.
Serious situation.
I'm still not entirely... have we had an answer to your question, do you feel?
Not exactly, no. I've just got this vision of like the D-Day landings in reverse when we're sort of offloading all these poor people onto the sands of Omar Beach.
Right, okay. Well, let's hear from some more of our... Yes, the man there in straight.
No, that's not what's happening now, Nigel. Because your side were already in France at the time. Boom.
Nigel, if you had to flee persecution from the UK and seek asylum in a different country, how would you like to be treated?
The way that we've treated 500,000 people.
It makes that sound like a lot, but compared to every other major country, and indeed many not major countries in terms of size, there are parts of the Middle East where the population is like a significant percentage of them are asylum seekers escaping war.
Lebanon, Turkey.
Yeah, exactly. Huge numbers. but we've got 500,000 since 2016. So in 8 years. Fuck me. Amazing. And I wonder how many of those are from Ukraine. Is Ukraine added into that? I don't know.
Since 2016. And the way we did in the past with the Ugandan Asians, and the way we did a couple of times with Jews fleeing Russia or fleeing Austria or Germany. We of all European countries.
It's interesting that you mentioned that, the kinder transport, Nigel, because one of the people who was a beneficiary of that, Lord Dobbs, you described as a traitor when he put down the Dobbs Amendment to the immigration bill, if you remember, which would have opened safe and legal routes for children escaping war, like himself 80 years prior. Nigel, you fucking monster.
Always understood what a genuine refugee is. I promise you, the vast majority of these young men crossing the English Channel do not and never would have qualified as refugees.
Let's take one more question.
Well, but they keep getting a 75% acceptance rate.
Yeah.
This is 75%. Zoe Gardner has all of the statistics. This is just lies. It's just nonsense.
Yep.
A lot of the language you use about political smear campaigns and the biggest rallies is quite reminiscent
I do like
of
that shirt.
Trump in America. Would you say that you're like-minded characters?
No, we're incredibly different people. Incredibly different people. I happen to support him for one big reason. I think the world's in a more dangerous place than it's been at any point in the lifetimes, probably of any of us in this room. I fear what is happening in the Middle East, what is happening in Ukraine, what potentially could happen in Taiwan. I see Iran, Russia.
How do you feel about, Nigel, about your friend Donald Trump chasing the money of the late Sheldon Adelson, his wife, who's now widow, who wants, as one of her preconditions for continuing to give him money, the annexation of the West Bank by Israel? Do you think that's going to make that situation a lot safer, Nigel? Do you reckon that's going to chill the fucking thing out, yeah? You absolute Burke.
China lining up together. I'm very fearful for where we might be. And I think peace comes through strength and not through weakness. And I think Biden has been an incredibly weak American president. That was evidenced on that debate last night. And I want someone
I'm actually
strong,
very right-wing,
but somebody who's a
and I
peacemaker.
loved it.
Remember, the Abraham Accords were Arab states and Israel joining up together. That's why
Is that the peacemaker who said he wanted, on Twitter this was, to destroy the nation of North Korea? A nation of 28 million people. Just going to wipe them off the map. That guy, that's the peacemaker. The guy who literally asked one of his national security experts 3 times if he could nuke a hurricane. Literally true. It had to be explained to him
about that moment.
3 times that he couldn't do that. That it was A, stupid and wouldn't work, and B, would be fucking illegal as anything. But you know, whatevs.
I support him.
Wasim Chowdhury, let's take a question from you. Whereabouts are you, Wasim? Ah, there you go.
Evening. So you claim that Brexit will help Britain prosper. Why hasn't it?
In economic terms, if you look at our exports, we've gone from the day we voted Brexit to now, from being the world's 7th biggest exporter to the world's 4th biggest exporter.
Not in trade, as I'm sure you'll concede.
Well, trade,
in services,
trade and services.
In services and gold, but not in trade.
Well, trade is both. Trade is both. So
not in goods. I'm so sorry, in goods.
No. Well, in goods. Well, we've given up manufacturing things as part of the reason for that.
Yeah, but that's because of the neoliberal economics that you support. Dickhead.
Yeah, like this is a man who was a vehement supporter of Margaret Thatcher, who literally was the one who deindustrialized our country.
Yeah.
But I want to say this. There are 2 massive disappointments with Brexit, and one of them is economic. 5.5 million men and women in this country running small limited companies or acting as sole traders, living under a huge, burdensome rule book, living under VAT thresholds that are too low, damaging genuine growth and prosperity in the economy. Those of us that voted Brexit, those of us that saw an 80-seat majority for Boris Johnson in 2019, the opportunity to free up those small businesses, to get rid of rules and regulations. Conservative government have done.
Nigel. Was that imposed by the European Union?
No.
Please explain to me, future YouTube viewers, if I'm just going mad here. But I'm pretty sure we could raise the VAT threshold, whether we're in or out of the European Union. Whether we're inside or outside the European Union, I don't think that makes a difference.
Yeah, it really doesn't.
None of it. And that is a huge regret. It's not a failure of Brexit. It's a failure to deliver what people voted for.
Wasim, since you asked this question...
No, what people voted for was delivered, though, actually.
Yeah. The one thing they actually voted for was leaving the European Union, which we've done. Nothing else was mentioned on the ballot whatsoever. And even then, if you're going to take one thing that they might have voted Brexit for, which was lower immigration. I mean, it's like they got lower immigration from the EU, just more from outside, from the Commonwealth, mostly. But again, none of these things were on the ballot paper in 2016. In fact, most people probably want more protectionism in this country. People probably wanted us to become something with a more government intervention, because that is actually something that the European Union stops you doing with things like the excessive deficit protocol and with the competition law that we would bind ourselves with, like the Lisbon Treaty. That's probably, if they made economic choices, probably those were more likely rather than just this Singapore-on-Thames style thing that Nigel Farage wants.
Indeed.
If you don't mind me asking, how did you vote in the EU referendum?
I voted to leave.
And you're asking this question because you're happy with what you're seeing now or unhappy?
I'm unhappy. I understand Nigel's not the Prime Minister, but I mean, on the ground level, for the...
Well, maybe you shouldn't have been making claims then as if he was going to be. Maybe you shouldn't put things like 600 squillion pounds a week for the NHS on the side of a bus that you can't fucking implement. Just a thought.
Working man and woman, nothing's changed. Everything's expensive now. People are really struggling with the cost of living crisis. I don't think, I mean, what's needed at the moment is so vast that I don't think anyone's really put anything serious forward. And I think many working class people look to you
to Nigel.
To Nigel to deliver on Brexit. I'm a Labour voter, but I voted for Brexit, and I thought things would possibly change, as did many people. But on the ground level, if you look at what's happening at the moment in the country, there's a lot of poverty and there's a lot of people who are, struggling at the moment. And who cares about them? No one cares about them, because I think you have one group of people who live a certain way, a very small number of people, and then you have everybody else. And I don't think they can resonate with how the average common man and woman.
This shows you why Brexit happened. Again, he said we thought we'd have a change with Brexit. Like austerity was what destroyed these people's lives, created this poverty, created these in-groups and out-groups, created the inequality of this group of rich people and the massive poorer people underneath, this gigantic divide, right? And people wanted change, and Brexit was the only way to deliver it, because our political class were committed to the austerity politics that created the poverty in the first place. And Nigel is the snake oil salesman. Nigel has no plan to stop poverty. Nigel has no plan to make inequality better. In fact, he has explicit plans to make inequality worse by giving massive tax cuts to the super rich. Like, this man is campaigning on a platform of increasing inequality, shredding the size of the state, which is a method of wealth redistribution. And he says, well, working class people look up to you. And I'm like, well, again, because he promised it was all lies. It's all total lies.
Yeah, absolutely.
woman
whose country lives, and it's all well and good to just talk about one issue, but there's
Well,
much
and on
wider
top of
issue.
that,
And obviously, Nigel,
and on top of that, Nigel Farage went to private school. Ben Habib went to private school. David Bull went to private school. Richard Tice went to private school. These people are as rich as Croesus. These people are from the upper classes, right? These people are wealthier than the vast majority of people in this country, and also have material interest in the rentier class, Habib and Tice specifically. And this man is also a member of the rentier class. He was a commodities broker, moving things around to make money. He didn't produce anything. He wasn't productive. None of these people are. They're not working people. They've never experienced working people's lives. What makes you think these people are going to be able to, with rhetoric that is against the interests of working people and policies that are, what do you think that they even have, like, any knowledge of what it is you've gone through in this poor society? He lives in a completely different world.
Yeah.
How on earth are you finding commonality with this man?
Yeah, exactly. He does his working class chappy with a pint and a ciggy on in the pub. Well, you can't smoke indoors anymore, but in the beer garden. And yet he's not that at all. He's a fucking rich boy. He's a rich boy city banker wanker.
Exactly. These rentiers, the property rentiers, like the landlords, the commodities brokers, right? They make a bunch of money. That money doesn't come from nowhere. That money comes from people who make wealth through being productive. It is parasitic behavior off of the back of people who do actual work that they don't do.
Well, that's what was really annoying about seeing the former industrial areas of the northwest, and well, not just the northwest, but sorry, northeast, I should say, of England and various other places, give him what he wanted, because this was never in their interest. Now, to be fair, the let's just stick with the status quo was also not in their interest, which is why they voted the way they did. But Nigel Farage wasn't their friend, and they were suckered in by him and his ilk. Look, but fucking Boris Johnson pretending to be a man of the people. Ridiculous nonsense.
It is ridiculous. The thing as well is that if you want to know just how much these people are in the pocket of rentiers, what they want to do is reduce taxes on landlords to try and boost the landlord sector, which again is parasitic from renters and the working class, right? That is a way of extracting money from people who are productive workers to those who are not productive, which is landlords, right? People will be tricked into thinking, if they reduce the taxes on my landlord, that reduces their overheads, which means that they can make the rent cheaper. Unfortunately, the only thing that sets the price of rent, that sets the price of housing, is supply and demand. If they give a tax cut to landlords, that just gives more money to landlords. It does not make your rent cheaper. And they will do with that money what they always do with extra spare capital if they're a landlord. Use it to buy more houses to increase their wealth and take even more rental income from the productive people.
I totally get that. And that's why the main policy platform, domestic policy platform that we're running on in this election that will make a huge difference to that group of people you're talking about is to lift the threshold at which people start paying tax to £20,000 a year. Why? Because it means the lower paid in society will be better off, and you've talked about increasing poverty. But crucially...
No, it's not the most efficient way of doing it, but I don't mind, generally speaking, that kind of thing, in the sense that it's going to lift a lot of people out of tax that deserve to be lifted out of tax. Okay, fine. But you know, that's not going to be the only tax cut he gives that will benefit the rich as well.
Exactly. Like those, and also everybody gets that tax cut.
Exactly, that's what I mean. So it does benefit the rich, albeit not massively. So it's not that big a deal. But you know, he's also going to give big fucking corporation tax cuts, and he's already said he wants to fucking basically eliminate inheritance tax and blah blah blah. You know, he's just a gobshite.
Exactly. Like everybody gets that tax cut because everybody has the tax-free threshold. So in percentage terms, the less well off will get a bigger percentage tax cut, but they'll still have the same amount nominally as everybody else. And as you say, on top of that, corporation tax cuts for even higher earners, changes in inheritance tax to be able to give richer people a load of money and poorer people a smaller amount of money. And proportionally, the richer people will have even more purchasing power, will be able to buy more assets, and poor people will be sitting around going, I've all this extra money in my pockets. Why am I even poorer? Because money is not wealth. Money is not resources. It is the method which we determine the distribution of real resources. And if you get a little tax cut and everybody else gets a massive tax cut, you have gotten poorer.
Yeah.
Can I just wait a minute, Nigel? Can I just challenge you on that? Because I know that's something you've said before.
I have.
But you've got other people analysing your policies and saying that actually the top 10% of households would receive, under your policies, 28 pence for every pound, but the bottom 10% would only get...
Have you seen, just having a little cheeky surf around Twitter? Well, not me, obviously, whoever this other person is. With Luke Akehurst. Have you seen the picture of the guy with his arse out behind him?
Mooning him. Yeah.
Yeah, that's quite nice. I can't really show that on stream, but I just wanted to say there are two arses in that picture. Moving on.
2 pence for every pound. So the richest households would, there'd be an increase of 4.3% for them, but But only 2.3%
No,
increase
no,
for
no,
the
no,
poor.
no.
So how is it benefiting the poorest?
No. In percentage terms, those that would benefit the most are those on low pay. But here's the crucial bit.
Well, not according to
Not
according to some economists who are saying actually it would be much more.
Well, we don't think
percentage increase.
We don't think that staff nurses in hospital should pay 40% tax, right? People have been dragged in to higher and higher taxes.
But just to check, so you're saying my figures are wrong?
And I love
in percentage terms, they're wrong. Yes.
Okay, so that's the IPPRs coming
they're
out.
wrong. The biggest percentage winners are the lowest in society in terms of income. And let me tell you, benefits. 9.2 million people of working age not working.
Here we go.
They're not all layabouts. There are many people. I bet we all know people.
Wow, is he going to do the Trump thing? Look, not all of them are rapists and drug abusers. Some of them, I assume, are good people. You know, like what? The
thing is that we literally have a record low unemployment in this country. You have to go back to the 1970s for a time when unemployment was this low. There is just there aren't scroungers. There are just people who are too sick because of cuts to the NHS, which you're going to make worse by cutting the NHS budgets for your tax cuts. And on top of that, we go back to, I say, well, in percentage terms, maybe, but right, that doesn't mean that the extra money in terms of the percentage of the economy that is owned by the rich, it still means people are worse off broadly because the rich people have more of the economy in their hands. Especially also as richer people can pay to go private. They don't rely on public services. The public service cuts that he wants to pay for his tax cuts with will predominantly be felt by the people who need them on lower incomes too.
Yeah. On benefits who'd love to get back to work. But if they work for more than 16 hours a week, they lose their benefits. They're better off staying on benefit than going to work. They're the winners. They're the winners out of starting tax at £20,000 a year. Mums with small children and many others. And I tell you what, that would do more for the poorest in society.
But this is again conservatory fucking brain rot in a nutshell. There are like deserving and undeserving poor. There are some people who choose to be poor by being layabout. Oh, fuck off, mate.
See, more than any of the other parties have even considered or discussed.
Well, at the back there, yes.
Hello, I'm a doctor in the NHS. My parents and myself were migrants to this country. You've said that the reason that there's waiting lists for the NHS, there's not enough houses, there's not enough, the cost of living's too high, is because of migrants. But since Brexit, there's been shortages of critical medications in the NHS, from what I understand, because of supply chain issues, such as IV paracetamol and other medications that help people not die. As someone that we have to thank for Brexit, what would you propose that we should do about this?
What
Crazy,
I blame
right?
for
Crazy
problems
idea.
in the NHS, I wasn't blaming.
Crazy idea, guys. Maybe we should have started manufacturing pharmaceuticals with a state-owned manufacturer that could sell them to the NHS.
Whoa, hang on. No, time out. I apologise for the anti-Semitism. This is unacceptable.
But it would literally, we could manufacture them at cost and sell them directly to the NHS. Do you know how much the price of generic medication has gone up over the last 5 years?
I do not.
100%. It's fucking doubled. It's doubled in price, generic medication costs, right? Things like paracetamol, like what she's talking about, the supply chain issues.
Well,
if we manufactured them by the state, we couldn't get ripped off because we're a monopsony. So what's happened is the pharmaceutical companies have cartelized to rip off the NHS, just undercut them with the state. We don't have to care about competition law. We've left the European Union. One of the very few Brexit benefits.
Also, nice use of monopsony, which is for those who don't know, maybe, is a single buyer as opposed to a single seller, which is monopoly. So there you go. Anyway, what was I going to say? Yes, I was with the green guy earlier. It's so odd, isn't it, that most of the solutions to the problems would just be, if it was nationalised, we wouldn't have to pay through the fucking nose for it. So let's do that. Like with the trains, like, how would you solve this problem? Well, if we take it in hand and stop giving all of this fucking subsidy to private hands, we could actually have an affordable, even free train service.
But that would cost that would cost too many Lego bricks, Kev.
That's true. That's true. Have we considered the ergonomics of this? I don't think we have.
Migrants, I was blaming the population explosion. You know, I mean, we've had a 10 million increase in the British population since 1997, a 6 million increase since 2010 when the Conservatives...
Rookie numbers. We need to get those up.
And
Definitely.
again, like, our population is full of retired people. These are people coming to work to pay taxes, to pay for people's pensions. If they don't come in, we'll have to cut people's pensions or increase tax on workers. That's the choice, right? And again, like, what's weird is that they always talk about these population booms in terms of migration. Yet they also say, well, we need to get the birth rate up. And I agree, we do need to get the birth rate up. I think pro-natal policies from a leftist perspective are all good things, right? The Soviet Union helped birth rates by having subsidized childcare, for example, to help women both be able to, have families, but also contribute to the economy, for example. Like, we could do things like this. But if we had, it's weird how they never talk about the burden on public services of people having children. Of white people having children.
Well, exactly, yeah. No, we don't mind miscegenation, but whiteoids, keep in your pants.
Enough of certain types of medications.
In terms of medication,
is because too many people are using them. Is that what you're saying?
the reason we have a waiting list.
No, she's asking She's asking specifically about the difficult.
These rich boy cunts just can't handle being like disagreed with. Someone makes a point they don't like, and they get fucking aggro about it. They're just not used to being talked back to at all.
No, you're asking very specifically, because you mentioned paracetamol and ibuprofen.
Well, here's the point.
Just so we're clear what the question is.
And it's not just paracetamol and ibuprofen, it's medications that are critical to keep people alive.
And you're saying, in your experience, that Brexit is either wholly or partly the reason why it's harder to get those medications.
I do remember being told before the vote that we get all sorts of diseases if we voted Brexit, but here's the point. We
did get brain cancer, apparently, so that happened.
European Medicines Agency, and thank goodness we are. And if as a doctor you believed in the vaccine rollout, of course, you'd have noticed, and there are questions about it, but you'd have noticed.
I was literally about to do the joke. Do you actually believe in the fucking vaccine rollout, Nigel? But he went there. Okay. It's difficult to satirise you. You're that much of a fucking clown. Okay. Cool. How about the 5G towers, mate? What about the 15-minute cities? Let's go. Let's get some Schwab posting up in this bitch.
Our vaccine rollout was way ahead of Europe. Why? We left the European Union.
Nigel, in fairness, you're not at all answering her question.
Yeah,
her question is about a shortage of medicine.
We now are free from the European Medicines Agency to run our own procurement policy, which means we can buy whatever drugs we need from anywhere in the world without having to get them registered.
It's not working.
Well, if it's not working, it's rather like back to the earlier point. We are now free. We're in charge. We can buy drugs from anywhere in the world. If the NHS is failing to do that, that's on them, not Brexit.
Oh, fuck, that's incredible. So, yeah, sure, we could be buying our soluble paracetamol from Vietnam. We're part of TCP, TPP, TCP, PPP, whatever the fuck it's called, the toilet paper agreement, right? We're part of this international trade agreement with Vietnam. I'm sure it would be easier to import these things from Denmark than it will be from Vietnam, or indeed manufacture them with a state-owned company, which would be even cheaper.
Indeed. Yeah. Also, nothing can ever it's like holy scripture. Brexit can never be the fault for anything.
Yeah, rather than paying these slightly higher prices post-Brexit for European medicines, why don't we pay for those same medicines and also the shipping costs across the entire Pacific?
Yeah. Kieran, our Prime Ministerial anal sex correspondent, says...
It's true, he is.
Can you tell MTG that they have extant patents to drugs like my ADHD meds after Brexit, while the EU has allowed such patents to expire, meaning British companies can now sell generic versions to them, but not in the UK?
That's incredible. That's absolutely incredible.
That is fucking mad. That is mad shit.
I hate IP laws so much. I hate it so much.
It's unbelievably whack. Like some of the weird modern bureaucratic paradoxes that have been exposed by Brexit and the nonsense it's led to, with fucking hiring ferry companies with no ferries whilst laying off ferry workers because that's allowed somehow. This sort of dumb shit. Or being fucking swamped with New Zealand lamb because Liz Truss wanted a photo op. That sort of dumb shit. Like it just blows my mind that the British public aren't fucking rioting. Not that I'm suggesting you should, that would be illegal and bad. I'm just saying I'm surprised it hasn't happened, you know? Anyway.
Man here in the black t-shirt.
How much better off are you because of the taxes you don't have to pay through the UK leaving the Europe?
This is not me. It's a Birmingham man with a fucking beard. Leave me alone.
Also, what taxes does he not have to pay? What Brexit taxes has he managed to get rescinded? What?
I don't know.
Union.
I'm not.
He's not.
Yeah, he's
I'm
not.
the opposite. You're all poorer because the tax
Brexit,
burden
yes, thank you.
is now for working people is now the highest since 19.
That was a profoundly silly question. I don't quite know what he was trying to get at there.
It's funny him saying you're poor because the tax burden is as high as it's ever been. Yeah, think of all of that extra GDP we'd have to spend if we'd not left the European Union.
Exactly.
48.
And even then,
and this is the trickery.
And even then, like, we wouldn't need to pay so much tax if we just had a bunch of state assets. But your hero, Margaret Thatcher, sold all that shit off.
Yeah. True.
I mentioned earlier about staff nurses. 40p tax was the top rate of tax in this country, right? From the mid-80s right through to the end of Tony Blair's
okay,
time.
right. We're going to start with the 1980s. That's a weird place to start, isn't it? Do you want to tell us what the high rate of tax was before then? And how much better our society was? You want to talk about the taxation when we used to tax corporations at 90%?
History started in 1979, I'll have you know. And not a second beforehand.
And 1.5 million people paid that top rate of tax. Because of sleight of hand and freezing allowances, by the end of 2027, it'll be 8 million people paying that level of tax. Fascinatingly, both Labour and...
Also, the population's increased since then as well, so you're slightly fudging the numbers there, but okay.
Yeah, like the population has increased, first of all. And like, second of all, yeah, she paid for these tax cuts with oil revenue that could have built a sovereign wealth fund to make taxes lower for everybody.
Massive borrowing as well.
Yeah, she was not austere prime minister, right? Like the idea that somehow that these taxes weren't being paid by lots because we suddenly had like an agile state. No, she sold off assets, so she used like the lump sums from selling assets to do short-term tax cuts, and then also sold away our oil wealth to private companies on the cheap as well.
There's a fantastic graph which I hope I can find, which shows the governmental debt by like year, and it's fucking minuscule. Even in the years where you would think it would be massive, like in the post-war consensus years, where they did do a lot of that sort of thing. Actually, because they were taxing massively, they didn't have to borrow virtually anything. It was almost self-sufficient in a number of ways. I wish I could find the fucking graph. I'll try and find it. But yeah, and then we get to Thatcher and it fucking skyrockets, and it's been skyrocketing ever since. We're now in so much debt, there's no way we're paying it back. It's ridiculous numbers. Not quite America style. That's fucking just fucking balmy shit, you know, off into the sunset.
Conservatives agree they're going to keep the tax bands frozen. You will all be paying more tax under the next government, whether it's Labour or whether it's Conservative.
One there.
We heard from the Green Party before you, and to me they felt full of hope. Listening to you, it feels full of fear. Does that bother you, that you give an atmosphere of fear and perhaps people vote for you because they're worried about what will happen?
I want to help the poorest in society, lift them out of society.
By making us into a tax haven, because the thing about tax havens is they're very good to their poor. Very good.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. You know, it's almost like the country where it's best to be poor are the ones where taxes are extremely high or have large states. Like, it's really good to be poor if you're in Sweden or Finland, you know?
Well, it's not really good, but it's better than being poor in other places. I get the point you're making, yeah.
Well, it's much better than, say, in, like, America. It's much better to be poor in Finland because they have basically no homeless people anymore.
True.
Get people off benefits, which won't just help them economically, but psychologically too. I want to get a grip on the population explosion so that for the NHS and others, we can start to catch up. I want our young people, our small businesses to be freed from regulation, to become more profitable. Actually, what I'm offering is, and look, we know Labour are going to win, right? We've known from the start, Labour will win. What I'm offering is a platform to campaign on for the next 5 years. It is positive, it is optimistic, it is about building a better Britain, but recognising that right now it's broken and the two leading parties, offer no solutions at all.
You should mention the Green Party.
Black T-shirt, yeah, on the left.
Yeah.
You should talk about the Green Party offer solutions, Nigel. Why don't you respond to the question?
Yeah. Fair point.
Nigel, how do you plan to pay for it? Like, there's a lot of stuff in your manifesto, but how do you actually plan to pay for all this stuff? Conservative and Labour, you know, they're not offering all these things you're offering, so how do you actually plan to pay for it all?
Fair dues. By the way, I won't call it a manifesto, because I think the word association with manifesto is lie. So I'm calling it a contract.
Yeah, but just to be clear, a contract has a legal state.
Yeah, also, contracts are broken all the fucking time as well, you daft bastard. I mean, you're a banker. You should know this.
So the people here potentially could sue you if you don't do what you say. So you might call it a contract. I think by any definition, it isn't one.
I'm always prepared to take
It's more like a manifesto.
That's fine. Point number one, a racket that goes on between the Bank of England and the banks with their money. I'm not a big fan of the banks, as some might know. That's costing up to £35 billion a year.
Because I'm literally a communist.
You didn't mind before.
Thing is that when he what this is he's talking about here, he's talking about the fact that we pay interest on gilts held by the Bank of England that were bought during rounds of quantitative easing.
Yeah.
And to stop paying the interest payments on these to the banks essentially is where they get their money to give us rates on savings from. So if he does this, savings accounts will be very unlikely to be able to give interest on savings, which is really bad for the economy. Now, I do think this needs reforming. We do need to tier this so the banks with huge amounts of reserves don't get huge amounts of extra reserves from interest payments. We don't need to pay them. But getting rid of it entirely, I have been told by people smarter than I, it would be essentially monetary financing of government deficits, which is what I want to do. Actually, I like monetary finance of government deficits. It's essentially MMT, but he's doing it for tax cuts, which would crash the economy like Liz trusted, not indeed for investment on the supply side, which is what wouldn't crash the economy.
Also, yeah, he did appear to really want to be in Coots. So that bank he was very fond of, apparently.
Yeah, Nat West, big fan.
Point number two, the HS2 project, which is just hopelessly out of date for the modern world. I'd scrap the rest of that. We'd save £35 billion. But the big one.
So you're just going to leave all the HS2 that's already been built, that's all just going to be scrapped, all the construction
very
yards
often in life, the first cut's the best cut. We started off with HS2 with an estimated...
The fuck does that mean?
And also, that's not going to save you 35 billion. That's not that's projected over like a parliament, right? And also on top of that, again, you'd have wasted huge amounts of money, and also you'd be losing all of the revenue that you'd gain from all of the extra economic benefits you get from HS2. It's also not a relic of a bygone age. It is literally the future. It is what China is doing right now.
Yeah.
Bill of 38 billion. Suddenly it looks like it could be up to 150 billion.
So money down the drain then, essentially.
Yes, but rather than putting more down the drain. But the
no,
big one
because
is
we'd have trains. We'd have a literal train.
Yeah, like, are you aware that money doesn't just go away? You then have a train that works and takes people from place to place. It's rather good. Are you aware of infrastructure as a thing? You know, when we spend money on like roads, that money doesn't disappear. We have roads, Nigel. It's almost like it's an investment rather than burning money. This man was a banker. No wonder we're fucked. These economically illiterate twats are running the fucking joint.
Oh yeah, again, literally, he's never been productive in his life. He's a commodities broker.
Yeah.
He moves money around. That's all he does.
Yeah.
Parties want to decarbonise the grid. We're told by Labour we can do it up to 2030. We're told by the Conservatives we can do it up to 2035. We can't. It's literally impossible. It is going to be the single most expensive thing we have ever done in the history of these islands. We can comfortably save £30 billion a year by growing up and being sensible and recognising if we want carbon-free energy, reliable, not intermittent, carbon-free energy, the only way to go is small modular nuclear reactors.
Okay,
and that's the future that I foresee.
I'm afraid I have to cut you off there, Nigel. Forgive me.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I think nuclear has to be in the mix. But the idea that what you're going to build, how many would you have to build in order to satisfy the fucking shortfall? And when are you going to start building them exactly? Because they're not going to come online next week. What are you going to do in the short term? That's not an answer to anything, Nigel.
No, it isn't.
Fucking hell.
Our time is up. Thank you very much.
Just
half an hour. Thank you.
Thank fuck for that.
But it's infuriating just how much of like a real human being he sounds like. He doesn't speak robotically because it's gonna win people over for him to pass his, for him to support his fucking dog shit policy platform. Whereas you just got like robotic politicians for Labour. Oh god, it's so politics in this country is so fucked.
It really is. Yeah. Well, this is the problem when they don't talk normally. You hear politicians, and rather than giving a straight answer, even if it's a dumb answer, even if it's one of his fucking stupid like non-answers, he talks like a human being talks. So he'll say, "Yeah, we'll just drop them in France." It's not an answer to anything, and it's not a realistic plan. But people can understand what that means and can vibe with it or not or whatever. Whereas if they go, well, hear me out, you know, and then my dad was a tool maker. Or you know, I didn't have Sky as a kid, or whatever absurd nonsense they come out with. It just turns people off. They're not fucking listening to you.
Exactly, like just such simple shit, like him at the end going, "Oh, we've run out of time now. We're just getting started." Like that's like a normal thing a normal person would say when something ends earlier than they expected. Whereas Sir Keith would just nod and look at the crowd. Like it's just, oh my god, our politicians are so awful. Oh,
Yeah.
I hate it.
Yeah, it's annoying. But unfortunately, you get the politicians you fucking deserve to some degree. You know, people are going to vote for this wanker in huge numbers. When I say this wanker, I do specify, I mean Keir Starmer, but that could have just as equally go with Nigel Farage, I guess. Yeah, the vast majority, it seems, of the electorate are going to vote for twats, which is not ideal, but there you go.
No.
Yeah, I was going to cover something else after this, but I can't be bothered now. I'm dispirited.
Okay, fair enough. Who's live? Should we race into cosmopolitics?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, they I think they need the help at the moment. I'm not trying to be rude, but they were pretty financially in a bad place. So I'll give them some love.
Yeah, everyone go and say hello and be nice and pleasant and generous with Cosmopolitics. Who's a good egg.
Yeah, she is.
Yes. American, but don't hold that against her. Okay.
Yeah. YouTube viewers, there's nobody live, but I'll raid you into tomorrow's premiere for Aaron Bastani speaking with Matt Kennard, which should be super interesting because Matt Kennard is based as fuck.
Were you able to do this on YouTube? Because I thought that with this being question time, it wouldn't be allowed.
Oh,
so
it's the election question time special. So because remember Novara Media streamed it, so I assumed it would be fine for us.
Oh, okay. Well, it doesn't really matter. YouTube aren't fucking paying me anyway, they cunt. Regardless, okay. Yeah. Everyone go and follow No Justice MTG.
Everyone go and follow KF Logan 1875 and this mysterious friend that he's made that's called not KF Logan 1875 on Twitter.
Yeah. And I can be friends with that person because they're not me. So they're not impersonating me. They are using my picture though, which is very strange.
It's true. But thank you very much, as always.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Stay safe. See you tomorrow. And free Palestine.
Christ.